multiple individual rooms on site, which provides players a space to relax while ensuring the privacy to discuss tactics. After being all rested up, the players then proceed to the stage. The stage competition area is divided into 3 levels from low to high, while the center of the stage is divided into left and right sides with one group on the same side. There's space for a total of 48 players from 16 different teams that can participate in the competition here at the same time. Well, all the Nbpl players have their fists bumping and are ready for some intense games. And although we're not with them, we can also cheer them on at home through the internet. The second season of the 2022 Nbpl is guaranteed to be exciting.
我们已经在赛场上证明了自己，让所有人都知道我们来者不善。这冠对我来讲，象征着我们对胜利的渴望。它给我带来多少荣耀，同样也伴随着多少压力。但我觉得真正的强者就是要学会平衡他们。我们只想保持初心，一直冲到底，赢到最后。
XCG 加油！
还可以，如果有远程再继续消耗一下的话，有机会去接。而 XCG 这边遇到了 EWG 虽然上一把表现不好，但也不是好捏的。但是这个处决打下来，小鲤鱼的状态已经变得非常差了，小鲤鱼倒了。是的，缩回来还能品一朵花，这个时候凭真的吃了天马长矛先推出去，打到对方不是还没真刀，主角打掉，但赢出了2打1。没有想到 XCG 在最后关键时刻，利用个人能力上的一个solo，也是解决他们的最大敌人。是在一丝血的小鲤鱼没有任何的操作空间。
和周光亮失之交臂虽然可惜，但并不影响我们对自己的信心。我们并肩作战，团队加油！一起拥抱胜利，一起接受失败。战火在起，全力以赴。
反而是暴打这边第一时间可能得走，晚风这一刀是压到了，而且是来自紫长剑的一个劈砍，这波伤害很痛啊！他最终是留下了对方的一个昊天，昊天倒了，单人3败的场有点大。再来看看莱昂弟弟这边的话有点招架不住了，不能全踢一脚。狼族这边选择拔刀啊，这个拔刀的话想去把先带走，这一刀直接向天发射。
这一次我们要站到最后。
当你存在未尽之事，一定会留下遗憾。但有时候需要忘记一切，打破过去对我们的枷锁。
来，3、2、1，加油！
再次开始，重新出发，这样才能发挥出我们真正的实力。
李新淼能做到奇迹吗？他会吃了吗？过来1打1单挑，晚风单反过来追逼，没有追到，过来给压力，队友呢也相继倒下，过来吃一个花比 Sky 的个人能力还是非常优秀的。哦哟，这边是2连接的一个，哇，他一个崩3斩完成了一个击杀反杀。
比赛还在继续，我们要书写自己的传奇。
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back at it again for another night of epic battles, epic clashes, parries, and none other than our usual transformation comps. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Naraka Blade Point Pro League. I'm your host, Nbpl, and I'm accompanied by the drop to the Fox. Fox drop is in the building, ladies and gentlemen. How you doing today, Fox?
I'm good, man. I'm good. You're saying we've got another evening full of adventure, bro? It's the morning, dude. It's 9 a.m.
Listen. It's the morning for you, but even at 1:50, even at 2 a.m. for me, it still feels like it's evening. Okay, I don't see no sun. I don't see nothing shining outside right now. It's still dark as can be. So for me, it feels like night. For you, it is nice, bright, early in the morning. Everybody can go get their breakfast. What y'all be eating? What you be eating?
I had a ham sandwich, bro, and I was very excited about it. Actually, it's a little bit of I was going to say it's a bit of a treat. It's a ham sandwich. I don't know. That lets you know my standards maybe are a bit low for treating myself, but I was very pleased.
Treating yourself is always nice. And speaking of treating yourself, guys, you're gonna get another treat today as we're gonna do 6 trios tonight of more action-packed Naraka Blade Point insanity. Now, as we've already seen before in many different instances, we have our same maps, but the format changed just a little bit. Very similar to last night with our solos. We're gonna keep that same format again for tonight. So we're gonna do one on our main map, the one that we know that we all love, Morris Isle. We switch immediately to Halaroth. 2 more back-to-back of the old map. And then we go back to Halaroth, and then we go back and end it on Morris Isle. So we're gonna keep that same format that we did from solos yesterday. See how it runs today. I think because of that switch, it might be a little bit different, but I think it's gonna be fun to see how, because we got a chance to see how the solos can switch it up from game 1 to game 2. Now it's gonna be fun to see how the trio teams and all these comps switch it up literally back to back. There is no comfortability. You can't get used to it. Now it's just, okay, let's see how these players can handle these situations. Fox, you excited for this?
Oh, of course, mate. Absolutely. I think like, exactly as you say, not getting comfortable in the situations. Like, there's a lot of adapting on the fly because previously it was game 3 and 6 on Halaroth, right, with the rest of them being on the Morris Isle. So you still had 2 games in a row, like game 1, 2, game 4 and 5, to kind of build like a bit of a rhythm on the other map before you had to swap out. There is no rhythm generation.
There is none
today because you're swapping like that, bam, 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 bam. So I think it definitely is just gonna show us who can. Who's just good at adapting on the fly, and it should keep things spicy.
It's gonna keep things spicy. Obviously we're gonna look at the ranking points really quickly here, just so everybody knows, especially if you're new, then welcome to the Naraka Blade Point Pro League, where we do things a little bit different here. We have the multiplier, we have the ranking points. All of that is gonna be very important, but just because you necessarily win the match does not necessarily guarantee that you will be the winner and the MVP of the games. You have to play smart. You have to get those W keys, and you gotta fry, man. You definitely have to put in your time and your energy when it comes to playing and being a part of this pro scene. This is different. This isn't ranked, and this isn't scrims. At certain times you see people, this feels like a scrims, but at other times it's not scrims. And this is the perfect example of why we say that in these situations, it isn't scrims, because now the ranking points are very important. You see people who end up getting a couple of more eliminations, but get second, they might end up in that top space. But if you end up frying and doing really well, let's say you get top 3, you might be the one that might look like you are the one that gets the first place finish. Just because someone else is the last one alive doesn't mean that the game is over.
Absolutely, this is why, especially early on when we drop, when people have access to those revives, so if you die, it's not a big deal. We see a lot of bloodthirstiness, a lot of action, because those kills really do contribute to your final standings. And as you say, like, just finishing as the last team alive doesn't necessarily guarantee that you're going to be the winner of the lobby, because a lot of it is tied to the points that you get from the kills. So having said that, though, if you do get a lot of kills, you will want to finish high because of that multiplier, so you can really maximize your points. But there's a bit of strategy that goes all into it. Of course, as much as I'm remiss to admit that there is strategy, because I just want to see everyone fighting all the time, because that's the exciting part of Naraka, when everyone's just going at it, going crazy, and permanently just hunting people down and looking for those engages.
The absolute insanity of seeing a lot of these players that can really find those angles and those moments when even the ranged weapons can become a massive advantage. Even to the fact that we've seen a lot of pistol kills. The musket has been also surprising to see some insane clutches and being able to yank eliminations from somebody and going, thank you, that's mine. Meanwhile, I mean, we're still seeing the bow become a fan favorite, and obviously the cannon has really become the MVP of all of the melee so far. Just really putting up massive damage to the point we're seeing 10k plus damage with just cannons alone.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, the ranged weapons honestly are mega underrated, but it makes sense as well, considering you don't have to deal the most damage to get the kill. You just literally need to do the last hit. So there's a lot of poaching going on, and a lot of third partying, and if you know, you smell blood in the water, you just go ham. And as the game goes on, especially with with cannons as well, which is a little bit unique as far as ranged weapons go, like precision sniping people, you're just throwing down those big blasts. There's a lot of poking going down to try and get that advantage onto the other teams before you go for those engage in the late game. As we're talking about the teams, though, here are our players, always best friends backstage. I'm surprised we've not seen any fraternizing between different teams. Normally we see that,
you should have saw that last time. You should have saw it yesterday. Definitely some fraternizing yesterday, which was actually really fun to see. That was a good time.
Oh yeah.
Had by all at the. Oh, I love that. I'm gonna go right back to sleep here. I'm gonna give you mwah for the camera. You love to see it. Love to see just like how these teams can just like vibe out with everybody and just have a good time. At the end of the day, most of these guys, they're all friends. They vibe out, but we love the competition behind it too.
Yeah, absolutely. Ah, isn't that sweet? That's cute. We got a kiss. We got a heart. What else is coming? I can't even. Chocolate. Yeah, there you go. The three love languages: kissing, hearting, and chocolating. Absolutely
and touching cheeks. That came out so wrong.
Yeah.
That can't
I won't ask you to elaborate, and I'll just leave you.
Forget what I said. That came out so wrong. Just don't even worry about it. Production, don't clip it. Anyway,
too early.
It's never too early for a bunch of shenanigans. Come on now, it's Naraka Blade playing at this time. At this time of the night, this is where the pros come in and make some magic happen. At least for myself, it's late. But for you, it's a different story. But now, we're getting a chance. Everybody's getting ready to lock it in for our first game. Different status, right? So obviously, going back, starting at our main map, the one that we're used to, Morris Isle. We're gonna see some of the similar comps. I think I would love to see how certain things work out here. And speaking of working out, we have XCG who has something they also have to work out as well.
我对形象其实不太在意，就如果在意，我也不会留到现在这个头发了。就基本魔鬼训练我就没出过门，所以也没理发，就打算打完周学之后再理发嘛。所以我对个人形象来说还是挺平淡的，因为之前也帅过了。 当时杰贝打完之后，当时也挺迷茫的，就很迷茫。虽然当时杰贝没夺冠，但当时就打比赛，我还是打的，就至少是在前面的，就打的还算挺猛的。所以当时杰贝过后，想着联赛是不是会职业化更加的难打，还有或者是能不能扛住那种训练强度啊那些，当时也犹豫了很久了。所以一开始训练赛开放的时候我都没打的，那些训练赛全部都。 当时确实有想过不打职业，当时一开始想的是不打的，就想着去当主播，做个路人王嘛，就做个那些主播里面的冲榜啊什么的那些，我感觉我实力还是可以的。然后后面就还是回到年纪问题嘛，我还这么年轻，这如果不拼的话，就后面也不知道有啥机会了。怎么说呢？我才02年的，我才20岁，所以现在这个年纪，我感觉还是得打职业拼一下，这应该是人生最大的转折点。原先不是我跟子瑜跟星恒嘛，想着3个人还能不能继续在一起，后来因为一些事就导致大家都各奔东西嘛。第2届集体没打完的时候，星恒说跟他一起打嘛，就需要我嘛，那我就来插个机了。毕竟是刚组的嘛，然后新版本上来打不好很正常一开始，然后但是我们就对自我要求，加上我们这队伍不可能说是那种垫底的队伍，但我们上来打得挺差的，所以当时就压力很大嘛。然后你压力越大，打得越差，又没扛住压力，就那些游戏理解什么的也没跟上，所以就导致 S1其实一直在起起伏伏。劫贝武神这个称号，我 S1的时候还是压力挺大的，因为当时就没想到第一次打联赛就打得就挺差的，说实话，虽然也有第3、第4什么的那些，但一直都是一个中游队伍。就武神这个称号，当时对我来说压力很大的，就一直想争一口气吧。就这次总算是拿到1次周冠的，就看后面的 S2总决赛还有劫贝吧，希望再拿1次武神吧。就现在这个成绩来说，还是对不起这个称号的。这一个周冠对于我们队伍来说很重要，因为这次就我一直以来都是觉得场均20分才能拿第1，然后打联赛发现大家实力都差不多，就分都咬得很紧，发现只要有个场均15分什么的就可以周冠。我也没想到我们能打出场均20分的就总积分来，这个确实是对我们很大一种肯定嘛。S1打得很不理想，现在 S2终于有点成绩了，就希望后面是打得越来越好，争取拿个联赛冠军。
Man, I'm loving more and more of these videos that are coming in with all the teams, especially talking to NiHQ over at XCG, just his thoughts and, you know, what he wants to do and how he wants to be able to end the season strong. You love to see it, man. I love to see how they're really coming together, especially a team like XCG here, who really, at first, that wasn't necessarily the biggest of names, and now they just skyrocketed into another level.
Yeah, it's as he said in the interview, NiHQ said they had a lot of mental pressure on them. Hey, cameraman fist bump, you'd love to see it. A lot of pressure on them coming into the first split. But you know, with that settling down a little bit, I feel like they've really grown into themselves, into their skin, and that's quite important. You know, you don't want to have any of those mental blockers coming your way, and NiHQ, especially for me, has been very, very solid. It's been a lot of fun to watch as well. And these are definitely some guys that you want to keep your eyes on as we progress through the bi-weeklies here. As XCG definitely, you know, like you say, not with the best start, but absolutely trending upwards in the right direction as we approach these bi-weekly finals.
I mean, even with everything else as well here, 6.5 average kills, 24,000 damage, top 5% here. They're still working towards it and they're still making magic happen here. They've done a pretty good job, so let's see if they can figure out what's next and how they can really push towards hopefully triumph, man. I actually want to see XCG really keep that same energy, and same with OUG with Wade, Double S, and Zinyu. Definitely a team that has definitely come with some heavy comp aggression here, but just sadly just has really struggled in certain times here. But obviously it's a little bit different for them, as you see a 6.8 average kills, 26,000 damage, and 42%. Number 3 in the top 5%.
It's good consistency. We always want to see that coming out of these teams. When you play as many games a day as these guys do, it's all about that consistency. And these guys kind of surprised me. They came out of nowhere a little bit. My expectations for them were I mean, not low, but certainly not the way that they've performed. For me, at least, I think these have been one of our overperformers, one of our nicest surprises here in the season 2 of the Nbpl. Wolves on your screen as well, another team, probably one of my favorite teams to watch. To be honest, absolutely, out of any of the teams that we have here that we're going to be seeing today, Wolves are always on it. They're always exceptionally aggressive. Juan Feng as well, especially, is a player that definitely always brings the pain, always looks for those fights and those engages. They're decent, you know. They're decent at that. They always go for the crazy deeps, and it's meant that we can see that 30k over 30k average damage. Absolutely ridiculous stuff, and averaging 7 kills per game. That's really quite ridiculous. Have sometimes struggled to convert that into high finishes as far as staying alive. As it turns out, if you're permanently fighting, it can be tricky for you to actually survive long into the games and get those high finishes. But still, a very explosive team, very fun to watch for sure.
Even with everything else, they still was able to put something down here as we look at YZG, another team that, this was the team that personally I wasn't necessarily keeping my eye on. And then they really started to explode with certain numbers, especially in their trio games. And it even made me go, wow, I wasn't ready for it. I wasn't ready for kind of what they were doing and how things were going here. But I mean, look, 7.8 average kills.
Yeah.
Number 1 on their average kills and number 1 in the top 5%. I mean, listen, cry me a river and call me a sugar daddy. I mean, good Lord, they was really putting it down, and they said, hey, we're gonna prove you wrong. We're gonna make you look stupid. Well, call me stupid then. I'm sorry, my bad. I didn't mean to, my fault. Sorry, I thought y'all wouldn't go put it down. Clearly y'all did.
It's all good though, mate. You're not the only one they made look silly. They made everyone else in the Nbpl look silly at times as well. They've just been absolutely dominant. Really, really good stuff with these guys. Definitely the best team that we have here, as you saw by those statistics, if nothing else. Very, 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 very scary. And probably will be one of the teams to watch, I think, alongside OG perhaps, as to be competing for those for that first overall today. We've got some alliance action on your screen as well. Kind of struggled a little bit, honestly. Hasn't been too sexy so far for these guys. Alongside Wolves, these are the European, I don't want to say European representatives, that's not really accurate, but European organizations that have invested into the Nbpl. And Alliance haven't necessarily had the same amount of success as their European organization brothers in Wolves. Kingzone as well here too, not really having the greatest showing of things. You can see 3.8 average kills, 25% in the top 5, only 17,000 average damage. I mean, when you compare that to a team like Wolves that we just saw, and I know I'm talking about them a lot because I am hyping them up because they are my favorite team. You know, it's like half their damage, man. It's half their damage. It's difficult. It's difficult to finish high. It's difficult to get the points you need and get the kills if you're simply just not putting out the deeps. You need to be able to hurt people to bring them down, and not something these guys have been able to do too much. So we've got a lot of good teams though here today. Some teams that you didn't get to see highlighted. Bowder, for example. They're going to be a lot of fun to watch. Always are. And as a reminder, guys, our first game today will be on the Morris Isles. That's where we started it all, and it's where we're going to start today. But game number 2 and game number 5, we're going to be switching over to the new map onto Holleroff. But that's the future. We've got the present now, and it is a gift. And taking a look at the heroes being locked in for game number 1. I see a lot of Vipers. I see a few transformation comps as well. I see a cheeky little curveball from J-Team though. Do you see that, Dabby?
Oh man, it's a whole lot coming around here as well. Here, it's definitely. I mean, so far it's not necessarily so many insane costs except for the random Cicada though from ZK coming in. I mean, listen, you know, I'm kind of used to it as well, but I ain't that used to it still, even in these situations. But mind you, I'll tell you what I am used to. And that is this map. Meanwhile, in the very center here, it looks like Celestia is not going to be able to see anybody, but all around that left side from Windhow Forest, Cess Winery, Artesian Grove, those very usual suspects places that everybody loves to stay into. All those right side and Pheromos, still side Temple away from Courtyard is also going to see a decent amount of players, but somehow, but even within all of this, Wreckage Plans is probably where the most of these teams are going to be landing for this first game. Very interesting that a lot of people just decided to just kind of group up and head towards the space here. Meanwhile, Jake team trying to dip out of here as Valda's going to be nearby here, and it's a fight on the bridge, ladies and gentlemen, as ZK is going to be able to toss himself out. Decides to dip as far as possible, trying not to get caught in a bad situation, but the rest of the team is going to have to support. Meanwhile, ZK not in the best spot he can be in, as a Takeda, the only solo Takeda of this team, is dangerously low here, and it only takes one hit, and looks like Axio is going to be the one that claims the single Takeda in this game for the first one for JT. Meanwhile, Ego trying to keep it alive here as Balda, the 101, so dangerously low here. It looks like Lee might be able to help finish off that first one. Axio, it looks like he will be able to get the elimination on to that player of Eagle. Eagle will be able to get that one now. It's a 2v1 here. Axio has an opportunity here. They're both dangerously low though, so there is that chance here, but Lee just doesn't even want to give him an opportunity to try to fight this out here, as they will be claiming the first team wipe for our games. As we see the first Yoda email pop up, NPG Sorrow is going to be the first one that's going to be able to throw it down here. He gets some massive hits of damage, and it looks like Wayne is going to help be able to clean this up here. Meanwhile, Sorrow is going to be able to catch up and get the elimination on OC as well, shutting that team down and picking up NPG's Jen.
God, I just love the early games here when we get onto the Morrisal. Like, everyone goes so hammer. You're dropping and you're just scrambling over those loot boxes and just trying to find little bits and pieces, the scraps where you can. And everyone just ends up fighting. It's absolutely beautiful. And if you are one of these teams as well, like it's not just to satisfy my bloodthirst. It's a great time to go aggressive, because you know the risk is kind of low, because if you do die, sure, you lose one of your resurrections. Makes you quite vulnerable. If you die the next time, then you're out it, you're donezo. But the reward is quite high as well, because you can, you know, especially in trios, you can pick up like 3 kills for your team, and they're absolutely sorted. That's beautiful stuff. And a lot of these teams you can see able to do that. J team being one of them, able to pick up the. Oh, excuse me. I think was it Bowder or J? I think it was J team actually. No, it was Bowder. It was Bowder. Ignore me. Able to make that early play as well happen here. As we're seeing Alliance now, Lucky jumping onto Wa. Wa's going to be in a bit of trouble here as well, but just going to go for that transformation should dissuade Alliance from staying on this play. In fact, Q9 are actually going to disengage from this one with all their purple weapons, deciding not to use them and not to go for that fight. Instead, just dipping out here with that monk transformation to spook everyone away, and it's worked for now. Alliance are definitely going to be holding back here, but will they go for the re-engage now that the monk, the LC is going to be falling off here? Maybe this is the time for the re-engage. But speaking of the monk ultis, we got 2 right here. It's Wolves versus KZ. Wolves getting the advantage here. The bloodthirsty Wolves always looking for it, always looking for the plays. One of the highest damage stats from any teams that we have here in the Nbpl, and this is why. Constantly fighting, always looking for those skirmishes, and very often coming out on top, as you're seeing here as well. It's just Rain in a 1v3 versus the Wolves, and I believe the pack is going to be able to take him down. That's going to be that. Wolves picking up 3 kills on that play.
Looks like Ruzu, Bowda, looks like they're going to be able to see their next culprits here. Could be ASE. It looks like they will be able to go in towards the rotation, push in, keep that aggression, and at least get it close in here. Let's see. Meanwhile, Ace doesn't really want too much of this battle here, but Bowda's going to be able to come in and force it. Dagger comes out, going to be able to hit 101 TN here, as Bowda's going to be able to go for the reset. They need to be able to get some eliminations here. If they don't get this finish, Bowda will be the first team that officially is out. So they do need these kills as desperately as possible. Meanwhile, the double Yoda Himeo pops out on both sides. 101 is going to try to see if he can get any type of momentum though. Goes from the top side, is able to hit a massive one right up top here and gets an elimination off of Jin. 101 is going to be able to keep the same momentum and pressure. Meanwhile, the parry comes out and hits a double parry. Don't necessarily know who hit what. And it looks like 101 is going to be able to get the elimination off of Ace. Ace and his full team looks like they will get the team wipe here. Bowda is able to claim their first team wipe.
Nicely done there by Bowda, picking that up. ASC going down, but still in the game. We don't have a single team eliminated just yet. few kills on the board, obviously, but no one's been hard eliminated from the lobby just yet. Although OUG are looking to perhaps change things here. Fighting Wolves, that is going to be the man down, and now the man advantage for OUG. Wolves in a bit of trouble now. Huanfeng and Xiao not long for this world. Xiao falls down. Huanfeng is not long to follow. Beautiful stuff there. OUG making it look very easy, and you can see with the kill board on the left-hand side of your screen here, that's their first kills of this map. MPG leading the charge though with 6. It's their name. Bowder picking up 4, with a lot of teams now tied on 3 as well. All this early aggression with those revives still being up should temper a little bit here, I would expect, as teams start to, those fights have resolved and teams start to move around the map a little bit more here. Instead, XEG, the team we saw on our screens at the beginning of today as our highlighted team, the interview that we saw going, what's his name? Oh my goodness, I'm drawing an absolute blank on his name. But either way, talking about how they had a lot of pressure on them previously in Season 1, with that pressure being lower here in Season 2. But still, you need to get some kills, and they haven't really been able to do that just yet. And instead, they are sitting on a big fat goose egg, as is most of the lobby so far. Not a lot happening so far, though. Just a little bit of chilling, a little bit of fighting. The team's not moving their way around.
Some relaxed vibes, you know? Sometimes that kind of happens, though, within these trios, especially if nobody's really able to go through all of these pushes here. As we look at the roster, though, it looks like NPG will be the leader, though, with those 6 eliminations here. Very strong start for them, though. Definitely one of those starts that you definitely need to be able to really keep the momentum going here, as a Bane's Breath is happening in the very center of XCG. Has this whole space to themselves here. It doesn't look like a team is going to be pushing. Meanwhile, MPG is on the outside looking in, though, and decides not to push in. It's probably the best thing, knowing you don't want to risk those eliminations and end up getting eliminated yourself here. Could be really bad, though, if you're not paying attention. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum coming into this. Now there's so much to be had. So many places, so many things to do. It's gonna be crazy here with everything happening, you know. Meanwhile, EWG is trying to see if they can catch one, and it looks like they find the hands of CXD. Trying not to get caught in a situation, though. YZG is in a bad situation, knowing that they just won. He 3'd Zhao. Zhao needs to be able to back out of this and play this to the best of his ability. Meanwhile, he ends up getting parried, and the Monk comes out inside of this drop here, forcing EWG at this point to just back up, as YZG is able to get the grab, though, but sadly wasn't able to get the throw. He was able to get the first one. Can he grab the second? Stacks them in circle, ends up throwing them down on the ground, and the Wushin is going to be able to take them out and keep them alive yet again.
The Wushin ulti is so good in trios to reset these team fights, especially when obviously they're not going your way. EWG able to make the most out of that one and just dip out of that transform, which was really, really huge there actually from YZG. But they're still on the chase. If they do it, if they're able to catch YZG here, that'll be pretty big. You know, this is one of our better teams here in the lobby. They've done really well recently, and are gonna have a huge target on their backs as far as trying to like beat them to that first spot as this day goes on. EWG, a team we have some expectations for. Honestly, I think kind of disappointed last week. Weren't able to live up to the level, perform at the level that I expected from them. But a good start to the game here for these guys here on this beautiful, I'm gonna say Friday, because Friday for me, Thursday for you, Dabby.
Yeah.
It's all about the plays here for JT. This is a big fight happening as well. We've got AOW, we got ASC, and we've got OC as well, all involved in this fight. That's a big play though, but J-Team, I think they're gonna be able to pin down Ping Tao. Ping Tao is not long for this world. He's caught in the house. Oh my goodness, they say home is where the heart is, and I don't know where his heart is. It's scattered across the Morrisals. He's donezo. They've ripped it out, and they've broken it, shattered. A-Team is going to pick up that scalp and move along with their day.
Even with everything happening, though, J-Team, Lee, and the rest of J-Team popping that bell, seeing if anybody is nearby. Looks like the place is going to be absolutely deserted. Definitely a place where they can be able to get some loot, do what they can here. Meanwhile, AOW is keeping a very close eye on ASE right now, and Gula has other plans here as the Wushin is going to be able to get him out of there as fast as possible. NAD did not want any of that energy, forcing Ghoul to immediately do that. Meanwhile, look at the facts for the Draco Storm here. Provides health restoration, damage reduction to allies, and armor restoration for its armor, creating a storm field around its owner for 20 seconds, striding lightning damage for anyone upon it. Meanwhile, Analai ends up catching 2 with a massive one, and it looks like they will be able to get the eliminations coming in from that one. Massive ulti coming in from Viper, being able to shut that down as well. Insane timing coming in from JDG's Analai. I'll tell you this though, the Viper timing for a lot of these players has been so much more consistent and better than what we have seen. The timing of dropping in with that Viper ult is so important sometimes and so vital, so that way the other teams actually don't have any time to rotate, to try to get somewhere where they get to a bush or behind a tree where they lose the eye of the Viper's eye. Like, there's that type of timing where it gets so well timed that they don't need that. Meanwhile, Mikasa's in a different situation. He is dangerously low and he's heading full speed towards MPG. He needs to be careful here. Does he know that?
They're in a bush, I think.
They're in a bush. They're in a bush, so Mikasa doesn't know that they're there. Oh, man.
I mean, if they knew Mikasa was as low as he is, I think MPG would have pounced right there. But without knowing about the situation of his health and his armor and whatnot, they're just going to let that one pass by them instead. Very fitting name here, the player that you're seeing on your screen, Waiting. Just chilling in that bush with his friends and not going for the aggressive plays. We now swap over to KZ. Reminder, these guys have already fallen down once. If it happens here again, they are done. They're going to get that instant transformation out of Flower on the Tianhai. Just going to have to dip out of this one. But obviously, when you transform, sure, you're a big raid boss. It's pretty spooky stuff. But you've also got a huge hitbox. And there he's just being peppered with all those ranged weapons. They're just shooting him. There's nothing he can do about it. He is going to get stunned up and taken down. EWG picking up the elimination on that one. Easy as you like.
With all of that one coming into it, they still have the time and the opportunity here to really go for a rotation if they really felt like it. Might not necessarily need to, but it still can be, at this point, anyone's game as the circle is closing in here. We're only in circle 2 though, so we still have plenty of time to get towards the next rotations in terms of what we need to do. So now, let's see how these rotations go though towards these next spaces here. Now we're going to be looking at where everything else is going, as there's a massive spike that's happening here as NAD's 40. Looks like he's going to try to catch one with the Yoda He-Man. The Viper ult comes out at a beautiful time. Could be helpful in slowing down the massive hit that it does, as it's going to catch 40 in a bad situation as Lion ends up snatching the elimination here. NAD is going to try to go for the freeze here and tries to see if he can nab another one. Meanwhile, the Viper ult's going to come out. He's going to try to see if he can catch one, and it looks like he will be able to. As, oh no, it looks like it didn't work. Might have lost traction of the eye just in the nick of time. Down and trying to keep his game alive here, as the Wushin is going to try to bring out as much shield towards him as possible. Keep it just a little bit more heals on him as possible. Meanwhile, full team NAD just being chased by a full JDG team, as they will be able to knock out Zhao and get that elimination. NAD's Chaeyoung also trying to do the same thing here. Doesn't want to get them out of Dodge's way here, but it's not looking good, as he will get claimed by Yeron. Yeron is going to keep the same momentum, and just like that, EWG's a full team is going to be 1v3ing this one man. Try to see if he can keep it alive here, but the Wushin is going to take him out. And he will be able to get out of Dodge's way in just the nick of time.
Yeah, but he's in the circle now. I don't know, this is tough. EWG, they don't want to let him go. They definitely want to keep hunting him down, and they're going to try for it. Chaeyoung is the last member alive for NAD, and if he dies, they get eliminated here. So he's just looking like, I don't know, he's trying to stabilize as best he can in the circle and disincentivize the chase there, because, you know, obviously you don't really want to chase into the circle if you can help it. But I don't know, he's looking like it's going to be tough for him to be able to find some success here. Either way, we're swapping over here. Champion from ASC versus JDG. JDG again, everyone's in the circle, man. It's an opposite day, right? The circle is still a bad place to be. Why is everyone standing in the circle? Everywhere we swap, it's just circle, circle, circle. Of course, early on in this game, circle doesn't do a huge amount of damage to you. It's really not the end of the world if you decide to sit in it. But another team that decides to play in the circle is Wolves and OUG. That is Wolves eliminated as well. Our first team here, the first game of the day. Finally, 13 minutes on the clock. We have a team that's completely eliminated. That took some time, and it is Wolves, despite all of their aggression, able to find some kills early, and we saw their statistics as well. The percentage of these guys finishing top 5 is, I think they're like 3rd overall. They're a pretty good team. They're a pretty good team, but they're exceptionally aggressive, and if you pick the wrong target, sometimes you can bite off more than you can chew, and OUG just happened to be that this game for the Wolves, bringing them down. NAD are going to be joining them as well, waiting for this next game. As now OUG, the Slayers of the Wolves, have found themselves a new victim. It's EWG, but ASC are also on the horizon. The Wu channel is just going to come through, get that reset. Ooh, I don't think OUG No Kingzone are hiding in that building there. You can see him on your screen, but no one else can.
Boy.
I think it's just going to be chill. Oh, they could pounce at any moment, then this could be tense. This could be tense. ASC though, gonna find themselves a fight against AOW as EWG are coming through for the 3rd party, and this could be painful here because everyone is low on your screen. AOW and ASC are both gonna, yeah, okay, it's the Wu Chen. It's the Wu Chen ulti. Never mind.
sound
ASC
so
are gonna get
disappointed.
eliminated though. I mean,
so disappointed. You sound so. You sound
I was
so
here for it,
disappointed when
man.
you said that. You said that, and you said, "Oh, it's just a Wushin." You sound like that was such a letdown.
I was let down, man. I was here. It just, yeah. Wu Chen just, he just saves the day. I don't want people to get saved. I want them to die. I want violence always.
I want violence. I want action. It's one of those things where even within that timing, though, it still can be pretty insane with everything going on here. Meanwhile, it looks like J-Team looks like he's going to claim another elimination here for OC's 28. Trying to work at it as best as possible here. Looks like they found it. They found what they wanted. Even with that, it's going to be able to knock it out and do a fantastic job with it. Nice job and a nice look, though, as J-Team will be able to claim their 6th elimination. 7.1 kills. 7.1 points, 6 eliminations. Good start on the board here. Meanwhile, OUG is up top with 7. ASC, Wolves, OC, and NAD are officially eliminated here, but still, it really can be anybody's game. MPG has been looking well. They've been keeping their same aggression. They still have a full team readily available and still fighting. Their J team and the single Takeda that we talk about is still there as well. So there's still a lot. There's still a lot to be had. Still a lot of options here.
Absolutely. Absolutely all to play for as well. With ASC getting eliminated early, that is one of our higher kill just falling down here. So higher places all up for grabs as we're going to get a big fight here. Q9 versus MPG versus JDG. Bit of a reset coming through, but Lion TT is going to get caught out. He is going to fall. He is dead. Picking up a little bit of loot from his body is Q9 as they keep approaching the rest of the map here because that circle is closing in. Got to be careful, of course, as you're running away from the circle. You could be running into danger. And OUG right in front of them. They are spotted out, though. Of course, Q9 know that they're there. You know, MPP Alliance is coming through now as well. Bowder is here. Kingzone is here. Oh my goodness, all the teams are just converging on this point. Gotta have respect. Gotta be careful. J-Team being our top kill eliminators, by the way, is crazy stuff for our first game. This is a team that's, I mean, we have high expectations for J-Team. They've done a lot of good stuff in the past, their previous winners, but they've really been able to bring it out in Season 2 so far. But this is a great start for them here in game number 1. Although I said that and I may have just jinxed them because AAW is going to bring down a member of the J-Team. That's going to leave them with just 2 players standing, and it is, I believe, the Takeda has fallen down, so be a bit careful now. 2 players is certainly not a position where you want to be in at this point at J-Team. If you get eliminated early, it doesn't matter if you've got all these kills, man, it doesn't matter at all. You're donezo, you're screwed, and holy moly, speaking of screwed, Anlai, yeah, he's fed to the dogs. He's
You're donezo, you're finished.
He's out.
Finessed, finished, bye, done, capiche, finished. Finesse, fin, end of story. Bye-bye. Meanwhile, Eagle looks like he wants to get a little bit of action as well here, knowing that they are missing a ZK. Dangerously so close to the next one, though. They definitely have to pay attention to that. Could be not that great, though. To be able to pay attention, but there's still more of it to be looked at. Let's see if they can go for the rotation, though. See how much time it's going to take for them to be able to work it. Meanwhile, Still more of it as waiting. Looks like they were also waiting as well, but decides not to. As they're going to be able to back out and play this for the best as possible here. Meanwhile, Q9 LXY is able to snatch the elimination away. It looks like he does it again. Meanwhile, Q is just trying to see if they can stay alive here, trying to snatch up any of the purple and or extra weapons that they can. LWH is going to be able to get out of harm's way. Yeron also was in towards this fight as well, as there's so much to be had here up top on this side of the cliff. Meanwhile, Q9 looks like Q9 is going to be able to find him, but the rest of the team and Wushin is going to be able to dip them out of there as fast as possible. That Wushin just so important to use for a getaway. They've been doing such a good job with it so far. Still be able to keep that same momentum though, but boy, they have been getting out of situations as much as possible here.
I think it's really good into the transformer comps as well. As soon as you see those transforms come down, it's a very telegraphed engage for those teams. So then you just pop your disengage with the Wu Chen ulti. Seems to work out pretty well. And we see a lot of these transformer comps here in trios. Very powerful stuff, especially as that circle closes in. And we get to the smaller and smaller areas towards the late side of the game where those big transformers come in clutch and there's not a lot of room to operate. You can't run away from them and it's difficult. Transformers come in big. But you've got to survive until that point. As we're seeing Kingzone here trying to do just that. The Terracotta Warrior transform is open, but it's just for a defensive show. Nothing too sexy. Going to be running away with that. Not looking for the fight. Doesn't fancy that one. Instead, just trying to survive as best he can. And Rain is going to be able to scale this wall alongside his friend and see what's going on up here. Although he's struggling a little bit to get up, but that's cool. He's just hovering around here. XCG just trying out the cannons. This is the point, guys. With 6 minutes left in the game, but a lot of cannon fire will be going through here. A lot of range stuff. No one wants to dedicate for the fight. If you do, there's a great chance you get third partied because the zone is so small. All the players, all the teams are in close proximity. Go for an engage, you are going to get collapsed on by someone else, almost guaranteed. So instead, just throw out your ranged weapons. You chip down, I should say, chip down some damage. Try and get some utility out from your opponents. Try and get their armor down a little bit, so that when you go for those dedications, you are in a better spot. Big surprise for me though, YZG, you can see with 0 kills to their name. And it's just the one member alive, going for as high a finish as he can. I can't imagine he'll be able to do too much aside from that. Just try and get some points with a good finish. As OUG here now getting poked out. We can see with the ranged weapons, it's all happening. Forced to pop the Viper ulti. No one's able to capitalize and just instead gonna reset inside one of those shacks.
Even with that Bauda up top, though, they actually are dancing on the edges here. Meanwhile, Gua is going to be able to see some people inside here. He's going to use that cannon to try to create some of that damage and get some of those shield down. Meanwhile, the Wushin on the inside is going to be able to keep that shield up nice and high for the team here, as there's still so much to be had. And the circle is starting to close in little by little by little. Just going to have to be able to sense it correctly, though. Meanwhile, on the inside here, EWG decide they want to push in, and they're going to force it as they do get the elimination on QGG. YZG sadly getting eliminated with that last player, trying to keep it alive here, but Bauda has some other stories to tell, as they will be able to push in, use that Yorihime and try to see if they can do something, but it looks like Bauda will be able to push them right back towards the top of the tower just to be able to get that spread and try not to get caught in a bad situation here. Meanwhile, AEW looks like they're going to be able to push and get an elimination off of EWG's Yeron. Seeing that on the far left corner, people were paying attention. Still, and so much spread with even the cannons. I'm telling you, the cannon has been such a detriment to a lot of these teams here. Meanwhile, the massive Viper comes in. Don't necessarily know. It looks like it could have been from the inside here, as it looks like everybody else is going to be able to safe up top here, but Pingtao wants to be able to switch this up here. It looks like he is going to force this and push them on the inside here. He is able to get the stun, and this could be massive for AOW, but not as bad as Pingtao, who's getting absolutely lit up on the inside, and does get eliminated by Bauda's 101. Pushing in, slowly being so dangerous and low here, and it looks like somebody's shooting a cannon directly through the small windows, and it looks like it's getting massive damage as Lucky gets the elimination off of Bauda's Riku. from the inside. The placement for these cannon shots have been so incredible. Oh my goodness, I'm seeing Kobe after Kobe after Kobe come in. Rest in peace to the Black Mamba. Meanwhile, Cuckoo's trying not to get caught by the grab here as Gua will be able to throw it down, but it looks like it's not going to be too late as Cuckoo gets eliminated by Q9's Gua with an open hand from the massive Monk ult. Still going through the rotations. We have 9 eliminations, 18 in total, solidifying between J-Team and OUG. 14 eliminations between Bauda and Q9. 7 eliminations to Pop and NPG with 6 kills. It really is still anybody's game here. They've been keeping their game comp so well, and the momentum has been very, very high for all of these teams. Whereas NPG, sadly, will be the one that gets cut short in this first game, but we still have 5 more to go. So good start, 5th place for them. Actually, not 5th place, could be potentially more, but as of right now, Alliance, XCG, and KZ, I don't think they're even going to have an opportunity to even try to see if they can get something here. It looks like they're going to be very, very low when it comes to it, but we're seeing, I mean, just massive damage coming in, and this team does not want to leave this corner hut inside of the circle. Meanwhile, KZ's Rain trying to see if he can create some damage with a massive Terracotta Warrior. Trying to see if he can do anything here. Ends up dropping and surprising an entirely new team. And it looks like he's going to create that damage and try to separate it as much as possible here. It's going to go right back up top. Watch it. I don't even think KZ and them understand that Bauda's inside of that hut. They're going to be able to rotate this out and surprise a team. I don't think Alliance or even KZ is actually ready for them to come out, as Bauda's going to be able to go for the rotation. Bauda comes in with a very surprise peek. As I said before, I don't think they're going to be ready, as 101 will be getting some massive damage with that. But it looks like Mumbai is so close to being almost down, but it looks like he's still alive as Rizu is going to get the elimination off of Alliance's Lucky. Ruza trying to see what he can do here with a massive stun, but it looks like the stun worked, but not in the nick of time, as Ruza is going to get the elimination off of Mubai from a Team Alliance. OUG's Double S trying to see what he can do, and ends up sadly getting grabbed by, looks like XCG Soundin. As Double S ends up getting absolutely thrown down to the grab. The swipes come through from the massive Monk. Oh, and he ends up grabbing the Double S and ends up throwing it down. He is able to get that elimination and claim it. Is he going to be able to get the double? He gives another from Zinyu. Question is, can he get another? It doesn't matter, because he will be able to throw that down and get a 2-piece, exactly what he needs. XCG finally claiming some eliminations and getting 5 eliminations. Currently they were at 2 when I said this not 3 minutes ago, and now they have 5 eliminations to their name and 6 teams alive still within this final placement. J-Team, Bauda, Q9, XCG, and Alliance. Q9 trying to hold it as best as possible. J-Team is still in the middle of their fight, trying not to get caught in a bad situation. Alliance's mentality is by himself, down low, just trying to survive and hold off for as long as possible. Q9 is also by himself. That's at least LWX, but they're deciding not to push. I'm very surprised here. Meanwhile, XCG's up top, holding off as best as possible. Rizu's on the inside in a small little corner. He's going to need to leave that space. Otherwise, that circle tick is going to create massive damage for him. It's not looking good, as everybody else is going to go through the massive spread, and the Viper ult comes out at probably the best time. Both Vipers pop it at the same time. The question is, who's going to get it? And it looks like Rizu is not the one that's going to get it claimed. It looks like the other one is going to be able to do it, as Lee is going to get a massive damage kill from NiHQ. Eagle clutches it up from Q9 and shuts it down for them as well, as Mentality is able to take it away from Lee. Mentality is so dangerously low, and he gets the elimination for the last kill. Team Alliance able to clutch it up, but as of right now, it doesn't look like they will be winning this one, as it looks like J-Team, Lee, ZK, and Eagle claim the first game for our trios.
Wow, what a first game there for J-Team. Perfectly played. Getting the great early game aggression and finishing off with a high finish as well. Beautiful stuff. That final circle was absolutely hectic. It was completely nutty. I'm surprised though, you know, with Alliance being able to pull out a high finish, that's good for them. This is a team that have been struggling a little bit, so being able to get some high points. Very good stuff. YZG as well, another team that surprised me on this one for the opposite reason. I don't think they got a single elimination or anything like that. They fell down very, very early, and then it was just one member of the team just trying to finish as high as possible by playing stealthily. A lot of good stuff though. XCG as well in that final cycle, almost able to touch out. They're the only team with 3 people alive out of like 5 teams left. And as you mentioned as well, they had 0 elims going into like 4 minutes left in the game, and I believe they finished at like 5 or 6. They really, really did just turn it on for the last part of that game. But you know, it's not enough just to be turning on at one point. You got to go for the whole game. And J Team, that's a team that were able to bring it on more frequently. You know, in that early on specifically as well, they're able to make some sick plays, and they're gonna come out on top. I'm curious to see what the overall points do look like for that one, and whether or not this is going to be a trend that continues for the rest of the day.
I mean, towards that final ending circle, they had 17.4 points. So regardless, we are seeing 20 plus points coming in from J Team. We might even see 20 at least, or it's slightly under that for our second place finish as well, because when we came up to see them, they were also within that close vicinity here of the same eliminations as J Team did. J Team really kept that same momentum throughout the rest of it here. The fact that Mentality was still able to clutch that round though with just the skin of their teeth was actually pretty impressive, knowing that they still have the Terracotta Warrior. I don't necessarily know how low the actual like human phase of it is, but knowing that they could have got eliminated was also massive. But J Team with nothing but smiles, clutching that up for the first game here. Man, wow, just nothing but just beauty coming in from that first game here. J Team really surprising the rest of these teams and going, hey, we're still here to make some magic happen here, and go, yo, we're here to shut it down. And clearly J Team did.
Yeah, J Team really were impressive in that one. I liked how they were playing it out before that final circle, which is the final circle itself was great, but the way that they started the game was quite aggressive, being able to win a fight against Bowder, which is not easy to do, honestly. Bowder is one of our better teams as well, especially individually speaking. The actual talent that the players on that team have, it's not easy to win those early fights against them, but they were able to do that, and that really set the pace for the rest of them in that game, able to pick up the eliminations as they went through and still finish pretty highly, giving them that MVP at the end of game one. And of course, going into game two, we're swapping maps now, so it's going to be kind of hard to keep up that rhythm, that momentum, right? We're going on to Holoroth, so a lot of things could change. And for J Team, you're just hoping you're able to bring out a similar amount of success, even when we are traveling. You know, we're not working from home anymore. We're now going back to the office, and we're going to be on Holoroth. So it's what I just love about it.
We're headed to Holoroth. We got to get on the boat to get ready to head towards Holoroth, because, you know, me and Rune were doing this before. We had the whole boat thing. We had to figure that out. We had to be able to put that together. And so now we got to, you know, head back there as well here towards Holoroth. It's going to be a long boat ride, but it's okay. We'll be traveling throughout the commercial break here. As, man, that first game was pretty good. That was actually pretty exciting. So now, once we go back, now we're headed to Holoroth. Holoroth is a different story. Holoroth is a different playmaker. And I'm excited to see how that necessarily goes for these other ones here as we look at the top of the leaderboard here. Like I said before, I was right. This was a 20-plus game.
Yeah.
15 eliminations coming in from J Team, 27 points. Massive start for J Team. Now let's hope that they keep this same momentum for the rest of tonight. We really have seen massive explosions come in, but it just seems like it's more of the bad luck when you have that first starting game, and then the rest of it you just kind of struggle throughout the rest of the night. So let's hope that J Team really do keep that same consistency for these next games that we're going to be seeing after game one.
Yeah, you don't want to peak too soon. You got a lot of games to play. 6 games in total, 5 more here. This is only game number 1. Very good stuff though for J Team. There's no sniffing at getting a 27 score to start your day off. That's certainly very good. We'll see. Like, they have to be able to keep it up though. They can't. It's not enough. It's not enough just to have one good game. You've got to be consistent going through. Bowder coming through second here as well was a little bit surprising for me. I didn't. Yeah, I just think honestly, like Bowder and Alliance here did really well overall, and they're going to claim our second and third spots here. MVP of game number 1, however, is going to be Lee from J Team. A little bit low in the damage totals here, but still overall a very good team display for these guys. Able to pick up that 15 kills. And obviously, this was their Viper player, and what's more of a team player than the Viper? Able to get that AoE stun down and all that lovely business. A lot of CC and disruption for his team to pick up those kills. 7 kills and 6 assists. 13 out of 15. Very nice stuff here from Lee, and he is going to be your game 1 MVP.
I mean, Lee just really kind of creating and creating that crowd control as much as possible throughout that close circle here. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you, that team rarely left that cliff. And it's funny, though, because in the end of that final circle here, it didn't look like it was going to end there. It looked like he was definitely pushing everybody off of that cliff, at least from what it seemed like. So I was very surprised that it ended up actually pushing back towards like where that top cliff was, because for a while there, I thought everybody was gonna have to jump off the cliff. It was gonna be a lot more of like a vertical type play, but then somehow it just ended up staying right there where it needed to be. And even for me, I was very surprised by that one. And speaking of surprise, we got to get on the boat. So while we got on the boat and head to Holler Off, we're going to send it over to our fantastic interviewer, and she's got somebody y'all gonna need to talk to. Come on, Foxtrot, we got to go. We only got so much time.
Thank you, our two casters, and this is post-game interview, and this is Yeager, and welcome to the post-game interview. Today, we are very glad to invite ZK to our interview room and let him say hello to our audience. Hello， 欢迎 ZK， 先和我们观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 Go Team 的 ZK。
好的，再次欢迎你，恭喜你们在刚才这把比赛获得了最高分。So I'm very glad to standing here with ZK and congratulations that their team get the higher score in the game 1. And today I saw you guys choose the hero combo, which is the Viper, Takada, and Timuch. So I think that we didn't see this hero combo before in the game, so I would like to know how you guys consider this hero combo. 那首先要再次恭喜你们刚才获得了最高分嘛。那我们其实今天看到你们用的这个阵容啊，是这个宁红叶和武田还有这个特木尔。然后其实我们好像之前在比赛当中是不是没有看到过这个阵容？
之前有上过
啊，之前有上过。那我想问一下，你们团队是怎么去考量这个阵容，然后怎么想去打的一个整个输出和伤害呢？
这阵容打架能力其实挺强的，因为有沙男在的话，打红藤刀其实挺厉害的。
是的。
然后武田红叶的话，打那个双变又挺厉害吧，打个阵容其实不是很怕，就是唯一一个就是撤场嘛，就打团的时候不能打太上头，所以大家理智一点，就留个撤场。
好的。So actually, in this time, we consider this hero combo because it's really strong, and like 3 people of us, all the 3 heroes all can fight with the opponent, and like Timuch can fight with the like Viper and Yudu, and also the Viper and Takada, they like cooperate together, they can fight with the double transformer. So we think this hero combo together, they are very strong, and this hero combo also like appear in the game before. Okay, so also the only weakness is that it's hard to escape. So we have to be very pay attention when we are fighting with each other. Okay, so today we saw you use the hero, which is the Takada, and I would like to know how you comment on this hero in the Trios game, and like you think for the Takada, so which weapon is most fit to the Takada? 那我也看到，其实今天你用的这个英雄是武田嘛，然后我想问一下 ZK 自己怎么评价武田目前在3排当中的一个表现，以及你觉得武田配合怎么样的武器是最适合的？
我觉得武田在3排当中表现还挺好的，就有大招的时候挺强势的，就给队友拆火啊什么的都特别及时。因为他的大招的那个范围很广，特别是金色大招以后。然后武田在3排的话，用扩刀或者双刀吧，特别是有铁马长虹的时候，基本就是。你 F 一下，别人就吃一个蓄力，100%吃的。
用技能配合你的武器一起。
对。
Okay, so actually for nowadays, I think Takada is really strong hero in the Trios game, and I think the most fitness weapon is like the dual blades and also the great walls, and especially the Carol Blom. It's very strong with the skill of the Takada. Also because why I think Takada is very strong in the Trios game, it can help my teammates like avoid being assisted by the opponent, so it's very strong in the Trios game. Okay, so today we also saw that like you guys are really strong in assisting the opponent, like when the beginning and the middle time of the game, and like your team's lead like find a opponent from the other team just left behind, and you guys just came out and focus on him together. So I would like to know how you communicate at that time. 那我们也知道你们队伍其实今天的集火能力是非常的强，特别是在前中期的时候，我有看到李就是 你们团队一起上去，然后就是他可能打的一个比较先手，然后去帮助你们去收掉了这个独狼。想问一下，当时你们队内是怎么样沟通，可以这么迅速的做一个集火？
但是就是别离踢到那些场边以后，他们技能开不出来嘛，然后就让他们2个人打白刀，1个人出蓄力嘛。因为武田在的话不怕他正刀，因为他正刀我是可以顶的，所以就蓄力出的很快。就集火打得很快，对面也开不出技能，就只能挨打。
好的 ，so our team is very good at like assisting on opponent because like Lee who is using the Viper, so he can kick the opponent and then we just go on. And 2 of us use the common attack and 1 use the blue focus attack because we have Takada in the team, so we are not afraid of using the blue focus attack. So that's why we can be very strong in the assistant on the opponent. OK， 谢谢扎克接受我们今天的采访，再次恭喜你们。Thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Oh, now that we're finally here, we finally made it. We're here at Holleroff. It's cold. It's a little. I should have brought my hoodie. I keep getting to bring my hoodie. I'm not. Chat, remind me to get a hoodie when we go back to Holleroff in Game 5. Okay, I'm gonna have a hoodie on for Game 5 because it's cold out here. A lot more sand. There's a lot more snow here on this map as we're gonna lock in. Welcome guys to Naraka Blade Point Pro League Season 2. I'm your host, Dabier, and I'm accompanied by Fox Drop. The drop of the foxes. I'm gonna find something. Something's gonna click. Something is going to click, and it's gonna stick. But as of right now, I gotta find it. I gotta experiment. So I'm gonna get something wrong. It might not sound right, but somehow I'm gonna figure it out. But I want to also give you guys the thing too. The original schedule of matches bi-weekly is day 3 to 5. The day 8 has been moved to October 4th through the 7th. Just to let you guys know kind of what's going on here, so that way you guys don't be all confused and everything. You got to keep everything in line, especially with you guys in chat. Thank you guys for joining us and showing us more love than ever before. So we're gonna get ready to lock in for game 2 here for trios. First game was pretty insane. A lot of stuff happening. A lot of the usual alts that we usually see. But now here comes that switch up, right? So the last time we were doing a lot of the trios was 2 on Morris Isle. Then we go game 3 to Holoroth. Now we're going straight from game 1 Morris, game 2 Holoroth. So now that switch up, right? Talked about it before, and we said it before. That comfortability. Nobody's comfortable. You gotta keep them on edge. You gotta keep them sustained. You gotta keep them going. So now I'm excited to see how these teams are gonna be able to put this together, knowing that we have to play a different comp. As I talk about it over and over again with Rune says that it's not necessarily the best to have the Monk comp in the new map for Holoroth. Still, certain sections and certain places for final maps are very beneficial when it comes to it, but that's the risk that you're willing to take when you use the Monk. But the one thing that is always very, very much required when it comes to this is a Wushin. You have to have a Wushin on your team. And that is pretty much the most vital hero that you can pick when it comes to playing on Holoroth. Fuck that.
Yes.
Thoughts, excitement, ideas for game 2 for Holoroth.
Every time I've seen Holoroth, we've seen some bloodthirsty action that makes me very, very happy. I do think the meta changes a little bit, as you were saying about what Rune was saying. The compositions changed a whole lot, to be honest. There's not a lot of transformer comps. You know, the monks and the Wei Shens just don't not Wei Shen. Excuse me. Yes, it is Wei Shen. Sorry, I'm getting Wu Chen and Wei Shen mixed up. The Terracotta Warrior guy, Wei Shen, gets his he gets put in the bin a little bit because teams just don't value it that much, you know. And it is, playing for that last circle, you want open spaces to make these team comps work, and there's just not a lot of open space on the new map. When that circle goes down, there's a lot of terrain, there's a lot of buildings. It can be really hard to make that one work, and there's a lot of upper level and then under or lower level as well. And getting to that point can be difficult because a lot of teams are playing for the extra loot that you see on the map as well. There's a few more puzzles to do, and you can be rewarded for succeeding in those puzzles with some really sick loot. There's that red armor that's available if you are able to complete the statue, spinning the statues around. I haven't personally seen that one just yet. It's obviously quite rare, but regardless, if it's not red armor, you're still going to get some legendary stuff out of it, which is crazy in and of itself. And when you've got that gear to kind of contest over, you want to have teams that can skirmish. You want to have heroes that can really bring the pain. Not just in the late game, but in the early game, so you can contest those treasures and not just instantly concede everything up to your opponents, who will then get that huge lead on you and screw you over before you can even get to the final circle. So yeah, a lot of mixing things up. I do expect, as you mentioned, Wu Chen, who has kind of risen in priority a little bit in popularity in general in both maps, but most likely we will see him here on Holoroth. Takeda is a champion that massively increases in popularity on this map compared to the Morris Isle. And speaking of Takeda, J-Team were the only team who ran Takeda in our last game, and they won. So oftentimes we actually see that. We see that the team that wins a map will influence the heroes chosen in the next map by the other teams. Especially if it's a unique pick, we've seen it with something like maybe a Justina and a Matari, these kind of champions. And I have absolutely no doubt, especially as we move on to Holoroth, that J-Team's Takeda performance is going to influence that. And we'll see a lot of Takedas being locked down here in this match.
Let alone that first game. I mean, did you see the stats for J-Team coming out from that very first game? I mean, oh my goodness, there was still so much potential coming in from J-Team, but seeing that first comp though was it wildly impressive, absolutely wildly impressive, coming in to that as well. So obviously seeing the 6.1 average kills, 30,000 damage, and 32% in the top 5.
Yeah, AOW always really good. Another aggressive team, really good at making the fighting happen on the map. But unfortunately for them, they rarely finish high. I often see them get eliminated quite early on, which is not conducive for a successful strategy if you are looking to combine high kills with those multipliers. And but AOW, last time I was here last week, again, it was a team that I had my eyes on, just didn't really perform. Weren't really that good at it. Were a bit disappointing overall. We'll see if they can change their fates around today. XCG on your screen as well. Another team that we're kind of keeping our eyes on a little bit, like kind of middle of the pack type team. Not too good in season 1 of the Nbpl, but definitely trending in the right direction here in season 2. A lot better. And we saw in that game number 1, you know, they made it to the final circle. I think they were in a good position to actually take it all, you know, like they were a team, like they didn't have any eliminations, but in that, you know, as the game started coming to a close, they suddenly got like, I think they finished on like 5 or 7 or something. Like they just got all their kills at the end of the game. They were the only team left with all their members alive, but they weren't quite able to bring it out. So I'm hoping that they're gonna be able to kind of maybe change that around here for Holoroth. But either way, we're almost in our next game. We'll be with you soon. But just before we do, we've got some more things to entertain you with. We'll have a cheeky little video.
就我们训练赛一直都打得挺好的，就一到正赛，就训练赛的东西用不出来了，然后也变得不敢打了，是一方面，打不过，还有就正赛我也不知道是压力还是什么，就到正赛之后发现很多时候我们太过于怂，然后导致没有分，所以我们状态也一直起起伏伏的。最近就教练也强制要求嘛，就我们就是自爆队就爆，死了能拿1分就是1分，别想着什么继续苟进前3什么的那些，就放开打嘛。今天状态很好，就基本没有操作失误、技能失误，再加上今天运气也不错，所以就给第2拉开了很大的分差。
Looks like even with all of that still, I mean, you still got to keep that momentum and the vibes very, very high here, even if, I mean, there's still so much to be had for these games. And obviously, like I said, we're still here and we're still going to be excited here. Now we're going through the whole thing and now we're seeing a new prediction on whether or not Takeda team can win the game, because Takeda definitely has become kind of a favorite for these games, especially in Holoroth here. So it's going to be interesting to see how they put that together. And I think that's going to be interesting to see where the rest of this goes, honestly.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of comps. I would expect to see most teams slapping in that Takeda. I think you chuck in a Wu Chen as well there, and that'll be all sorted stuff. Pretty standard composition for a lot of these teams. Generally, would not be surprised to see like over half the teams go for a Takeda here. Get that one down while you can. It's really, really good on this map, and like, going for those skirmishes and stuff like that as the game goes on, and looking for those treasures and just trying to steamroll your way through the lobby early on. Some teams here that obviously there's teams competing today. Some teams that I'm keeping my eyes on as we go into game number 2, looking for potentially redemption here is YZG, arguably our best team here. Finished last in game number 1. Very surprising stuff for them. J-Team are obviously a team that want to replicate their success from game 1, a team that haven't necessarily seen a massive amount in general. And honestly, I'm surprised here. There is not a lot of Takeda here. We see 2 Takedas coming through in total from the entire lobby. Still a lot of transform comps as well. A few Mataris slapping about here and there. But not a massive amount of things here. What's this? With NAD throwing a bit of a curveball on their composition as well.
Even with this comp though, I mean, woo! Surprised not to see a lot of Takedas here, but I mean, wow, I'm seeing more tumultuous in this space than I do. I think almost every other team has a tumult except for at least 2 or 3. I'm surprised I'm not seeing a lot of Wushins either. I am seeing some Wushins, but way more. Terracotta is definitely going to be running wreck savage on this game. Harris Ballard is going to be the only. No, XCG, not AHQ, and Riza are also going to be the ones that help claim it too, as we're going to be able to lock in for our game 2 on our new map for Holoroth. As you're looking on J-Team, going to be able to push this in. See what they can do and keep the same magic happening, though, as they will be able to push this in. You love to see the amount of momentum coming in from around this space here. But ladies and gentlemen, let's see what can happen here and just go ahead and have some fun here. This is where a good amount of action comes into play, as it looks like we're going to be able to see more of the spread come in and out. See if they can figure out what is next towards these areas. Meanwhile, YZG is going to push in on Bauda. Bauda is going to be able to do a massive shutdown here with that parry, but it looks like Xiao is going to get a nice little bit of damage on himself, as Bauda will be able to claim at least an elimination. OC claims one on KZ's range, but CXZ claims one on Bauda. Rizu, AOW getting eliminated by NiHQ and Q9 somewhere. I'm curious to see where that is.
Oof.
Even with that one, though, that's still actually pretty impressive, though, as JT's Eagle trying to see what they can do with the third party, and coming in from another place as JT's Eagle is going to be able to claim Bauda's one-on-one. Not looking good, as Daxio is going to get hit in a bad situation. So many blades and daggers coming in on different areas here. Meanwhile, YZG's Xiao dangerously low here, but almost getting claimed, though, by that small little sand tornado. Meanwhile, the space coming in with the bell. Gonna be able to shut it down here. Nice little ties to be able to figure this out here, as Zhao is gonna be able to work towards it as best as possible here, as he's gonna force the monk ult to come out. He has to, knowing that he's still dangerously low, but he says, oh boy, where are you coming from, boy? You better get over here, let me get that grab. And he gets two, and he gets the throw down. As YZG is gonna be able to claim one. He couldn't claim the other, but here comes the monk to monk fight smackdown, as Eagle is dangerously low, and as he smacks him right there, and he does get the monk elimination. We haven't seen a monk fight where one gets eliminated, I don't even think ever. That might have been the first claim that we've seen.
That big difference there was just which monk got their ult up first. It was YZG's monk able to transform first, and then look at these guys, 5 kills already, man. They got 0 kills in the first game and 5 already. Brilliant start for these guys. JT unfortunately falling down to them in that skirmish. There's so much fighting here as all these teams have just landed on top of each other. There's so many third-partying as well. ASE coming out on top of this fight here. Now that kills leader, but it looks like Wolves has found them, spotted them out, and Wolves have 1 kill as a good snipe from Xiao onto Jin with the ranged weapon, able to pick him down. ASE not able to fully reset and get the shield back up, get the healing back up, and so very vulnerable right here, just trying to run away as best they can, but I'm not sure it's going to be working for them. Instead, champion is falling as well. Just Alex alive from ASE, and it's not the Wolves here that are making his life a living hell. It is OC, excuse me. It is OC doing it. This is, mate, it's third parties after third parties after third parties, and this is the difficulty here. On Holoros specifically, you find teams jumping together and like landing in the same zones, and then just so much fighting happens early, and it's never just that 3 versus 3. There's always someone else coming into it. A great parry here from Huangfeng as Wolves are now fighting OC. Wolves finding themselves the first kill as well. That's 28 HH gone down, and looking for even more as SS as well. Looks like he's a little bit low, but with the transform here from Wolves, the Terracotta Warrior, I don't think Wolves will be able to lose this one. OUG has joined the fight, however. Excuse me, that's another one joining here. We've got another transformation and another one. We've got the Monk, we've got the Terracotta Warriors, we've got everything going through right here. All these teams are transforming, trying to succeed in these early skirmishes, trying to pick up these early kills. These early kills are easy to get. Low risk, high rewards. If you die, it's fine, just get revived. Yeah, you just get revived, bro. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Not a problem.
I love it. I love that momentum coming into it. Sometimes you just never necessarily know here with everything happening. It still can be anybody's game, though, realistically. Even with everything coming into it, you never exactly know where they're going to be able to rotate and put these spaces together. But still, it really can be anybody's game. Let's see if they can follow suit and figure it out towards the rest. As now, they will be able to go through with this space. It looks like LWH still pushing it in. LXY with that Yonic email, trying to see if maybe they can nab somebody here, but it looks like they're just a little bit too far, and they will be able to go for that cancel. But it looks like they will be able to push in and go for it and get that elimination, though, as LWHs will be able to go for that Viper, but it doesn't matter, though. They're just going to pin him towards the corner and shut it down. OC01 gets eliminated. Meanwhile, Q9 decides to join in on the action. for OUG. Actually, never mind, excuse me. OUG decides to join in on the action as Wade coming in with that bell. So many of the whoosh and shields coming in just to try to support the team. Meanwhile, Mikasa getting some massive damage with those dual blades, a very massive, helpful weapon. Try to get a massive amount of damage coming in as OUG will be able to push in here. Gua in a bad situation, dangerously hit, but it looks like Double S is going to be able to claim that one. Alex trying to see if he can claim something, but it doesn't look like he is able to get the freeze, but Wade is able to throw down the massive Monk ult coming in. Question is, can he get the grab? It doesn't look like his Jin is successfully going to be able to get away. Woo! Jin got lucky.
That was a strange transformation, though, from Wade. I'm a bit surprised he decided to go for that one. Jin was obviously not in a position where he was going to put much threat down to his team. Maybe he just wanted to lock him down before he could dash away with Justina ulti, which kind of makes sense. You know, the Arctic Wraith is definitely makes her very, very slippery. It doesn't work out, however, and just not going to get anything out of that one. Just forced to go into the early retreat of the transformation. Not getting a lot of value out of that, but take a look at our kill totals here, guys, on the left-hand side of the screen. Absolutely nutty stuff so far. We do have a team eliminated. MPG, they're out. They're sitting in the lobby waiting for the next game. They're already on the boat back to the Moros Isle, while everyone else is still having fun here on the Holoroth. You didn't bring a hoodie with you to the cold parts of the region. What about this? Like, what about Rain? He's shirtless. You complaining about not having a hoodie? This man's not wearing any clothes at all. It's just bare skin. Out against the snow and the cold and the chill. I don't know about that one. Honestly, as it approaches October, it's October tomorrow. Oh my goodness, where did the time go? And I'm already feeling that here in England. It's getting a little bit nippy. And I do not like it. I do not like the nippiness. I prefer the warmth, but we're certainly not getting a lot of that. Not here in England and not here in Holoroth either. We're seeing all these teams fighting around the snowy areas of the map. NAD trying to find their way onto King Zone. Instead, we're just going to be dancing around a little bit, not too much action happening instead. Q9 sitting at 11 kills, OUG, ASC both tied at 7. 20 minutes left on the clock. That's a lot of kills going down so far already in this game. See, just the one team eliminated as well, so a lot more kills still to happen. Just chilling at this point, just going for some more loot, trying to make things happen.
Meanwhile, J-Team. Up top, Q9 with 11 eliminations. I'm sorry.
That's a lot. That's a fair amount.
What have they been doing? Huh?
Killing people.
I don't remember them having 11 eliminations from the beginning, let alone OUG and ASC with 7 to their name. Huh? I mean, yes, I was paying attention and keeping an eye on what was going on here, but oh my goodness, that is a lot going on. Meanwhile, ALW gonna be able to try to protect it. Looks like they might be looking for a... Yeah, looks like that, okay. Yeah, I knew what was happening. They had that come in, so obviously Mikasa's trying to check the trees, make sure nobody hit around. Good support coming in as they will be able to claim the chest. It looks like there's another chest that's also getting open here. Meanwhile, YZG and EWG is in a totally different space. As it looks like one of them is getting close to that chest to be able to open it up, but everybody else is going to be all the way on the rotation side here. Dangerously could be a massive opportunity for EWG to try to get something here, but it doesn't look like it's going to be helpful as they did lose one of their teammates, so they will need to be able to back out. But it looks like YZG has different plans in mind as they will be able to ring open that bell. They might have claimed one, and it looks like they will be able to catch in as EWG, sadly, Zaliu, sadly gets claimed and eliminated. By the way, I just want to give an update here. XCG has gained the highest points in Holoroth amongst all teams in the past tournament. In terms of stats, they have gained the highest points in Holoroth. Just in Holoroth, XCG has been running the show.
XCG are our Holoroth experts. So far, not looking too hot. Only 1 kill, but at least they're not eliminated. I suppose things could be worse. Speaking of, we're at our only target here in the lobby, NAD 40. Actually just popping that Drunken Rage to run away. Not able to make it happen instead. Actually just going to fall down instead to that snipe from LXY with the ranged weapon. Beautiful stuff right there. Taka going down. Now it's AEW who have joined the party versus Q9. Ping Tao's going to get parried. That is beautiful work right there as the wind walls come through as well. just trying to deflect some of that damage. AEW Mikasa with that transformation now making it very difficult here for Q9 to respond with the fights. LXY is going to get caught out of position. He will fall down. He's Dunzo. Ping Tao is going to get that elimination. Q9 just running for the hills instead here. NAD, you can see them as well in the area, but not necessarily looking for that play. Q9 just trying to survive with Gua and LWH, trying to just make that happen for now. Pick up the scraps of their team and just book it for the hills.
Booking it for the hills is probably the best thing here. Meanwhile, Xiaonan trying to see if maybe they can get something here. He has 1,800. Sadly, it is definitely not enough here, but oh, wait, never mind. I take it back. He's able to get his teammates back up into the game. Ladies and gentlemen, NAD is back for another opportunity here. You love to see it. Even with all of the stats and more stuff to be had here, we're still going to be able to claim this, as we're going to be able to close this down and lock it in. Bauda going through the rotations though. NAD coming in with such a clutch to be able to get their teammates up here. Meanwhile, on another section, J Team and OC is going at it here. Lei Jing is on the walls trying to hold it off as best as possible. Eagle has an opportunity. Oh no, Eagle's gonna be very careful. Oh, he's throwing him off the cliff. And see you later, buddy. As Eagle's gonna be very dangerously close. He's gonna have to demonk here very soon. Meanwhile, ZK gets absolutely hit and blitzed by 3 different times of the ulti. As Lei Jing ends up going down, forcing them to back out of that. That could have been a massive elimination pickup for OC there, but probably the best call to at least get them out of there and go, hey, this isn't worth it. It's better if we just back out and probably play this smart.
You can see some of the limitations though of the Monk transformation on this map. The verticality is just mental. It's tough. Like even with Eagle standing on the edge of the cliff there, it's just difficult to grab people. It's difficult to find them because everyone can just hide behind something or just go underneath the cliff, and suddenly it's tough. It's really tough, and J Team are not going to be able to find everything that they want there. Instead, now we're swapping over to EWG. It's Sansi with his own transformation into the Terracotta Warrior, being hunted down from the full squad of YZG. Not going to look to let him go for this one just about free. That's absolutely not something they want to do here. Sanji now de-transforms. He's going to be alone without any help, without any health bar. And he is going to fall down. YZG picking up their 8th kill of our map here in Holoroth. And you said, Q9, oh my goodness, 11 kills. And now sitting on 13. 15 minutes left and on 13. That is... woof.
Q9 needs to keep that same momentum going into it, as we will be able to keep rotating this around here, as they're also going to be rotating with the massive bow here, as Wolves is going to be around the rotation side here. Let's see if they can figure this out here. It's so much more of it is going to be around this section. XCG, our top team, like we said, gonna be within this space though, as Xiaonan gonna be able to go for the rotation. Looks like he's able to grab 14. Oh no, looks like the bow almost hits one of them. 14, dangerously low though, but Xiaonan decides not to push it in. Probably smart to do that though. But I will say this though, Q9 placed last game in 5th place with 7 eliminations and total points of 13.5. If they keep this game up, like with how they're doing with a 14.3, that's definitely going to be looking good within the standings. Mind you, J Team only has 1 elimination. Bauda has none right now. Alliance has only 3. So if Q9 keeps us up, we might be seeing them in the lead in the overall standings, at least for after game 2, if they keep the same momentum the way that they're going. Meanwhile, ZK going to use that. Meanwhile, YZG is just looking in the distance. They don't really need to fight this out. They don't really need to, like, hey, they're just kind of like, yeah, what's going on over there? I don't know. Looks like they're fighting. No, looks like one of them is trying to grab a chest. I don't think we really need to push on that. We just relax. We don't need to do that. Wolves does have 3 eliminations, so they really need to claim more they can.
Yes.
We'll see exactly what they do next.
It's unlike these guys only have 3 limbs at this point in the game, but that's what happened when Q9's hogging all the kills. Share some of the love, bros. Taking it all for yourself, you greedy, greedy boys. But it's alright, there's still time for Wolves to make it happen. We've still got all of our teams except EWG and NPG still in the lobby. Still plenty of people to throw down with, try and make those plays happen and get those eliminations. It's crazy stuff, as you mentioned, Q9 being so high up because their compadres for the top 3, well pointed out by yourself, in Alliance and Bowder, you know, both not doing anything too sexy right now. So not only are they having a phenomenal game for themselves right here on Holoroth in game number 2, but their direct competition from game number 1 just not really doing anything as of yet. Just kind of chilling. So they're very, very happy about this one. Why is the Jed of it? Why do I keep saying YZ Jed? YZG. Jed isn't a word, by the way. In case everyone was wondering.
Sometimes, listen, sometimes YZG, it's just what it is. It's just what it is. Sometimes it's hard. You know what always gets me? There's a solo player in solos from yesterday that was really getting me, like in these tough situations. YKC was screwing me up yesterday. I was trying because I wanted to say YCK, but then there was another time where I almost let KFC come out of my mouth, and I was like, that's not good. I don't want to call him by the name of a chicken brand. That's not right. No. Meanwhile, as we're gonna be able to go forward towards the rotations here, Ruzu trying to see if he can get this elimination as well here. KZ trying to push in. Meanwhile, Bowda and that Wushin are gonna be able to back them out. Size is probably not that right here. Meanwhile, Wolves and KZ have the Draco Storm. Draco Storm is very, very important in these situations. I told him before, that provides that health restoration and damage reduction, and it gives them 120 seconds of a storm field while striking lightning damage upon anybody that they are fighting. So as you see that lightning strike from Zeus all the way from the gods of Holoroth. I think Holoroth has a different set of gods, right? Isn't like a major? Isn't it like a bird? Isn't it? It's a massive bird, from what I know. I know it's a massive serpent on the OG map, but this one is a little bit different, but still, there's still gods anyway, and you also don't, you want to please them as well. So, as we're looking up here, OC at the very bottom, right under where YZG is, could get caught in a bad situation here. OC really could push them, but decides not to. Is probably the best claim to fame, as Alliance also nearby here with full team ready to go and strike. Trying to play it off as best as possible, but also knowing that somebody is on the bow up top here, so you definitely have to relax and be careful, because if you get hit by that bow, that ballistic could definitely be very, very, very detrimental to your health.
Very spooky stuff. That ballista hurts a lot, and especially on that tower there, because it comes equipped with high ground, which is just naturally very, very useful. Bowder's going to fall down as well. 101 TN is out of it, and that's them. That's them done. They're donezo. From finishing top 3, I believe it was 2nd place overall in their previous map number 1. They're now bowing out of map number 2 with a big fat goose egg. Nothing to their name here on Holoroth. Unfortunate events for these guys. JDD, the team on your screen right here as well, looking to solidify themselves. They're in 5th place right now with 5 kills, trying to break into the top 3. Just need a few more kills, eliminate another squad, and they'll be able to do that. But the circle's getting smaller. Dabby, we're running out of time a little bit. 10 minutes left on the map here as Wolves are now looking for the fight. Trying to make things happen again in pure Wolf fashion with 4 eliminations in total. A little bit lower than what we expect from these guys, but that's cool. Still time here, still time, and they're just dancing around as most of these teams are. With the circle coming through a little bit in the near future, there's a lot of terrain, there's a lot of buildings, and this is why these transformer comps have been kind of hit and miss. And I think looking at this final circle, a lot of these transformer comps will probably be thinking, I don't really want to be here. Well, the Taka G that you saw on your screen maybe instead having the time of his life in these fights. There's OG versus OUG, excuse me, versus OC. Just going to get that reset, but OC, I believe, have run into a different team, if I'm not mistaken. Either way, Kingzone versus ASE. That's a fight that's happening. It looks like Kingzone are winning that one. OC just trying to lick their wounds and run away and hide behind all these rocks. All this geology coming out in their favor. And now going to be able to get that reset versus OUG and instead live to fight another day.
Meanwhile, OUG still alive in this OUG claiming 9 eliminations so far, 10.4 game score, 14.8 claimed by the 13 eliminations of Q9. Alliance trying to see if they can open something. Meanwhile, they have 3 eliminations, so they're going to need to make some magic happen here. Meanwhile, J-Team with 1 elimination desperately needs to keep that same momentum going into these next games here. I feel like, this is just me, I feel as though the idea of getting eliminations and getting those eliminations so early is actually kind of scary, because now that I'm noticing it, I'm noticing this pattern of seeing these players get these early eliminations in that first game, gets a massive pick, and then just ends up just not being able to clutch it up.
I think some of the strategy involved as well is quite interesting, because some teams go for these earlier limbs and then just play really, really passive for the rest of the game. No, it's one or the other. Like, there's no in between. Either they go mega passive and just try and finish high with the early kills that they got, or they then start playing mega aggro and just keep up the pressure. Speaking of pressure though, and speaking of fighting, AOW versus YZG is going to get the grab and slam down onto CXZ. He is falling down. AOW with the successful fight there. 2 Transformers just going at it, coming out on top here for AOW. Beautiful stuff for these guys. There's some more transforming happening here from OUG. Wade getting, oh, that is a sick grab onto OC though. He is going to be slammed down and in a lot of trouble. The Transformers friends going to be able to bully them out of this one. I believe that is YZG eliminated. It is. YZG and ASC now are both gone. Two of our top 4 teams are out. They're donezo. So having 8 kills, that's great, but they're going to finish with a 9 game score. Really going to be kicking themselves. They couldn't finish a little bit higher in this one, as we are approaching the 6-minute mark. Not a lot of time left in the game. You only have to survive for a few more minutes and you could have finished a lot higher. It is now Q9 and OUG who are our team's top kill leaders, 13 and 10 kills respectively, as AOW now and Mikasa transforming once again, looking for the grab onto NAD. Xiao Xin in a bit of a pickle, hiding behind the building on this one, is going to get the reset on his armor, just enough to go a little bit aggressive and try and pick out Mikasa, falling exceptionally low here, has to force out of the transformation to get the heal, to get the armor up as well. But JDG are here for the 3rd party. Everyone's around just trying to bring the hurt, and that is Mikasa falling down, and AOW are eliminated. They are out of the game, out of the lobby, and they're on their way back to the Morris Isle.
6 eliminations claimed with 7.7 points claimed for AOW. AOW actually having the same amount of eliminations they did in their last game. They also had 6 eliminations in game 1. So making it 12 in total here. Definitely going to lose some points here, sadly, because they placed in 8th. I feel like they're going to place a little bit lower this time here, as OC is going to claim the elimination onto Jaeyoung with 7 eliminations to their name, 3rd place as well. Q9 sadly getting eliminated with 13 eliminations, but that's still going to be a massive game for them to really keep that consistency going here. Sadly, they won't be placed within top 5 here, but still, they're doing well. 8 teams alive. JDG's Analyte getting a massive Viper ult right as he walks out through the door here, trying to see if they can keep the game alive here. That place is getting hit with so much fire, so many cannons, so much impacts from melees from all over the place here. Everybody has something, whether it's swarm, whether it's cannons, whether it's anything that actually has anything fire connected to it. Man, the pyro has just been absolutely monumental within this game here, as LXX ends up getting hit and massively by those cannons. Gonna have to be careful, as they're still gonna be able to go through the rotations though. Meanwhile, Anna Lee is able to get an elimination off of Mubai. Lee picks up another one from a Lucky. J-Team might finally be able to get exactly what they need from these fights, and exactly what they need to do here is they are ready to go for another grab here. J-Team's Eagles trying to see if they can catch another one. Oh, looks like he was so close to getting one. I'm telling you, getting these grabs are not that easy. Oh, but I take it back, is down and ends up getting the first grab. Throws him down. He does get the elimination. ZK is able to get the finish. Beautiful elimination coming in from Eagle. Going to be able to shut that down with 3 eliminations. J team finally able to make something happen here as Wolves is going to be able to throw down number 14, that Monk ult. Now he's going to try to see if maybe he can go for the grab. He's able to get the first one. Lion TT caught in a bad situation, ends up getting thrown. He's going to throw him off the ground here. He's going to try to see if he can get him out of there. But yes, he does, but he drops Lion, and never mind, he picks him back up again. And he says, where do you think you're going, big boy? As he's going to throw him down and get that elimination here. One thing is going to be able to take it. Meanwhile, Ziu is able to get the elimination off of JDG's Annalie. Annalie playing so well for Team JDG, sadly getting eliminated with 8 eliminations. That's still a massive game for them and a top 5 placement. Still very, very good for them, and they're going to need it, knowing JDG had only 5 eliminations and placed 9th in game 1. So this is going to be very helpful for them to keep that same momentum. Meanwhile, top floor alive, OUG, Wolves, KZ, and J-Team. J-Team really trying to keep the same momentum going as they did in their first game. Obviously, they're not going to get those insane eliminations, what they need, but OUG is probably going to be your selected winner for game number 2, regardless to probably how this ends here. But ladies and gentlemen, let's see what happens. Wolves are jumping back and forth, trying to see if they can get some cannon impacts. Meanwhile, J-Team is just trying to scramble just to keep it alive as best as possible, knowing that there's still another third party nearby, but it doesn't matter. They are going to push in and keep the same aggression. OUG's Wade is going to be able to push in, getting around the bend from ZK. ZK gets hit in the back by a massive dagger. Here comes Wolves. J-Team's Eagle with a massive Monk. Could be a potential grab. He's able to get one thing. He gets the double. He's going to be able to throw them outside of circle. Hits them outside of the other side. He ends up grabbing another one. The same one he grabs, and he's going to wait him out. He's going to throw him down and possibly see if he can get the elimination on the outside. Waiting as he does, as 14 sadly gets eliminated, and here comes the fight. The Monk on Monk fight. Wade and Eagle facing off. Double arms as much as possible. The arms and the feet end up getting thrown, and he ends up throwing Wade outside of the circle, and it looks like he will almost get eliminated. Wade is so close to being eliminated here, but OUG still stays alive here. They lose one of their players, Double S. J-Team's Eagles just trying to keep this alive for as long as possible. This could be massive for them, even with their low amount of eliminations, but OUG is still probably going to be the winner, knowing that they have more than 15 eliminations to their name. J-Team with a full squad readily available, ready to fight as much as possible. The Terracotta Warrior will go down as Lee is going to try to push in on Eagle, get some massive damage, hits on Wade as well, and he's going to be able to parry Lee, and he ends up still not fully pushing onto this one as ZK gets the elimination on OUG's Wade. This could be the potential dub that they will need as J-Team is going to push it on Wolves and shove them outside of circle as J-Team is going to claim the dub, but OUG will be the winner for game number 2.
It was a quiet game there for J-Team, but able to come out on top at the end in the final circle, last men standing. But exactly as you said there, Dabby, OUG, so many kills and a high finish as well. Disappointing for Q9 though, right? Like, they had so many eliminations early on. I think they finished with 13, but they were eliminated quite early on towards the final part of that game. Aren't able to hold on. All they had to do, was just, make top 3, even top 5. And suddenly these guys would have probably won the entire map. Really going to be kicking themselves, not making the most out of their bloodthirsty game, getting all those elims. Still decent for them, obviously, with 13 kills, getting around 15 points or so, but I would have expected a bit more coming out of it. But it is OUG going to be our winners in this one. What a hectic final circle that one was. The Transformers actually coming in huge. I will admit it. Like, I don't really rate Transformers on this map too much. But we saw it that time around. It was actually really, really effective. Still able to get a lot of plays happening and control that final circle. Very, very nice stuff from OUG. We highlighted them as we started the day here today, because this is a team that has performed really, really well, really exceptionally in the past, and game number 2 was no exception.
Game number 2 was no exception, let alone OUG coming through with massive damage. But Q9, sadly, getting eliminated with 13 eliminations, but they did so much. They did so much within their stance of what they were doing. They made it look really good, and sadly, they do get claimed halfway through. I think they might have at least made top 10 in terms of a placement, but just sadly was not able to actually get the finishes that they wanted, just like how they did in game 1 with that insane amount of eliminations. Like I said, Q9 had 7 eliminations going into it with that 13.5 points. Obviously, J-Team really trying to redirect that same energy they did in game 1, but sadly just was not able to do that, knowing that they had 15 eliminations, but sadly wasn't able to. I think they was able to at least collect 5 eliminations, but sadly only a top 5 finish.
Yeah, and the thing is though as well, like you got to consider the fact that we play a lot of games. It's all about consistency, and for J-Team, you kind of just squeeze something out of that game. Realistically speaking, like most of the game, you were sitting on like 0-1 eliminations. Yeah, exactly, and that is the sign of a good team, right? Like you don't always just have to pop off and have the big games. Sometimes you can just try and quietly squeeze something out, and I think J-Team did that pretty well, honestly. Like I think that it's impressive. Like even when you're not popping off, you're at least able to get something out of it. J-Team did that, and you know it might not necessarily show anything sexy for game number 2 specifically, but you know, as well, you know what, I'm totally lying because I came in 2nd place with 18 points. So yeah, J-Team obviously able to just, you know, slow and steady wins the race. It's not how you start, but it's how you finish. In game number 2, very, very quiet while everyone else was racking up the kills, but still able to come out 2nd overall. Q9, you know, it's just sad. Like I believe they were probably eliminated like 10th or something like that, or maybe even more than that. Like they were eliminated super early. Yeah, they were eliminated super early, but still managed to get 16 points total and coming 3rd overall. Like it's really nice that they got that, but I mean, they will be kicking themselves. They could have got so much higher. They could have got so much more right there, and that really does suck for them. OUG, though, as you mentioned, 25.5 points. A really, really dominant display here on Holoroth. Not the most dominant that we've seen in Holoroth. I've seen some 40 bombs come through on this map, which is absolutely insane. But still very, very nice.
But it's good though coming in from OUG, knowing that their first game had 9 eliminations, top 4 placement, and 13.6 points. So imagine that with a 25.5 on top of that. Yeah. Next to the placement that you have here, J-Team is still looking good though with that 27 points in their first game here. So getting that for their next one here, it looks like J-Team will still probably be in the lead as long as they keep that same consistency coming in. But Zinyu is going to be your MVP for game number 2 with a burst arrow, switch dazzle, phantom step, scatter shot, fire arrows, and cavalry boom. I mean, he had 2 different things, technically 3, that was helpful for the burst to help him get 20,000 damage with that bow. That's the burst arrow, scatter shot, and fire arrows. Insane damage coming in from just the bow alone. Literally, the rest of the damage is just from skill ultimates and the dual blades. 8 eliminations, 8,400 in healing. I mean, Zinyu did a lot here, but 20k in bow damage, bro. You gotta relax. Excuse me, I didn't know you was an archer.
That's actually mental, like especially for the bow. Like it's not like the cannon or something, or the flamethrower, which is, you know, you just aim at someone's general direction and just, you know, rack up the damage shots. That's disgusting. 20,000 damage with the bow, like ridiculous stuff. Imagine how much like utility he's popping off from opponents as well, like whether it's healing or armor, like just because getting that chip damage and that poke, that's genuinely insane. 20,000 damage with a ranged weapon alone, really nutty. Insane. And really well played there.
Even insane with everything else here. We're gonna toss it over to Jaeger because Jaeger has somebody that y'all gonna want to hear from real quick. As it's time to go back to the boat. We gotta.
Hi everyone, welcome to post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and we are very glad to invite Wade to our interview room and let him say hello to our audience. Hi Wade, hello.
大家好，我是韦德，来自 OUG 的韦德。
好的，再次欢迎你。听说你的英文是特别好的，那能不能用英文给我们的英文流观众朋友们做个自我介绍呢
？Hello, this is Wade from OUG.
Oh, fantastic! Thank you, and welcome to the post-game interview. So today I saw that you guys have really excellent performance, especially you in the final circle. So it's like when a monk is. He's it's like he wanted to try to grab you, and at that time you just use your ultimate at that time. So I would like to know how you control this timing. 那首先要再次恭喜你们在刚才这把比赛获得了最高分，而且今天我们也看到韦德在决赛圈有非常亮眼的表现。其实，在决赛的时候，我看到有一个大佛啊，就是他想要去抓你，在那个时候呢，你是用出了自己的大招。我想问一下，那个你是怎么卡的这个时间点？然后当时发生了怎么样有趣的情况呢？
对面的大佛比我先开，然后我在下面躲了一小下，然后知道他就是时间没有那么久了，然后我就尝试着上去把就是尝试立大佛在他的头上，但是我立了之后，他就往后退了2步，所以我就又处于那种劣势，然后就被他一路推下去了，很尴尬。
哦，是这样子。So actually at that time, both of us want to use the ultimate, and the Mark from the other team, he used earlier than me, and I wanna like stand on his head and use the ultimate, but at that time it's like he moved his step and made me falling down. So like I have the disadvantage and just let him to get that really good position. Okay, so I also see at the final circle that you guys lost your teammate, which is the Tamuj. So could you please tell us what happened at that time, and after that how you communicated with your teammate? 那在这把我们也非常可惜，就是在决赛圈的时候，其实是你们损失了一个队友，就是特穆尔，他先死了。想问一下，当时是怎么样的一个情况？然后他队友倒下了以后，你们队内是怎么沟通，然后怎么去做的决策呢？
当时我们在一个类似于3方混战吧，然后他倒了之后，对面也不让我们拉人，就我们进行了尝试，但是拉不起来的话就只能放弃了。放弃之后就尝试着进到决赛圈拿系数分这样子。
好的。So to be honest, at that time, like 3 part together from the different teams, we are fighting together. And after our Tamuj just get down, and we try to howling him, but like other opponents just avoid our like howling our teammate. So at that time, we can't save our teammate. We just spread to the different position and try to like survive in the final circle and have more ranking score in the final circle. Okay, so today we also see a very interesting thing is that we really long time didn't see Naraka in the Trios game, and we will all like to say long time no see. So I would like to ask Wade how you comment this hero in the Trios game. 那今天其实我们也看到一个非常有趣的点啊，其实我们都想对我们的季沧海说一声，在3排中好久不见了。特别想问一下韦德，那你自己怎么评价这个英雄在3排中的一个强度和表现呢？
如果给他搭配个迦南和沙男的话，不管是作战方面有沙男兜底，然后防霓虹叶的话有迦南兜底，然后就是沙子一扣就可以打出来一种很强的 combo。
好的。So actually, I think the Naraka really need the hero combo. I think it can cooperate with the like Tamuj and also with the Viper, also with the Matari. So if we have the different combo like Viper or other like team combos, so we can use the like Tamuj and use the Matari cooperate with Naraka in the Trios game, and also this hero will be very strong in the Trios game. Okay, thank you. 谢谢韦德接受我们今天的采访。Thank you, Wade, for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
WBG's double Transformers comp with lousy quality equipment and heroes with insufficient rage suddenly encounters YZG's Viper, Wushin, and Yorihime's comp. WBG Sleepwalker, who first had ult, used Titan's Call, but was surrounded by enemies and instantly defeated. And WBG's Jing escaped with more than 200 meters after attracting fire from two rivals, which were YZG's QGG and YZG's CXZ. Then unfortunately, knocked down. On the other side of the battlefield, WBG Xiao cautiously approaches WBG Jing and successfully resurrects WBG Jing in the nick of time. This time, there must be viewers who want to ask, how did WBG Jing determine that he could revive his teammates in time? In a team with casualties, fallen teammates must turn into Karens and come with a dwindling red progress bar. Before the progress bar goes dark, if a teammate approaches and uses the resurrect, it will fulfill the red progress bar and bring the hero back to life. If two teammates perform a resurrect 2-1 at the same time, it will double the rate of reviving. The speed at which Karen's red progress bar decreases will also relate to Shadow Corruption's progress. In the first Shadow Corruption spreading, the red progress bar decreases at the slowest rate, and in the second time, the red progress bar falls at a somewhat faster pace. And in the third to the seventh Shadow Corruption spreading, the red progress bar depletes at a consistent rate, which is about twice as quick as in the first Shadow Corruption spreading. As the first healer on Moros Isle, Kurumi is naturally mighty regarding resurrection skills. Other heroes who want to perform resurrection can only do it close to a Karen. Kurumi's binding player can connect with Karen from a distance and perform a revive to avoid the battle near a Karen and avoid damage from Shadow Corruption. It is worth mentioning that all three forms of binding player can also link Karen, and the speed of resurrection is the same. Because of WBG Xiao's unhurried efforts to revive team WBG Jing at the last second, the team was able to enter the final circle with no casualties and win the championship of 2022's Nbpl Season 1 Trio game.
OUG bringing out the win in game number 2 on Holoroth. Game number 3 going back to the Moros Isles. In that first game, which is also on Moros Isles, we were able to see J-Team pull out the victory. And I want to see a pretty good performance from game number 2 as well. They've been our most consistent team today so far, coming in second in that game too. What are you expecting coming into game 3? Like, anything exciting, do you think here, Dabby? Because
So here's my thought.
Go ahead. Here's your thought. I want to hear your thought.
I feel like, even with the placement of J-Team getting those 27 points, OUG getting those 13 points in game 1, right? Keep those two numbers, right? I know it's not that easy because sometimes I can't either. On top of that, gets another insane amount of points in game number 2 with that lockdown, but still keeping that consistency. J-Team keeping that consistency, staying within the top 3, and so does OUG. OUG finally really being able to get something. OUG had a decent amount of points in game 1. It wasn't like they didn't really have a bad game. Yeah. They had some decent kills. Sadly, but they still claimed top 10. So they did something. Now claiming that first spot is also adding OUG to that top 3 roster that you need to pay attention to. So now, as we're back to the new map, and we're about to hit the halfway mark, game 3, now is where we go, okay, where do we go from here? Now, this is the thing that I was absolutely excited for, is like we said before, I love that switch up. If we see that switch up, now let's see where the rest of it goes. And I think that's where we're really going to be able to see who is going to be running the show for, in reality, these next few days. Not these next few days, sorry, these next few games.
I'm glad we've got Q9 on our screen here as well. I think this is certainly a team to highlight coming into game 3, because in game number 2 on Holoroth, like, these guys were just head and shoulders above everyone else. They were, 13 kills, like 11 kills, while everyone else was on like 7 and then 13 kills, and they just didn't finish high enough to really make it you know, make it count for a huge amount. Sure, they did finish in 3rd overall, which was very, very, you know, it's still respectable. But when you get that many kills, when you get 13 kills and only finish on like 15 points, it really is missed opportunity. And Q9 are going to want to build off that momentum because they are a team that has kind of been struggling, honestly. Like overall, not necessarily been too successful. You saw in their statistics, 15% of their games are they finishing high, which isn't. It's not good, man. It's not great, and we do want to see a little bit more out of them. Speaking of as well, Bowder, our 3rd place team in game number 1, laying a big fat goose egg in game number 2. 0 kills, 0 points. No bueno from these guys coming back to Morrisville. Maybe it's just, you know, jet lag or something. They don't like playing the away games, but now they're back on home turf here. Maybe they can pull it out in game number 3.
Let's hope they can put it down. Average kills of a 4.8, 23,000 plus damage. I mean, Bowder's still looking good in terms of their team. They really just need to lock down the next sets. These next couple of games here, Bowder really needs to put something major on the board here. Obviously, Bowder at the very end of trios here, not looking good. They have 0 eliminations in terms of the scoreboard. 0. Bowder has nothing.
Yeah.
Zip, nada, nothing at all. That is not good. Bowder needs to make something happen for their games. They need to figure something out. I hate to see a team like Bowder really coming in and not getting anything, at least for their team. They need more, and I need to see something coming out of them.
I honestly feel like it might be the time to, I guess maybe I'll give them the end of this bi-weekly, but at what point do we start asking questions about Bowder as to whether or not, you know, maybe this is just where they are as a team? Because, you know, coming into season 2, we're looking at the lineup of Bowder and expecting these guys to be almost like a super team, if you will, as far as like the individual talent on that squad. Like, it's exceptionally high. They're a very, very talented team. They're a very good team with good players. But as a team, they've not really been able to find their footing. They've not done anything special so far, and we're always talking about them like, oh, we expect more, or this is, you know, Bowder can do more. Always keep your eyes peeled for Bowder. Maybe this is just them. Maybe this is just not a team that is gonna do anything sexy or anything too special here in the Nbpl, and maybe that's just the expectations we need to set for them. I'm not quite ready to rule them out just yet, though, or write them off. As it were, I think maybe they have a little bit more time, but I am kind of trending towards that direction. And obviously, game number 1 was a bit of a resurgence for them, but number 2 absolutely not with 0 points. That is not good. So this needs to be we need to take it back. We need to take it back, run it back, and try and get those high finishes as we did in the first game, and see if we can make it happen here. In game number 3, we'll be heading onto the Morris Isle very shortly. Just getting all the players set up and sorted in the lobby. Take a look at EWG here on your screens right now. Sansi, Xiaolu, and Yeran. Another team, honestly, that I kind of put in the Bowder camp. I would say, like, my expectations for them are a little bit higher than what they've shown us. Yeran and Sansi specifically, I think, are very talented. Very, very, very good team. You can see they average almost 7 kills a game, which is definitely solid, definitely solid. But again, they tend to fall out a little bit early, a little bit too early in order to finish high and to really rack up those points. And they lack the consistency as well. Like, they just kind of need a bit more of that X factor, a bit more of that spark to push them over the edge. And we'll see if they can do that in game number 3 as we are starting it out. We are getting ready to go onto the Morris Isle. We're going to take a look at the heroes that are getting locked in right here. I expect, considering the success of the transform comps, even on Holoroth, which is a map that we typically don't see as many transform comps in. You know, I'm expecting to see a lot of them here in game 3 now that we are back on the Morris Isle. Maybe throwing a few surprise picks, maybe not necessarily surprising, but, you know, things like the Justina or the Matari may be coming through as well. But I expect the Yoto, the Yoto, Wu Chen comps to and Viper comps to still be prevalent as well. As we take a look here, and yeah, we're not seeing anything too a bit odd nothing too crazy, except I will say our previous winners here in OUG have decided to go for the Justina Matari comp, both of them in that singular comp. That is very unique, very interesting here, and 2 Takedas as well, being run by MPG and XCG.
Even with the player comps here and how they've been going, Takeda is still shining light just a little bit. There's still just a little bit of Takeda peeking through the little bin right here. Sorrow is going to be able to clutch it in for Takeda, and so is NiHQ. And NiHQ is not letting Takeda go. Takeda is still trying to find a way inside of this space, and sometimes you love to see it as we're going to look at the map here in the very center, and we're finally getting a chance to see some immediate landing zones here in Celestia. Looks like a team or two is definitely going to be landing in Wreckage Plains. Looks like YZG is going to be landing in Zest Winery, a very popular spot for a lot of these teams. GDG, OUG, and Team J Team is going to be landing in Sunwings Rest, way on the far east side. Meanwhile, NPG landing in Shadow Jade Mine. Nice little spread for a lot of these sections here. Meanwhile, Bauda is going to have Wreckage Plains all to themselves here, and nobody's going to be at Stillside Temple. So still a lot of spaces here where everybody really can find some space here. Meanwhile, there's also another team that's going to be landing basically in Deserted Graveyard, right in between where Wreckage and Shadow Jade Mine is. So it's going to be interesting to see where they go here. But ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be our halfway game for game 3 for our trios. Bi-weekly 3, day 2, game 3 of our trios. So we lock in with JDG and OUG. OUG, last game's winner. Finally, able to make some magic happening here as J-Team is going to be on the surrounding side here. OUG has to be very careful as Zinyu does get eliminated sadly here, and so does Double S. OUG in a very tough starting position is Wade by himself. It's going to be able to go through those rotations here, but it looks like they're more focused on the chest here as Wade is going to be chilling inside of the bush here. Meanwhile, AOW going to be able to push in with everything else going on here.
Yeah, AOW just absolutely destroying walls in that little engagement right there. This is I honestly was quite impressed with AOW in game number 2. I think they did some good stuff. Weren't able to really finish particularly highly, so weren't able to score too highly either, but a very consistent team, a very solid middle of the pack team here that we have in the Nbpl. We're seeing J-Team go at it again versus JDG. This is just absolutely not fair when you have an epic greatsword. Like, look at Eagle just slicing his way through the enemy team, like just absolutely destroying them. Of course, as I say that, I've kind of cursed him a little bit because he is getting beaten down, but he's going to go for the transformation into the Titan form in that Tian Hai, grabbing JDD's Jing Chu here. But there's a third party coming through in the form of OUG. Do OUG even fancy this one? Because they're a little bit low themselves. They're not the healthiest. They might have to be kind of careful here, just in case one of these teams turns around on them, because they will find themselves in a bit of a pickle. Everyone's going to be running away from J-Team instead here. It's not going to be going down. They will be able to pick up a kill from JDG. But apart from that, nothing else happening. Let's take a look here. AEW have already got 2 team eliminations, 6 kills to their names. Just moving now to NAD. It's a little bit of a skirmish, not too much happening versus KZ with that Wu Chen ulti. Just going to be able to reset the fight. And all's good, just chilling instead.
Meanwhile, KZ also in a very similar situation here. LXX trying to see if they can do. Come on, hit the wheel. I want them to hit the wheel so bad. Come on, do it. Somebody hit the wheel. Somebody hit the wheel. As the massive Wushin is going to be able to dip them out of there as quick as possible. Trying to keep them alive within this space. AOW on the other side, just watching alongside, trying not to get caught up. Meanwhile, NAD was also going to be pushing in. AOW just watching it. Now it looks like they're also going to be going towards the rotation as well here. I love to see it. I love to see, like, when you can see the overall triple. Was that a triple? Harry coming in massively as KZ does sadly get eliminated, but it looks like there's going to be a double Yoda Yime ulti. Pingtao is going to be able to wait for the Viper, and it looks like it will be able to hold tight as tough as possible as NAD's Sheyoung sadly does get eliminated within this space. Oh my goodness, did we just see a triple parry, a full team parry happen at the same time? Listen, I know some of these players are good here, but Jesus, I need you to calm down. That's not even fair coming in as Pingtao nearby, also just trying to keep the game alive here as he's able to do a nice little carry on to 40. NAD sadly does get eliminated within this space though, but oh my goodness. He was able to push it in so well here and did a fantastic job of it, but man, oh man. He made that look so good.
That was just absolutely insane. I'm not sure if it was like, it was at least a double. It was at least a double parry there. Absolutely ridiculous. Like, my goodness. And just completely winning the fight for his team on that situation. Mental stuff right there coming through. Beautiful, beautiful play. Look at it. Look at the loadouts already from AOW here with a legendary and epic Soul Jades. It's absolutely disgusting. These guys are just armed to the teeth, and we're just started, man. We barely just landed here in game number 3. Absolutely vile occurrences. It's going to be very hard to fight these guys as this game goes on. J-Team, we're seeing these guys are very, very bloodthirsty today in game number 1. In game number 2, a little bit quieter, but still able to come out with the kills towards the end of the game. J-Team, though, from game number 3 are just looking to start things off right from the get-go, finding themselves against Q9, who, as a reminder, in game number 2 were our kill leaders for the majority of the entirety of that map. Able to bring them down, gonna be able to take down J-Team, get some kills to their name, their first kills of the game, as MPG getting into a fight here versus someone with a Wu Chen ulti. OC just able to get out of dodge there, reset, and revive that.
Nice little reset here. The reset is going to be very, very important for them, though. Meanwhile, even with everything going on here, OC still trying to keep the game alive as much as possible. Even with all of the stretches and all of the things that are keeping this space together, OC trying to lock it in as best as possible here. Making it look pretty good so far here as 28 is going to get the elimination onto Jen. Looks pretty good coming in as NiHQ is trying to see if he can get some damage in, especially with that Takeda pushing in, trying to see if they can use the Ghost. That's going to be very helpful for them as OC is caught in a very whirlwind of dual blades, and it looks like it's not enough. As OC does get eliminated by XCG's Lexing Hen, as they're still scrambling and pushing forward. XCG just doing such a great job here, really channeling that 1v3 and making sure that there really isn't any stretch of the imagination, any time for the rest of the team to really come in and try to help support as much as possible. They just can't do that when you're trying to just keep the game alive here and you're just getting scrambled by the rest of it. It's so hard here with these spaces. It's just, sadly, it's just not enough.
OC are now eliminated. That is the first team here in game number 3 to find themselves permanently in the Shadow Realm, waiting for game number 4. 15 teams left here on the Morris Isle, including YZG, as you're seeing on your screen, versus OUG and EWG as well. All the Gs are coming through here looking for these fights. The problem is, if it was just 3v3, both these teams would be fighting and going aggressive, but when it's 3v3v3, people start getting a little bit scared in case there's a third party, but EWG are going to be focusing down OUG, and that is an elimination onto Double S. He is falling down. It is now EWG on the chase. They are the aggressors in this one, as YZG are finding themselves a little bit up a creek right here. Do they decide to try and turn? They are going to pop that Yoto ulti and try and make something happen, but with the transform coming through as well, the Titan form from Yeran easily dissuades the rest of YZG. Zhao is going to fall down for them. He's going to be camping his can a little bit here. So OUG are now looking to join this fight, and EWG will be able to just skitter away, run away, and they don't want to fight another team after they've just already fought 2.
I mean, you wouldn't want that too, even with everything going on, right? I mean, it's more so the type of thing that you have to just really pay attention to what's happening here and don't get caught in bad situations, because sometimes it really can just you really can get caught in some interesting situations here if you're not paying attention. And really, there's so much even towards the spin here as NiHQ ends up in a bad situation, getting the parry as Jin looks like he gets eliminated by the Storm. Nobody actually goes to claim that kill. Unfortunate though, as Kuku does get the elimination on the Casa as well, and especially let alone with that gun too. Unbelievable. As Bauda looks like they're finally able to claim elimination, something that they desperately needed here. Bauda's been really struggling so far today with their games here. They're going to need to keep going here and keep the same momentum if they're going to want to make this magic happen here. So far, they really have been struggling here. So let's hope that maybe they find something else.
As Alex is swinging through the trees, trying to find his prey as well here. XCG, Dingshen looking like he's in a bit of a pickle. He's going to try and take the 1v2, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to do it in that circle as well. The circle's not going to be helping you out, going to be taking some extra damage. Alex is going to take a world of hurt. But yeah, he will still be able to pick up that kill onto Lee Sing Hen. And that is XCG eliminated. They are our second team, Dunzo here in game number 3. Another fight breaking out here. KZ. Oh, Jing is going to be able to grab the Oto mid-ultimate. That's beautiful stuff. He's got a bad guy in each hand. Was looking to re-grab there, but the Wuchino was just going to be able to get them out to safety instead. Go for that reset. Beautiful stuff right there from the Qianhai ulti as we now swap over to Wolves and full team with the Viper ulti in the middle of everyone. KZ are in a lot of trouble here. That's going to be the double stun, and the rest of Wolves are going to pounce on their prey here as Huanfeng looking to try and get the kill there with his epic sword. Looks like he's going to get turned around on instead, though. Now it's the Wolves that find themselves in trouble. As KZ just holding on. Flower has been taken down, but LXX was able to pick out Huanfeng, and instead, Wolves just going for the resets. Just going to do that Wuchen ulti, pop out of there, get the resurrection on their friend as well. And all's well that ends well, just resetting that fight. An extra kill though going over to both of those teams, as you can see here, the top left-hand side. A lot of teams sitting on 5 kills, but AOW really leading the charge here on 10 kills, way ahead of even second place, who's sitting on 5.
Meanwhile, JDG relaxing and chilling. AOW with 10 eliminations so far here. Really good for them because they really needed to make something happen, but even with everything going on here, Sensi up top. Full team, though. Everybody still has their full team comps here, really, except for KZ. KZ, sadly, they are missing their Wushin, which is very important. It's very, very important. MPG doesn't have their Takeda or their Tumulch. And it looks like everybody else still has full team comps ready to go. Yup, even with Gua. Gonna be able to go towards the rotations.
Yeah, we got a lot of buffs coming through as well.
A lot of
scary teams.
Vermilion's Bird Mike, Draco Storm. There's 2 Bird Mites and 2 Draco Storms. EWG and KZ claims their Bird's Mite, and Draco Storm coming in from Q9 here. Definitely have to be careful. They only have 13 seconds left, so they are going to need to push and at least get some form of elimination. Maybe try to claim something here, but also Q9, it's also one of those things too where you have to realize sometimes it's not worth it to push it in either.
Yep. Exactly, and smart teams will know not to fight against the Draco Storm. They'll see it and they'll just back away, not looking to take that one, knowing that's obviously going to put you at quite a significant disadvantage. And it has timed out now from Q9, not able to take good advantage of that buff. As now NAD versus EWG are going to go for the fight. Sansi in the middle of everyone here, but 40's just getting battered about. He's getting juggled. He's not feeling it right here. He's getting hurt. The transformation here into the Terracotta Warrior gives Sansi a little bit more time, but the parry comes through and brings him down. He is out of there as Xiao Xin now trying to bring it down to Xiao Liu as the pure 1v1. You love to see it. You don't get to see it a lot though in trios. It looks like Xiao Liu is going to go for the... Oh my goodness, he's going to get parried instead. Xiao Xin with a beautiful play and kills him. Finishes him off. Oh my goodness, I thought for sure Xiao Liu had the advantage on that one, but it was not to be. But now YZG have come to ruin the party. Xiao Jin was just celebrating his beautiful play, and YZG said, "What ya doing, mate? You can't be celebrating here. There's no time off, no slacking. We're bringing you to the Shadow Realm." YZG going to pick up that free kill for themselves here. Now that's their first kill of game number 3. Being very quiet for these guys so far.
Very quiet here, but it looks like they're tired of it, and now they want to make a little bit of noise. Especially with Bauda. Bauda with 1 elimination still to their name. They're going to need to make more noise. Meanwhile, EWG and AOW is screaming right now. Sadly, with NAD getting eliminated with 8 eliminations. Not looking good though, as Ruzu is gonna be able to see if they can go through something here. KZ up top. See if maybe they can figure something out as well. And it looks like YZG. It's also gonna be nearby. They might be pushing in on J Team. OUG's nearby. Meanwhile, AOW also on top as well. J Team Eagle trying to go forth with that rotation though. Circle 2 is about to end and close here, as now we're going to go into Circle 3 here. And now is when I think more of the momentum is starting to get a little bit better. I think now is a point where things are starting to get better and better. And let's see if they can figure out where to go from here. And more importantly, really what's next here, even with everything happening here. The more and more of it starts to come, the better it is. That will be helpful. Let's see if maybe they can figure this out here. As it looks like J Team is going to be able to claim that Morris blessing. Hopefully they find something good here, as they will be able to get that purple shield. Hopefully they'll get something else as well. Let's see if they can figure this out. Meanwhile, the Mystic Might coming in for J Team, helping them out. The bottom, there goes what it is in terms of helping them keep this game alive for them, as well as Wolves. One elimination also to their name too, tying it up with Valda. They're gonna go and claim that Morris blessing here, blocking with the F3. Beautiful timing as the Viper ult will come out. Or no, it goes for the cancel.
Was that a Mystic maybe?
Could be a quick cancel. You can definitely do that. Kind of scare off the people, making sure people don't actually come to try to push forward. They end up backing out. You're almost close to being able to open it up, and then once that happens, and you know, you can cancel it, and then you still have your full ulti ready to go.
Alrighty, fair enough. Are going to be able to claim the Morris blessing there as well. Easy peasy for those guys. You can see though, NAD have been eliminated from the game here. They were second place in kills. 8 kills and being eliminated as the third team. Definitely not a good look right there. Missing out on a lot of that multiplayer that you would get if a lot higher. Not going to be happy about that one. I always feel like you know, the hard part is getting the kills, man. The hard part is getting the kills, and then you just drop the ball a little bit, and not going to be happy about that one. But still, 8 kills is definitely not terrible. You'll take that one, just hoping for a little bit more. As we're seeing now, Wolves have been very quiet in this game. Why is it Bowder, Wolves, and why is the W? These teams, you know, actually just look at all the bottom teams here. We can see like Wolves, Bowder, YZG, OUG, even Alliance, who finished in 3rd in that first game. Look at these guys, man. Like OUG, the previous winners, with 0 kills, and the rest of them all sitting on 1. Like, that's just some of the best teams that we have here are some of the teams that we associate with early game aggression and getting kills. Not able to make it happen so far, just playing really passively, not going for these plays, and instead just looking to chill out. Maybe when that circle closes in a few minutes time, then we'll see everything explode, and maybe these teams can get those kills. We have seen J Team be able to do and execute a strategy similar to that, and also XCG, although obviously XCG have been eliminated in this game specifically, but still, as a proof of concept for the strategy, just holding on until that final circle comes through. It has been working a little bit today, so maybe the teams are fancying their try on that, as maybe actually though OUG are looking for their first engagement here. It's just going to be a bit of ranged poke and backing away.
Even with all of that coming into the rest of tonight here, it's still been more space and rotations here, as Q9 really trying to get some damage on AOW with those cannons. YZG just trying to climb up top, and EWG thinking the same thing as Q9 is going to try to see if they can claim this Morris blessing. Sadly, there is still a team surrounding very close by that also wants to claim it just as much as they do, and they're going to force this fight. They're going to really force this fight. Oh, LWH gets hit so hard with a massive cannon. It could be massive. Kua gets hit as well, forcing him to use that Monk ult. It's going to force him to be able to bounce this out as best as possible. I'm telling you, listen, it's one of those things where I love when a Morris blessing comes. They're like, if you can't have it, we can't either. We're going to make sure you don't first. And it's just a lot of greediness, and I love it. Love when everybody gets a little bit greedy for that chest here and definitely doesn't want anyone else to have it. And that's kind of the mentality that in reality you really have to have going into these games. You got to make sure that these other players and these other teams do not get this. Meanwhile, Kua in a totally different situation here ends up getting absolutely scratched by YZG with those blades from the katana, putting it down. Meanwhile, still trying to go for the pickup on Ghoul's loot here. Unfortunate for Q9 as KZ is going to back out of this, outside of this section here. There's still so many people in the surrounding area though. KZ Rain trying to see if they can use their scale rush just to come down. Trying to see if they can do something. Meanwhile, YZG is still on their roaring rampage. They're trying to get some points up on the leaderboard. Went from 2 eliminations down to the below 10, and now they're in top 6 with 4 eliminations. Ziai Liu, Sanzi, and Yeran still working towards their rotations, trying to see what they're going to do. Yeran goes for their full shield here, trying to keep it alive. Meanwhile, another team right in front here nearby, LXX, and the rest of their team trying to see if they can use their cannons to hit J Team, which is on the other side. Ziai Lu and YZG is right near EWG. This could be a massive fight that could really start off here. And ladies and gentlemen, looks like it might as Sanzi pushes in. Ziai Lu's ready for the fight here. This could be a 2v1. Never mind. Looks like they're just going to decide to back off, and it probably doesn't look like they really want to go through with this fight.
Just chilling for now. Nothing too much happening. With that circle getting smaller and smaller, this is a difficulty if you do go for those engages. If you dedicate to a fight, it's so easy to get third party. Like, you can just see, if you're looking at a minimap, like, you can see all of the player names. You can see KZ running around here, YZG, and then there's EWG just popping up in the minimap as well. Like, there's so many different teams all within a small-ish area, and especially in professional play here in the Nbpl. Players traverse the map so incredibly quickly. It's utterly absurd. Like, if you actually go into Naraka and you play the game for yourself, like, you know, you do running around and maybe you can do a bit of zipping about and stuff like that, and you think you might be a bit, you know, you think you're a bit of a speed demon, you're a bit of a Sonic, but absolutely not. If you watch the pro players in comparison, it's genuinely vile. Like, they're so good at just getting across the map really quickly, and a lot of that is because, you know, third partying is so powerful, so useful, and like, you just need to get those kills, and then it's probably the easiest way to do so. You don't have to actually do the work for the kills, you just pick them up for free. As Wolves are now just hanging out here on the underside of this roof with J Team up above them. No one looking for that engage again. 7 minutes on the clock. At this point in the game, we're going to be seeing a few of those ranged weapons coming through, just poking out a little bit, trying to burst out the utility, or just like chunk down that utility, try and get some of that armor chipped away, some of the health if you can as well. But just the lower you can get people, the more armor you can get enemy teams to use. And as you come to those fights, like, any little advantage will work out for you, and you'll be happy about that. No problem. Just everyone's spamming those ranged weapons. Also makes Wushen even better at this point in the game, because you do have those wind walls. Those spirit blades are really good at setting up the blockers for the projectiles. Tumult as well can do a little bit like that. And now we're just getting a little bit of chilling here. I expect to see that just for a few more minutes, but it's all going to pop off after that, Abby. It's all going to go down, and I expect that with a lot of teams left as well. 12 teams still in it. We're going to see some crazy action within the next few minutes.
Even with more of that happening, though, let's see if they can figure this out, as JDG is going to be on the inside. In the interior, Wolves is also going to be doing the very same thing, as J-Team is going to be up top. KZ up top, though. I don't know where the rest of his team is. Rain kind of solo here by himself. I don't really know where the rest of his KZ team is. I know they're still alive, so it's not like they're not alive here. Meanwhile, ASE trying to fight this out, staying alive as best as possible here. Doing what they can. Meanwhile, Alex up top just trying to duke it out, just hopefully waiting for the chance if someone comes in and strikes it. See, the reason why they do a lot of that is just, it's also like both movement, but also just in case if someone actually does, it's almost the perfect definition of a pre-fire, right? Just making sure that if someone does come around that corner at the right time, boom, you come through with a major right-click strike, could be massive damage. Team comes in, is able to pick up the rest of the comp and get the elimination. Now, AOW, like I said, 10 eliminations deep. It'd be very helpful for them. They know how to make this work here. Meanwhile, MPG and sadly has one player they have lost here. Jen is down and out. Still have Dubai and Sorrow, but they're gonna have to play this to the best of their abilities here. Not looking good, but let's see if they can figure this out here as MPG is gonna figure this out. Looks like they're gonna go up top here. Nice little hiding spot for them, actually. Love to see it. As OUG's Wade looks like he's gonna try to push in here. Never mind, he decides to jump off immediately. Probably gonna follow up the rest of the teammates with Double S and Zinyu. Zinyu's gonna be on the rotation side, just trying to stay alive here. Definitely have to pay attention. Just kind of play that smart here. Never know. Meanwhile, Pingtao up top on just the smallest little branch I think I've ever seen so far in Naraka Blade Point history. Could be so much to be had here, but ladies and gentlemen, still trying to figure this out. As OUG in another space is going to be able to go through with it. Let's see if OUG will be able to stay alive within this space here. Just trying to hang up top. Sometimes that is the name of the game, and then sometimes that's all you need to do within these spaces here. Let's see if they can figure out what's next after that. Wolves outside. He's gonna have to be careful though. He's being very dangerously low here when it comes to the shield here. His heals is just depleting little by little here. He's gonna have to use some of his heals. Unfortunate though, you definitely don't want to waste any of those heals because those are gonna be very vital close to end game here. Meanwhile, Lion, TT, Jing Shu, JDG trying to see if he can grab something as well with his Monk ult, trying to see if he can find anybody here within this space here. Depletion is already halfway through his Monk ult already. Close to phase 3. This might even be at phase 3 as he's end up getting a grab. He gets the throw. No, he doesn't end up getting the throw down. He ends up stumbling and he loses it as champion. Is going to be able to shut that down. Actually, I take that back. One thing actually claims it with the cannons. Rizu gets the elimination on JDG. Playing it off as best as possible here. Meanwhile, KZ tries to do what he can here as AOW's Mike just trying to figure this out here. Meanwhile, still working towards this space though. Look at all the cannons coming in, claiming one. JDG's Lily ends up getting claimed by Zhao. Yeron claims Tijing with those cannons. I'm telling you, the cannons have been so dangerous and so lethal, so helpful to your team getting those damages, especially when you see teams rotating in. You might be able to get those eliminations before you even know it. And sometimes it's amazing to see how these teams can really do it. Meanwhile, the Wushin looks like it's going to be able to take out a full team and get them out of harm's way as best as possible. Meanwhile, the circle is so slow, so close. It could be anyone's game here, really, though, as he's going to be able to go through the grab here. And there's people fighting outside of the circle here. They do know that the tick for the heals actually is very lethal here as Sorrow is going to get claimed from Yeron. Yeron is going to throw him down as Sorrow dangerously low here as the massive Viper ult comes in from CZX. Trying to see if he can threaten more and more people. Pingtao ends up getting dropped, but oh, that was a massive ulti strike coming in from AOW. But a massive Viper is going to shut that down. Shutting it down for the rest of the squad here. Really going to be anybody's game as everybody, for the split second, shuts down because of that Viper sting. Comes into place here. So much happening as QGG is going to claim AOW's Mikasa. As Yaxio ends up claiming a champion, and QGG ends up claiming Zyliu. As Zyliu ends up getting claimed by QGG, YZG is absolutely going off here, claiming it and finally taking over as the top spot here and shutting down AOW with their 10 eliminations so far. YZG is filling it out here. Meanwhile, CXC decides to control the narrative with a massive Viper roll, catching him inside of the ditch here in the smallest little corner that can be found possible. The scale rush comes in, and the Wushin is going to be able to take out YZG back on top of this tree. Even with everything going on here, YZG with 13 eliminations. I don't even know where the rest of the 2 more eliminations are coming from, but my oh my, have they been popping off the way that they want to. Meanwhile, they're trying to hold on EWG up top with the smallest little bit of top corner action on top of this hut that they need to just to keep it alive. Meanwhile, Ego ends up getting eliminated by Alliance's Lucky. Mubai with a massive Yorihime, but here comes the back-to-back coming in from another one, as it is going to be able to get the shutdown. Bauda might be able to get a massive one here. He does able to claim one. Can he claim two? It looks like he might have. 101 claims another. Rizu claims one on Xiao. This could be massive for Bauda. Bauda needs a dub. They have barely any points to their name, as 101 is able to shut down at least two. J-Ron keeping it alive for his team. EWG trying to keep it down for second place, but it looks like they claimed the dub, but I don't think it's going to be enough. It might be. I think it's right. Wait, Bauda ends up winning the game?
What on earth was that?
Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. I don't remember Bauda at least having more than double-digit kills from what I remember. We might need to check the scoreboard on that one, because I definitely thought YZG was taking that game home, but I stand corrected. Bauda takes game 3.
My goodness, Bauda, what a resurgence there. They were like 1 kill or something like that for the first 15-20 minutes of that map, and then towards the end they just really picked it up. That was crazy. I'm with you though. I thought YZG again, that was another team that didn't have any kills, and then we're just picking up so many ranged snipes, like whether it was with the bow or with the cannon. Like they were actually just picking up kill after kill after kill, and it felt a little bit illegal, to be honest. Like it felt like they were doing crazy things. But I guess, you know, Bauda just did that, but did it a little bit better. That was a ridiculously hectic final circle. And I guess that's what happens when you've got like 4 minutes left and still got 12 teams alive. Absolutely crazy things here from game number 3 in the Nbpl. Beautiful though. Bauda, of course, coming in 3rd place in game number 1. Awful game number 2. Awful game number 2 with 0 points. 0 kills, 0 points, nothing. Just absolutely nothing. And what a 0 to hero story though, coming into game 3 and finishing 1st. Literally from last to 1st. If these guys could just be maybe a little bit more consistent, then I think they find a bit more success.
Listen, all I'm saying is even with the amount of space they still was able to claim it. And like I said, I'm shocked. I'm positively shocked. I'm gonna be honest. I was not expecting for that to happen. I didn't think that was what was gonna happen. Okay, I wasn't ready for it. Okay, so when I saw that and I said, wait, Bauda ended up winning that? Hold on, I thought YZG had that. They had so much momentum to push into it. They had so many. What did I miss? Did I miss something? I missed something. What did I miss?
Dude, this is the thing, like you get like 30 seconds of so much action. It's so hard to keep up. It must be really close. It must be ridiculously close between Bauda and YZG. It must be, because I also was feeling the same. I was also feeling the same, and the finish as well. It looked as though EWG actually like survived last as well. Like I think they were the last man standing. So
yeah, but you know with that, but you also know with that, that's not gonna.
No, but what I'm saying is like it's not like Bauda finished 1st, and that's why they beat YZG. You know, that's what I'm trying to say. Like it's
got it.
I don't know, man, but that's the great thing about it, isn't it? That's the great thing about it. Like that was just so crazy towards the end, and even now reflecting upon it, no idea what was going on or what went down. We'll have to see it when we get the scores up. But honestly, like if we just take a look at like the bigger picture here, the fact that Bauda were able to bring out the victory is really, really good news for them, because I mean they just need me to flame them more in the pre-game, because that's what I essentially did to this game, right? I was like, yeah, maybe this is just so good they are, maybe and no, they just come out and they just whip it out, and it's all beautiful stuff. There it is, Bauda coming in 1st place with 27 points,
wow.
YZG with 22, and EWG with 19.4. Our previous winners, OUG, got 1 kill and finished with a total score of 3.4. So not so good for them, but reversing the fates here for Bauda. Like I said, number 16 they were in game number 2, coming all the way up to to position 1 in game number 3. Very good stuff.
Very good stuff coming in. Also very impressive. Like I said, I just wasn't expecting for them to really take that home the way that they did here. And like I said, I really counted them out, honestly. I just wasn't expecting that. So to see them really come through with that massive W with 15 eliminations, this is exactly the momentum that Bowda needed. I said it before, I said they need to put something down here. And ladies and gentlemen, they did just that.
Absolutely. And they did it really well. Like, honestly, just the patience that they had, for having a slow start, but still coming through and picking out the W towards the end right there. Very, very nice stuff there. As we're getting a Wu Chen as our MVP. It is going to be Axiel here. Almost 20k damage, not quite, but still close to it. And if you take a look at the damage split here as well, like the cannon being the main source of damage, the musket coming in third as well. Like, it really, you know, when you have so many teams alive towards the end of the game, there's just so many bodies in small spaces. These ranged weapons, specifically the cannon, get so much value. It's so insane. And Axio really did put on a performance there, and the rest of Bowda too, like as a team show, was very, very impressive and was deserved MVP.
Absolutely deserved of an MVP here, as now we still have another game immediately after this. We're going to be heading straight towards a new one, and we're at the halfway mark. We're finally at the halfway mark for Naraka Blade Point Pro League for our trio games. And I think some of the vibes have been set here, and there's a lot more double plus games that we're going to be having here. I want a 20 bomb. I feel it. I think a 20 bomb is desired. I think it's here. I think it's here. I think we could see it. I think we could see it tonight, specifically. I don't know who is going to claim that 20 bomb, but somebody is claiming a 20 bomb tonight. I'm gonna be honest, I feel like we might see it get claimed to game 5.
Okay, game 5.
I'm calling it specifically. I don't know who. I don't know who. That's the hard part. The hard part is seeing who is going to claim it. I would love to see a back-to-back from somebody. But that's hard. That's a hard task to ask for. Knowing that so far I've seen so many times where somebody just comes through with just insane points in that first game and just sadly just cannot produce that same amount in the next games here. So it's one of those things where you really have to go, hey, where do we go from here? Where do we go? How do we do that? So with that in mind, we still have one more. Once we're done with that, we're going to have a good time when we go back to Holleroff in game 5. But until then, we have Jaeger that's going to be talking to somebody else as well here. And we'll be seeing you right back here for a game 4 after our break. Jaeger, take it away, baby.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And I'm here standing with our 若竹 from the team 报答 and let him say hello to our audience. 来，若竹先和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是报答战队的若竹。
好的，再次欢迎你。So first of all, congratulations that you guys get the higher score in the game 3. So today I saw that you guys had really excellent performance in the final circle, and especially your Viper. So I would like to know how at that time I saw you that you use the ultimate of Viper, and then you have really high killing score. So I would like to know how you catch the timing for the Viper of the ultimate of Viper. 那首先要恭喜你们在这一把其实是拿到了最高分啊。那我们也看到，其实你们战队在最后的决赛圈拿到了非常高的一个击败积分。其中你的宁红叶非常非常的亮眼，那一波大招是给你们队拿了非常多的击败积分，对不对？然后想问一下，那一波你是怎么去抓住这个时机，然后去开的这个大招呢？
因为当时决赛圈已经非常小了，场面十分混乱，我们属于后期进入的战场，这个时候我们选择直接进行大招的一个循环嘛，然后刚好他们也是因为他们之前打过架了，所以说他们也没有大招，所以说我那个大晕了很多的人，然后给我们造成了很多的击败。
好的 ，So to be honest, at that time in the final circle, it's really very small and really every team is in a mess, and our choice is use the ultimate of Viper, and it's really control a lot of teams, and so that's why we can have very high killing score in the final circle. Okay, so I also saw that 报答 today you are very good at operate. Maybe in the beginning and the middle time of the game today, you don't have really high killing score, but you have really good status, and so also it helps you guys in the final circle. You have really high killing score. So I would like to know how you operate in the game. 那今天其实这一把我们看到暴打的运营能力也是非常的强。前中期的时候其实没有，就是不是说排名特别前面，然后拿了很高的击败积分啊，但是你们却给自己保持在了一个很好的状态，让你们进入决赛圈，而且让你们在决赛圈拿到了一个很好的击败积分。所以想问一下，你们的这个运营的思路今天是怎么决定的呢？
因为我们当时看圈型啊，圈型里障碍物非常多，比较适合我们这种的阵容生存，所以说我们也是自己告诉自己嘛，不要心急，就是先稳住自己的阵脚，保持状态，结果后面决赛圈说到之后，我们这个阵容也是发挥出了该有的优势。
是的。好的 So actually today we saw in the final circle, it's really fit to our hero combo. So our hero combo today is using the Viper and Yudu and Wu Chen. And we saw there's a lot of obstacle in the final circle, so very fit to us. So we choose a very good time, like we came into the final circle very late and it make a mess, so we can have very high killing score in the final circle. That's our operate today. Okay, so I also know Ruoju, so you every time when you have finished the game and back to the club, you like to go to the gym. So I would like to know how it can help you in the game and also in the normal life. 那我也知道若竹其实在每天比完赛之后是会去到自己基地的一个健身房。想问一下，这么长时间的一个锻炼，你觉得对你的生活当中和包括游戏当中的帮助是什么？
平常运动一下可以更好的首先是保持健康嘛，身体健康，其次是也能稳定一下我的竞技状态。
好的。So actually, I exercise every day, so it keeps my status, also my mentality and my form in the game. So I think exercise is very, very important in our daily life. OK, 好的，谢谢若竹，感谢你接受我们今天采访。Thank you, 若竹 for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
我对形象其实不太在意，就如果在意，我也不会留到现在这个头发了。就基本魔鬼训练我就没出过门，所以也没理发，就打算打完周学之后再理发嘛。所以我对个人形象来说还是挺平淡的，因为之前也帅过了。当时杰杯打完之后，当时也挺迷茫的，就很迷茫。虽然当时杰杯没夺冠，但当时就打比赛，我还是打的，就至少是在前面的，就打的还算挺猛的。所以当时杰杯过后，想着联赛是不是会职业化更加的难打，还有或者是能不能扛住那种训练强度啊那些，当时也犹豫了很久了。所以一开始训练赛开放的时候我都没打的，那些训练赛全部都。当时确实有想过不打职业，当时一开始想的是不打的，就想着去当主播，做个路人王嘛，就做个那些主播里面的冲榜啊什么的那些，我感觉我实力还是可以的。然后后面就还是回到年纪问题嘛，我还这么年轻，这如果不拼的话，就后面也不知道有啥机会了。怎么说呢？我才02年的，我才20岁，所以现在这个年纪，我感觉还是得打职业拼一下，这应该是人生最大的转折点。原先不是我跟子瑜跟星恒嘛，想着3个人还能不能继续在一起，后来因为一些事就导致大家都各奔东西嘛。 第2届集体杯打完的时候，新人说跟他一起打嘛，就需要我嘛，那我就来插个技了。毕竟是刚组的嘛，然后新版本上来打不好很正常，一开始。然后但是我们就对自我要求，加上我们这队伍不可能说是那种垫底的队伍，但我们上来打得挺差的，所以当时就压力很大嘛。然后你压力越大，打得越差，又没扛住压力，就那些游戏理解什么的也没跟上，所以就导致 S1其实一直在起起伏伏。杰贝武神这个称号，我 S1的时候还是压力挺大的，因为当时就没想到第一次打联赛就打的就挺差的。说实话，虽然也有第3、第4什么的那些，但一直都是一个中游队伍。就武神这个称号，当时对我来说压力很大的，就一直想争一口气吧。就这次总算是拿到1次周冠的，就看后面的 S2 总决赛还有杰贝吧。希望再拿1次武神吧。就现在这个成绩来说，还是对不起这个称号的。这一个周冠对于我们队伍来说很重要，因为这次就我一直以来都是觉得场均20分才能拿第1，然后打联赛发现大家实力都差不多，就分都咬得很紧，发现只要有个场均15分什么的就可以周冠。我也没想到我们能打出场均20分的就总积分来，这个确实是对我们很大一种肯定嘛。S1打得很不理想，现在 S2终于有点成绩了，就希望后面是打得越来越好，争取拿个联赛冠军。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another half. We went through 3 games. Now we got 3 games left. I'm excited because we're going to go back to basically the top of the order, right? So we're going to do another Morris. Then we head to the new map. When we head to the new map, like I said, nobody's comfortable. You guys have been comfortable for this game and the game in this game now. Now we got to go back to Holleroth, and then we end at Morris Isle. It's going to be interesting now with all of the changes here. And we've seen some pretty decent games here. I mean, J Team actually had a pop-off game. OUG had an insane game in game 2. Bauda surprised us all with a game 3 finish and taking over in reality. Really took over at the very, very end unsuspectingly. I really thought that OUG was going to be the team that takes it down, but no, Bauda surprises us and just goes, nope, we're snatching that away. That's mine. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes.
Thank you. See you next time.
Just right out of the loving arms of YZG and EWG as well. Like, just a really good showing towards the end, honestly. Like, it's quite impressive when teams normally you see a lot of a snowball effect in the Nbpl, like where teams like start off really hot in a match and then they just keep being hot. They keep going for it. This time around it was quite the opposite actually. 2 of those teams that made it into the top 3 were very, very slow towards the beginning of that match. You can see the total scores here coming through on your screen now so far today. Wolves heading up the bottom here with 21.5 points. That 15-point game. Same for JDG with 1 good game and then one bad game. Certainly not going to help them out at all here. And take a look at this though. Bauda still being in 2nd spot despite that big fat goose egg is pretty funny, honestly. quite impressive as well. The fact that you can still pull out a top 3 position despite a poor game to your name. But to be honest, this is what it's about. This is where you got to get that consistency. We're only 3 games in. Obviously, we got 3 more to play. And yeah, this is it. J Team so far coming out in 1st place, doing really, really well with that MVP as well in game number 2. Some teams outside the top 3 that I expect to be challenging for a little higher. You said that we're going to get a 20 bomb in game number 5. So not
I
this
did.
One, but the next
did.
one. I'm saying that's what I said, G.
I'm not eating my words, But
no. It will happen. It's YZG.
I want to see it
MVP
happen.
Game 5. It's
I
want to
see it. I want to see it happen on Hollerup. I think a 20 bomb would be amazing, amazingly phenomenal to see it happen on Hollerup. I actually want to see that go down. I said it before, but we're not at game 5 yet. We're at game 4. So we need to pull back for one round. We need to yank the rope, pull back. Now it's time for us to come back and lock it in for our game 4 here. Now the question is once we go through with this one, this is where more of this stuff starts to become interesting. It starts to really add to the rest of the intensity for these next 3 games here, because now there's 3 teams that really have created a lot of these consistencies. Obviously, even with Bauta really surprising us here. I didn't even know they had like a decent amount of points in game 1 here. They had 0 points in game 2, but that game 3 they just decided no, it's the time for us to change it, and clearly they did that.
Yeah. And I think this is the ability to adjust like that is very important. When you have so many games to play, you can't just stick to the same strategy. You have to be able to mix it up a little bit, and the best teams do that. And not only do it, but they do it effectively as well. And obviously, it's telling when you're able to when you're swapping out games as frequently as swapping out maps as frequently as we are here.
Right.
So
let alone the new
one
map
more
too.
left. Yeah, exactly. Like they're not used to it, and like we've got the default map in one more game here, game number 4. Then we swap over to Hollerup, and then we come back for the last game of the day onto the Morris Isle. I'm expecting, what's kind of difficult for me to really put in the the expectations overall, I would say, in general today, is that a lot of the teams, even the ones that have finished highly, have like really good games, and then at least one really bad game. It's like the consistency just isn't really there today. A lot of the top finishing teams here that we saw on that leaderboard previously, I think having a really awful like 0.5 point game, a 0 point game, like there are teams in the top 5 who are basically just non-existent for a game. I'm feeling that 101 Tien, mate. What a revolutionary way to use your headset. You can still get the comms, but also use it as a blindfold, so you can just sit and nap away from the piercing studio lights that'll be on you for hours at a time. Honestly, though, like studio lights are tiring. Like genuinely tiring, especially if it's dark. Like if it's naturally dark, which it is nighttime here in Shanghai. Their body clocks are like, what's going on? It should be dark. Why is it light? And then if they ever move outside of their seats and go like backstage on it to the loo or something like that, I guarantee you those hallways and stuff, they're going to be dark as well. And then you come onto the stage and it's just like lights. It takes its toll. It definitely takes its toll. It's tiring. It's surprisingly draining.
It's a lot.
The lights. It is.
More than anything, it is a lot going on. It is definitely hectic with everything going on here, but still at the end of the day, you do have to keep that consistency with the rest of these teams here and really hope that you can put down what is next. So now we still have another game left, and with another game, we have another video. You guys need to check this one out.
我们应该是会尝试新东西的，因为就这周周决第一把，我们拿的是奶妈双变，然后觉得空投也抢不到，然后决赛圈位置也站不住，装备也不好，就跟没玩一样，直接就死了。然后我们第3把，就换了沙男双变嘛，因为我们之前也是有想过这个阵容的，也有在训练赛用过，所以第一把奶妈双变用的不是很好，就发挥不是很好，那第3把我们就换了一个阵容，还是会改变的。对，我们的想法就是，他们这个状态确实是可以拿周冠的一个状态。然后我们的话，有2把也没怎么发挥好，其实。然后周冠的话，下周也是会去争的，对。
One thing. Putting it together and keeping it together. Foxdrop, what do you think?
No, I was surprised. You said these things XCG deserve the championship there. That was it's always nice when you can see the players giving credit to their rivals or to opponent teams. And, XAG is a team, we did have that feature of them. We've been seeing it at the beginning. We saw it in the advert breaks a few times as well. They've been a little bit quiet today. Still looking to find their form in one today. In the Nbpl, as we head on to game number 4 on the Morris. I was taking a look at the team comps. Nothing too much standing out here. Very common Viper, Wushen, Yoto comps coming through from the majority of teams. A few Justinas chucked in here and there. A few Mataris. I see just the one Takeda this time around on MPG. No Taka. That one section going to be locked in. So a little light on the transform comps this game. Only 3 of those. YZG, JDG, and J-Team going for the transformers. Everyone else has opted away from that. So you might see a little bit more skirmishing, a bit more of that kind of early to mid fighting, and less playing for that final circle, a bit more passivity, as those transformer comps tend to entail, and instead maybe you get a bit more fighting. And speaking of, look at all those banners down right in the middle of the map right there. That's a very crowded drop. You're going to see a lot of bloodthirsty action in the beginning of this one as these teams all that loot. A lot of teams, they're looking for that.
I mean, even with everything going on, though, there's still a nice little bit of a spread here, as Wolves is going to be holding the center section of Shadow Days, but there's so many people going to be surrounding all this middle section of Celestra, Zest, Windfall, Pool of Cleansing, even Windhow Forest, Trifid Junction. I mean, there's so many spaces in between Wreckage and Celestra that's going to see a fair share of people. Not only people, but also players, too. It's going to be absolutely insane how they can switch it together here. I think we're going to see a lot of immediate aggression coming in for these first couple of games. I'm excited.
What is this customization? This very
have you not seen the listen the one thing,
not this specific one.
Listen, I have seen so many creative hero customization for this game. It is insane. Me personally, I have Zoro as my Tian Hai. I have a specific Tian Hai as my Tian Hai, and then there's a couple other players too. Someone's made a Samuel Jackson. Someone's made Squidward. Someone has made
is Shrek there?
I think someone has made a Shrek. I've seen a couple of interesting ones here as I'm trying to think. Someone's created a Thanos before. Meanwhile, Mentality in the middle of trying to see if they can get their first eliminations. Alliance trying to see if they can shut it down for XCG. Lexing Hang is caught in a bad situation, dangerously low here, and it looks like Mentality will claim the elimination for this team. But no, I've seen some creative stuff. I saw someone make an Iron Man. We've seen there has been a Shrek. I can actually send you the screenshot of what Shrek looks like, the Shrek one, because like I said, I've seen some incredibly impressive artwork when it comes to this, and it's incredibly impressive, the things that people can create for these games here. As OUG and the rest of the team really trying to keep it alive here. NAD pushing this together here. I love the color scheme though from NAD though. It's a nice color, and it's also very noticeable too to know what's going on here. Meanwhile, 101 is trying to see if they can shut it down with that Yorihime ulti. Is going to be able to get the first grab. Oh, and the F3 comes through and it's able to shut down NAD's 40 with the first beautiful clutch, but it looks like they will get shut down again as AOW's Cuckoo goes down, and so does 101. Looks like Wei is able to get the elimination by Shin Yu. So much rotation coming into this. You love to see it, even with more and more of it. Still trying to keep it together as much as possible here. They've done a pretty good job of it. Let's see if they can keep the same momentum going in.
God damn, so much fighting out here. We did kind of expect that with the drops being so clustered at the beginning of this one. It's kind of inevitable when there's so many people in so little space. Not a lot of loot to go around. You just grab the first thing that you can see and you charge at an enemy. See if you had those early game stats there, get those early game eliminations, so that you can of course get those kills that hopefully you can then carry towards the end of the game. As a great parry comes through there with Double S going to bring down Axial. He is going to fall Bowder here. Kind of struggling so far considering they were our #1 team in the previous game. Of course, they just get those resurrections. It's not a big deal. It's all okay. But still going to be feeling the pain just a little bit here. Speaking of OC here, our kill leaders alongside Alliance in a little bit of a skirmish right now. Lucky popping the Viper ultimate, not going to be able to catch anyone out as they break the line of sight heading into the building. As Alliance on the back foot on this one, OC going to be hunting them down, going to be chasing them down. Alliance has fallen, Mubai is dead, he's donezo. Just the Wu Chen ulti at the end of the day to get the reset, to get the resurrection, but OC are hot on their tail. They're going to keep... Oh, they didn't get the res. They actually didn't get it. Mumbai is still dead. Oh my goodness, Mumbai is actually not being brought up here. OC is so quick on that rotation to follow Alliance up, able to interrupt the res. As now Mentality, he's split. Lucky, he's split. Not going to be able to go for that one, and instead OC picking on Mentality here, keeping up that pressure as a beautiful parry comes through from Mentality, looking for that 1v1. But of course there's no such thing as a 1v1 in trios. There's no such thing as a 1v1 in Naraka at all. You can't get away with that one, and Mentality, despite his impressive mechanics, is going to fall down. 3v1, doesn't matter how good your mechanics are, you're not going to be able to win that one. Unlucky. Shortly falls down afterwards as well. Alliance losing that fight, and OC with 8 kills so far in this one. Holy moly.
8 kills in the first circle. The first circle is just starting to close here, and we already have 8 eliminations claimed by OC. This is going to be interesting if they end up getting the 20 bomb before we get to game 5 here. I'm going to laugh because that'd be funny if I was 1 game off. But Q9 back at it with 1 elimination so far here as we look at AOW. AOW has 1 elimination as well here. So many of these teams really are able to really catch up and get these eliminations going here. But YZG, EWG, Wolves, and NPG by themselves with 0 eliminations, straggling to try to see if maybe they can get something here. Probably just haven't fought anybody either, to be fair. But we'll see where the rest of it goes, though. Meanwhile, KZ and NAD nearby. NAD with that light blue team, that blue water. It's wet like water. Meanwhile, EWG, J team nearby. Eagle's gonna pop that massive Monk ult's gonna try to see if maybe they can catch them on the interior though of this other side here. See if they can keep the rotations going here, as they will be able to maybe get the grab though. But oh, here comes the advantage. Yeron ends up getting hit by that massive Veins Breath, but it looks like the Wushin is gonna be able to get him out of there in great time. Sanzi picked up and saved yet again in a tight situation. Even with all of this space though, still could be able to catch him up in a bad situation. Let's see if they can figure this out here. Meanwhile, J-Team's lead, trying to see if they can catch something as well. Yeron trying to see if they can work towards it. J-Team just trying to keep it alive here. Meanwhile, that Terracotta Warrior is going to be able to come in. Sanzi trying to back out as best as possible here, but the Force Yoda email has to come out, trying to get them to throw this back. Meanwhile, Eagle caught in a bad situation here and ends up getting sliced by Sanzi by the Yoda Hime ulti. Beautiful timing coming in to be able to shut that down here. Meanwhile, J-Team's Lee trying to keep the game alive with that Terracotta Warrior, trying to run away, trying not to end up getting eliminated, and sadly he will have to demonk, and he ends up immediately getting sauced and dossed right in between.
It's third party though. EWG did really well to bring down the J-Team on that. Was beautiful stuff. Speaking of beautiful, that Viper Ning ulti coming through from the heavens, timing it just what the heck? Okay. The third party from OUG coming through, and EWG still come out on top after having fought J-Team being without their resources. That is nutty. That is actually ridiculous. What a pickup right there from EWG. Beautiful stuff. My goodness, that is wow. OUG are going to be kicking themselves about that one, especially considering this is one of our better teams here. I believe these guys are like 3rd place overall so far in the standings today, with 3 games being played. EWG though is still finding themselves constantly fighting. It just never stops. Zhao Luis is in a lot of trouble. He's going to fall down to the circle here. As Alliance, finally, they brought enough people down to bring down the Titans of EWG. They should be able to get resurrected here though. Yeran able to pick up Sansi, and soon to be Xiao Liu as well. Just gonna be able to resurrect here and live to fight another day. So much action happening so far as well. Still 16 teams in it though. No team has gone down for good. No team is completely in the Shadow Realm right now. But among the teams with 0 kills, we've got YZG and Wolves. And YZG, one of our better performing teams, one of the best teams that we have here in the Nbpl. And Wolves, one of the more bloodthirsty teams. Very shocking to see both those guys on that 0 kills. With YZG though, looking to change that around with an engage onto AOW, fighting over this Mora's Blessing right here as the Monk transformation times out. Not going to be able to get too much out of that one. JDG on their way in as well for that third party. J-Team is coming in close too. Do not want to be stuck in between these two teams. Just going to be disengaging instead, as it is ZK from J-Team is absolutely boinked. He is blasted. He is out of there. And J-Team, oof, my goodness, that is not looking good for these guys. JDG though, great pickup for them. Really nicely played. Able to just scoot away with a Mora's Blessing and all of their lives and utility intact.
Meanwhile, OC still holding the top spot there with 9 eliminations, but EWG and Alliance and ASC is slowly catching up though with 5 eliminations and EWG claiming 6 currently here. JDG, oh, looks like they found J-Team's Eagle inside of this small corner. I'm curious as to where they even found him though. J-Team's Eagle really trying to keep this alive here in a tight situation, but it does not matter though, as Lion will be able to shut that down there. But there could have been an opportunity though. I've seen some 2v1s get thrust before. It has happened, and we have seen at least 1 or 2 1v3s here, as Bauda's going to keep it to themselves, by themselves, 1-on-1, trying to keep this alive here. Meanwhile, NAD, 1 player short. No, full team. But where is their third? It looks like they're just waiting. Could be also in a nearby space here. Meanwhile, OC, JDG, and NAD have Draco Storms out and usable currently right now.
Very nicely done there. The Q9 being able to bully down some of the Wolves as well. Again, one of our better early game teams is the Wolves. Not having a good showing of things just yet here in game number 4. Getting hunted down though is Q9 now. The tides have turned. It's OC bringing down the paint onto Q9 in a 1v3 LXY. He's not going to be able to do it though. He did survive for a decent amount of time, to be honest. Didn't look too bad for him to start with, but no friends, no life. Not going to work out as Guar is just hanging out here in this building. I don't think he's going to get spotted out. He's just chilling there. Guar might be able to go and resurrect his friend as well if he can just chill out for a little bit. That's still surprised though. We've got 17 minutes left and no eliminations. Like no team has been taken out of the game just yet. Still with 16 teams remaining. OC leading the charge with 10 kills here to their name. EWG second place with 6. Alliance, ASC, and XCG all tied at 5. OC, as you can see on your screen now, the kill leaders going to be knocking down Q9's LWH for their 11th kill of the lobby so far. Almost doubling up second place. Absolutely mental. It seems to be a theme of today though. One team just runs away with it early on into the game, but doesn't necessarily follow that up with a high finish. We'll see if OC can change the course of that one today in this game and try and combine their high kills with a high finish and get the most out of that multiplier. As J-Team's lead is going to be hunted down, and J-Team have been hunted down a lot this game, and that's them done out of the lobby. It's surprising just the inconsistency of some of our good teams here. Like J-Team have had some proper solid finishes today. They are MVP once. They were second place in another game, and now they're the first team eliminated. They are out. It is donezo. J-Team are now going to have to wait for game number 5 to make any more of an impact.
Meanwhile, KZ playing this out as best as they can here with those 6 eliminations. 12 eliminations claimed by OC. OC are still getting eliminations as they get 13 eliminations. Why are we not on the OC's cam right now? We need to be watching OC currently with 13 eliminations already here. Oh, finally. I really want them to get elimination. I doubt it, but still. It would be amazing to see if just somebody was just on the other side, not paying attention, and then just gets the finish. Unfortunate not being able to, but that is okay. Meanwhile, gonna be able to push into this as well. See if they can figure this out, though, even with more and more of this stuff to be had. As Alliance is lucky, is also going to be pushing in, but Q9 caught in a bad situation. The type of situation you don't want to be into, as Gua is going to sadly get eliminated by ASE. Alex going to be able to claim that elimination from Q9. Gets 7 eliminations, finally taking over that second place spot. Let's see if they can figure this out, as they are going to be able to push out, get into circle, and they're going to be pushing past Celestra. Ladies and gentlemen, this circle is going to be somewhere on this right side here. It's going to be right in between most of the desert here. So it's going to be right above Shadowjade Mine towards the left side. It looks like it's going to be the south side of where Celestra is, but that very center edge area, that's going to be called Crow's Nest. Crow's Nest, Wayne Shrine could be those two places, but it looks like it's going to be a very open kind of deserty space. Very, very excited to see how this goes and where this goes, because now it's only going to get more and more interesting as we're going to be able to push in towards it.
Indeed it is. And as territory becomes prime real estate for all these teams, it might get smaller and smaller. We should see more of a contest for some of these places as well. YZG now are just going to be popping that transformation to secure the Mora's Blessing, just in case there's a team sniffing about wanting to contest this one, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. JDG as well doing the exact same thing. Both these teams going to be able to pick up that loot, get all that beautiful equipment for themselves. You can see their epic armor and epic weapon there for Jing Shu. Very happy about that one. There's a lot of action on this side of the map here, though. AOW finding themselves in a fight against EWG. JDG are going to be chasing them down as well. This could be kind of scary here as you're looking for that third party, potentially even the fourth party. AOW want nothing to do with this one. They're just going to be dipping away from that one. No fight happening. Though they are kind of close to another team that's just hiding in the bush. MPG, if I'm not mistaken, was the one hiding out there. It's JDG, we said it, right? They're going for the chase. EWG, Sansi is very, very low here. The Draco Storm trying to make the most of it before it times out. Can Sansi get away from this one? It's going to be tough for them. He is zipping, zopping, and zapping his way out of there. May survive just for now. Xiao Liu looks like he's gained the eye of JDG instead. But no, just going to be that reset. Nothing too much happening. Genji has found someone else. Okay, they're not giving up on the chase. They just want to chase someone else. It's KZ who are now finding themselves in the targets of JDG. That is going to be elimination onto Rain. He is donezo. LXX looked like he could go down second as well, but instead he's going to survive. It is going to be the teleportation from Wu Chen to get the can and the resurrection there. Easy lemon squeezy. That's how you find him though. It is going to be Unlay finding it.
Oh, massive right click coming in from Anali as he's going to get claimed 17 flower. Oh man, you love to see when the Draco Storm gives you just such a big advantage though. Coming into this, you love to see it even with the spaces of where things have gone. Love to see it though, as Bauda, it looks like he's getting chased by YZG. He's gonna have to be very careful though. Axio might be able to actually get away, but that circle tick is hurting more and more. He's gonna have to rotate this out and get out of here as best as possible though. But he's gonna run right into ASE. Not looking good for him as he's gonna get immediately grappled. He's gonna have to go, but no, ASE Alex finds him throughout the rotation. It says, where do you think you're going, buddy? Catches him in a bad situation and says, definitely don't want to get caught in a bad situation like that. And ladies and gentlemen, it looks like they did, as it looks like QGG ends up claiming another body as well here. YZG is going to go through the rotation, and ASC is going to run this around. OUG and nearby as well. This could be a massive fight that's about to break out here. And it looks like Zhao is going to claim the first one, though, as Jing's going to be able to solo the man out. And it looks like it's going to be a scramble to try to see who's going to get it. It looks like Jin's going to try to back out of this as best as possible. Xiao Lu is going to push in on one of the other players. Champion trying to force it, but it looks like they're going to force the Yoda Himeo, but it might not be enough here as OUG's Wade is going to be able to claim the elimination with that crossbow. Just a normal crossbow. Looks like he might be able to claim Alex in mid-face, but it doesn't look like it. As the Wolf is going to be able to protect him and go for the parry, as he will be able to shut that down. He's going to have to go back and scramble and get out of there. Plays it to the best of his ability and does it. Oh man, that is absolutely amazing. Even with what he did.
But it's all so close. It's crazy.
Wow, oh wow, you love to see it.
OUG just able to skirt away from this one as well. ASC are in a bit of a pickle there. Losing a member, gonna have to lick their wounds a tad. Oh, it's all kicking off now though. We've just passed the 10-minute mark. A little bit more of this game to play, but still already we're getting the fights. This is usually the time of the game where we see players and teams go a little bit passive. Just looking for those range hits, those chip hits. We got poke off, but it's not happening now. OC now able to find themselves up against XCG. Gonna bring down Shaonan. He is donezo. The rest of Alliance now gonna be joining the fight here. It's Lucky with a huge Viper ultimate, able to get down that multiple member stun. 01 is brought down, and Dubai brings down 28 HH as well. OC, my goodness, they did not like that one right there, and they are the kill leaders of this game right now, sitting on 14 kills. 2 of their members are down. My goodness, if we see another example of a team with loads of kills who are still going to finish really early and get eliminated early, it is going to be tragic. You've seen that essentially every single game today. It is not good if you want to finish high with your points. It is absolutely not good. Like, getting kills is very important. Yes, absolutely. But if you can't finish high, you're not going to get that multiplier. And it really doesn't mean too much. All those kills kind of just going by the wayside a little bit. Still good, but not as good as it could be, as we're seeing YZG is going to be defending their vantage point here at the top of the mountain. Don't want to give that up just yet. Instead, just looking to try and keep teams away, shoot people down. Anyone that comes near, they say, nope, get away from here, swat them. A bit like when your cat or your dog sniffs at your plate of food, you just give them a little swap. That's exactly what YZG are doing right here on top of that cliff. AW able to secure the Morris Blessing with the Tomahawk's ultimate blocking all the projectiles. As this map is getting smaller and smaller now. A lot less room to navigate. We've still got 12 teams alive.
Looks like even with this one, MPG is going to be up top though. LX looks like he's going to try to see if he can throw some nice cannons up top here. Looks like he was able to do what he can though, and did what he can within that space though. Looks like they will be able to rotate this out here. Let's see if they can figure this out towards the next one. Meanwhile, looks like they will be able to go through more of these rotations though, as Alliance is going to be around the spread here. Let's see if they can figure this out though. Work towards more of it. Meanwhile, EWG still on this rotation, is going to be able to do what he needs to. Let's see if they can figure this out. More and more of it. See if they can figure this out here as, oh man, nice little bits of rotation comes in here. See if they can figure this out. Meanwhile, JDG, AOWs, OUG, there's so many people that's going to be around the rotation.
At the top of that roof, there's like 4 different teams there. Everyone wants to fight for the high ground. Set themselves up nicely as this circle gets smaller. You want to have that position. We're seeing Alliance here, big and high ground. Popping all their ultimates, chasing after their prey is EWG and Wolves here. 3 teams going at it. EWG though, I think are just going to be the losers in this one. Both teams are looking to fight with the Wolves. AOW coming in here now as well. A lot of players going down here. Lucky has fallen down. Mentality is already down as well. We're focusing on Pink Tao here with his legendary greatsword, just trying to make plays happen, just trying to get those kills. Is the Yota ultimate being forced out of one thing though? Can Wolves capitalize on this one?
They should be able to, though. I mean, it'd be interesting though, because they do need to capitalize on something here. Because even with this force, they still need to be able to spread it out and try to see if they can make something happen though. I think the more and more time that they have, they should be able to figure it out though. But let's see if they can push it together. Meanwhile, MPG caught in a sandstorm here. It looks like they were able to claim an elimination on AOW's Mikasa. Good time though to be able to figure something out here. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum pushing in. Meanwhile, EWG is trying to spread it out thin, trying to see if maybe they can find something as well here. Doing it well. Even with MPG though, trying to catch it onto Wolves. One Fang in a dangerous pursuit, and they end up getting just bombarded with bows, cannons, and everything else involving fire. It looks like they will be able to go through and get some pickups though as well, but sadly OC does get that elimination. Oh man, it's so unfortunate though seeing SoC and ASE. But hey, EWG is still here with 8 eliminations, and we still have 3 teams with 6 eliminations so far. Make that 4 as OUG finally joins the team of the Team 6s of 6 eliminations coming in through all of this, as Bauda is going to be able to claim their third elimination actually. As 101 ends up just getting absolutely bombarded by so many cannons. Oh my goodness, 101 in a tough situation though. Definitely doesn't want to get caught up in a bad situation though. Don't want to get caught up in something really bad here. Let's see if they can figure this out. Meanwhile, even with the rest of the spread here, still trying to figure it out. As MPG Sorrow caught outside of circle though, sadly, is still alive. Still could stay towards this end, but it really could have been bad though. Curious where the shield might have come from. He might have had the Soul J that kept him alive though. Definitely helpful for him, and it could have been really bad if he wasn't not paying attention. Make sure to keep following as One Fang is gonna go in and get the Scale Rush elimination onto Double SS. Absolutely insane coming into this. Let's see if they can push towards it. Man, this is absolutely insane coming into this though. Fox, what do you think so far?
Dude, we got 4 minutes left and 8 teams alive. There's not a lot of space here. We don't have a lot of transformer comps either, right? We had like 3 going into the game. We can see 1 here with YZG. It's going to be tough. I think at this point it's really anyone's game. You can see, look at the teams eliminated. 5 teams in the top 5 eliminated. Sorry, in the top 5 kills, 4 of them are eliminated. It's absolutely anyone's game here, including it could be the Wolves. Wolves 14 here with a massive Viper ultimate. Going to be able to lock down 4 people. Crazy stuff right there. Not going to dedicate just yet to the fight though. Still a lot of poke coming through with the cannons. 5 teams left alive. OUG, MPG, JDG, YZG, XCG, and Wolves all looking to try and put their stamp here on game number 4. All to play for here still. A lot of these teams really trying to solidify themselves on the upper half of the leaderboard here. All sitting themselves not so pretty in 9th overall. Not quite at the top side, but a good finish here will certainly push them into the top half. As XCG, Li Shenheng is gone. He's down. He's out of there. See MPG as well, able to pick up that, looking for some more stuff here, as a lot of the teams are now just occupying the airspace. There is no neutral airspace, no such thing as that anymore, as every single team is just trying to juggle their way up that tree, playing Squirrel, trying to keep themselves safe. But this is big, this is really huge right here. JDG, as this circle comes in through, Taejing Shu and Xiaohu, 2 big transforms here, trying to find themselves those grabs, trying to get themselves those kills, as this circle now is just going to get smaller and smaller. They do have the high ground, and knocked down is Jing Shu alongside Xiao, who's going to be following him as well. A lot of space to run away and hide though. Try and break that line of sight to try and avoid those grabs. It is Anlai able to pick down YZG. OUG still trying to poke them down with the ranged weapons. YZG going in for the fight as well on this one. JDG still trying to push it through. Anlai with the transform into the Terracotta Warrior. Trying to make it happen, but his team's low. He's low as well. OUG, MPG, YZG, JDG on your screen is now the guy we're following. Just trying to hold on, just trying to make it happen, but I have to feel like he's going to go down soon as well. As another Terracotta Warrior in QGG is going to join the fray. He's joining this fight right here. Can he bring down Anlai? It looks like he won't be long for this world much longer here, because it is the Xiaohu, another transformation. My goodness, how many of these is he going to get in this final circle? Absolutely mental. Anlai is broken down. He is felled low. Is YZG with all of the pressure here. You have to feel the 3 versus 1. Why he's just running away, but he's not going to be long for this world. YZG coming out clutch as our final winners of game number 4.
I mean, even with that amount of time though, YZG, it was only a matter of time until they was able to claim their dub here. They played it so well and really was able to do as much as they can. really figuring out where they need to be in certain situations here. And clearly YZG had the momentum they needed to really end this game strong as can be. And they did it well. They did a very, very good job of it. It's really impressive coming in. YZG needed that dub. Now, I'm excited to see how the rest of these next 2 games go, though, because, man, it's only going to get more and more interesting from here. But they did what they could. They were able to do it to the best of their ability, and you love to see it coming in as YZG is going to be able to claim our game number 4. Wow. YZG really holding it down though. Crowd control was really good when it came to them, and they really played it to where they wasn't really caught in bad situations. They really were able to capitalize on certain kills. If they really were seeing somebody kind of soloed out in certain situations, they were able to get out of there, not get caught in bad spaces. Were able to find those extra little things that they needed, and they did a good job of really just holding the fort down, knowing that they really could have been caught on so many different sides, and they tried not to.
Yeah, what surprised me the most, honestly, about that final circle with how YZG played it is all 3 of them were alive at the end. That is very rare. Normally it comes down to like 1 or 2 members of the team, maybe like 3 or 4 different players all of different teams. But YZG were in firm control of that one. And to be honest, like we saw 2 of those transformer comps in that final circle. Whereas a lot of these teams have kind of deviated away from those comps in this game. Like considering there were 3 Tianhais in that game and 2 of them were in the final circle, I wouldn't be surprised to see a bit of adaptation specifically in game number 6. Maybe not as we go into our next game, because that's on Holoroth and the different map has slightly different like metas as far as the heroes go. But I wouldn't be surprised to see, you know, a lot of teams revert back to those transformer comps. Clearly they're working. You just saw that happen there in game number 4. But YZG, you know, having a bit of a slow start to today, one of the better teams that we have here. I had high expectations for them, and here they are bringing home their first dub. And I've already called them, you called the 20 bomb in game number 5. I called it was going to be YZG who get the 20 bomb. So we might actually see our first back-to-back winner as well, if we completely make this up.
That means we both just be good at our jobs and know what we're doing. Clearly, that just means we both know what's going on and how we're able to do it here. Because good Lord, have mercy. I love to see it when things just come together here. And it looks good within this next spaces here. I mean, listen, even with everything that's been happening here, YZG really did play the game that they wanted to. They had a good game in game 2. But they just sadly, they ended up getting eliminated, sadly, kind of a little bit more early on, and they were popping off with eliminations. And YZG has been keeping these points consistent throughout these games. They just haven't gotten that top 3 that they really have wanted. So now to finally get the dub, I know it's got to feel good knowing that they're coming in with 21 points for game 4, 10 eliminations, but OC with 14 eliminations. Sadly, they did get that elimination, but they ended up in 2nd place. Regardless. And then obviously 15.5 coming in from 9 eliminations with JDG. 13.5 kill points total. So hey, listen, they did their job and they played a good game. But look at this. 6 eliminations coming in from NPG in 5th place with 12.6 points. OUG with 15, trying to tie it up. They did what they could, and they did the best they could, man. And they made it look nice. They made it look really, really good.
For me, what stands out for that game is firstly J-Team were the first team eliminated, despite them being overall number 1 in our standings. So the best performing team today was the first team eliminated. And also, we just have a trend here today where the team that pops off and gets loads of kills, you know, within like 5 or 10 minutes, just flounders and they just get knocked out really early. You know, we've seen it. Like, that's genuinely at least 3 games, maybe even literally every single game today. You know, I remember quite specifically Q9 did that in the Holoroth game, and this time around it was OC's time to do that. 14 eliminations, by far the most, even though they got eliminated early, still by far the most. But just imagine if they were able to finish a little bit higher. Like, the fact that they only got 15 points with 14 eliminations is honestly very disappointing, as your MVPs instead are not going to be OC, it's going to be YZG, and within YZG, QGG able to pick up the MVP of the map there with the 2 legendary Soul Jade. Something that really just stands out to me is the fact that he's got a precise 12,000 damage. Not 12,001, not 12,002. How do you, like, that's, honestly, that in and of itself is very satisfying.
That's impressive. It's impressive, even with that one still able to do what they need to. Wow. All right.
Yeah.
Even with that one being able to clutch that up here, you love to see how they're able to clutch it together, but YZG needed that. And I'm very happy to see that they're able to claim it for themselves and get that game 4. Now we still have 2 more games left. And game 5 is, I think, where things are going to get juicy. Ladies and gentlemen, we're hopping back on the boat. We're going back to Halaroth. Got to take it all the way back. Got to go all the way back to Halaroth. So now, as we're going to head back there, I got to go get my hoodie. I said I wasn't going to forget this time. I said I wasn't going to forget this time. So this time, I'm gonna go get that because it's going to be cold next time we come back here.
Did that remind you?
They did.
Okay.
So thank you guys for that reminder because I will need that. So now, as we kindly head back here and we're going to be able to go towards the next spaces here, now is the time for more goody good, as YZG was really filling that out. And like I said, they really needed that. So now, claiming those eliminations and claiming those points with OUG, YZG, Bauda, and J-Team, who is going to cover game 5? While we're talking about that in chat, I'm gonna need you guys to go and take it over to Jaeger. Jaeger's got somebody who's going to be talking to you while I go get this hoodie and get ready for Halaroth. This is going to be cold, and I swear to... Oh.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. Today we are very glad to invite Xiaohu to our interview room and let him say hello to our audience. Hello 小虎，欢迎你，然后先和我们英文流的观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是来自外来机战队的小虎。
好的，再次欢迎你们，也恭喜你们在刚才获得了最高分。So welcome to the post-game interview and congratulations that you guys get the highest score in the game 5. And I saw that today you used the hero combo, which is the classic double transformer. And like nowadays we are really to see Kurumi in the games, and I would like to know why. 那首先又再次恭喜你们这把，其实你们是拿一个经典的双面阵容拿下了这一把比赛啊。但是其实今天我们看比赛的时候，好像胡桃他的出场率在双面当中出场率是越来越少了，很想知道为什么呢？
因为现在这个版本嘛，然后妖红尘的用的队伍太多了，基本上而且大家都会玩，然后就专找双变杀，就是带奶妈的话可能就没有那么好打，带沙男的话可以跟那个妖红尘应付一下，打个5-5开吧，差不多。
好的。So like nowadays, there's too much teams choose the hero combo, which is the Viper with Yudu and Wu Chen, and it's very hard for the classical double transformer to survive. So we think on using the Tamuj with the double transformer will be better and can fight with the hero combo, which is the Viper and Wu Chen and Yudu. Okay, so because you just told me that Kurumi is hard to survive and this hero combo now is like maybe a little bit weak in the games, so I would like to know why you still choose Kurumi today. 那刚才其实你也跟我说到了，觉得说在当前版本当中嘛，就是因为妖红尘选的队伍太多了，然后现在其实你们拿一个经典的双变也比较难打，那今天为什么你们还是选择了胡桃呢？
因为我们就是感觉那个阵容虽然说可以打妖红尘吧，但是我们更多的方向是朝决赛圈去打嘛，而且这个阵容打双变配上篮的话也很好打，然后决赛圈胡桃的作用也比那个上篮强一点嘛，然后我们就选了这个阵容。
好的 So to be honest, we think for this hero combo is still very strong in the final circle, and we just won the killing score in the final circle. And also because we think the classic double transformer is stronger than the double transformer with the Tamuj, so we still choose the classic double transformer. Okay, so we know nowadays Tamuj is very strong right now, not only in the match patch but also in the current patch. So I would like to know how you comment on this hero in the Trios game. 那我们也知道，其实在当前版本不仅仅是我们比赛目前使用的版本，包括我们玩家平时玩的版本啊，特穆尔其实也是越来越强了。那你怎么评价特穆尔在3排中的一个表现？
新版特穆尔就更厉害了嘛，然后 就下个双周嘛，你要上，可能就特么会更多，更多了可能就会导致妖魂城少了吧。妖魂城少了，可能到时候环境就会变了，可能双变还是会多。
好的。So I think because the stronger of the strength of the Tamuj, so maybe there will be a change of the environment in the game. So I foresee in the next double week final, so maybe there will be more Tamuj in the game, and also the double transformer with Tamuj will be stronger than the Yudu with Viper and Wu-Chen. So I foresee there will have more Tamuj with the double transformer in the game. 好的，谢谢，再次感谢你接受我们今天的采访。Thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
We made it. I got my hoodie.
It's nice.
I'm no longer cold. It's cold here, man. Holoroth is no joke. And I know these players know that Holoroth is no joke. Okay? They understand and I understand it. They just understand a little bit different than me. I just want to make sure I don't freeze to death. Meanwhile, they just have to worry about not dying. Right? Because that terrain is spooky, okay? A scorpion almost attacked me earlier. Where was you at, Fox?
Look, I'm just taking in the scenery, bro. It's just beautiful. It's beautiful.
It's very beautiful scenery. Meanwhile, I'm struggling because it's freezing out here. Anyway, guys, welcome back to Naraka Blade Point Pro League. I'm your host and your caster, Dabby. I'm accompanied by Fox Drop. I was going to get ready for Game 5. Game 5 is going to be set here in Holoroth. So much terrain, so many things that can happen here. You have to be careful. in every which way, shape, and term. And I'm not even talking about the players. That terrain can slow you down just a little bit. You have to be careful in terms of what's happening here. Meanwhile, I'm here in my hoodie just trying to stay cool on this map here because this is a little bit different. This isn't like the island of Morris Isle that's very beautiful and just blue skies and summer breezes. Over here, it's a little bit different. It's a little more harsh, rushed. The vibes are a little more fanatic, but we'd love to see it though, because the teams also have to go through that same emotion when they're in this game. Now, as we lock in, this is the game that we said before. I think we're going to claim a 20 bomb. You think it might be YZG that claims that 20 bomb. That's going to be interesting. If we see a YZG claim a 20 bomb, that's going to be wildly interesting, but also fun. I'm excited. So now, where do we go from here? Game 5 is next.
Game 5, baby. That's where we go from here. All that beautiful Holoroth action. I absolutely love it when we get to swap over to this map. Everything changes and the players, they just lose their minds, man. I love it. This is the crazy aggression, specifically when players first drop is through the roof, really, on Holoroth. We saw Q9 in the previous Holoroth map. Get off to a crazy start, like mental kills, all that beautiful stuff. But they just flopped. They completely flopped it as the game went on and got eliminated really early. And it's like, can we today see a team do well in that early mid and then actually carry it through to a high finish? We haven't seen that at all today. We've seen quite the opposite quite a few times, and it's no bueno. You gotta get your kills and then do well and finish high. You can't just do one. But we'll see it, because obviously, as we have predicted, YZG are gonna get that 20 bomb, right? So hopefully it'll be them this game. But it could be, maybe it could also maybe be someone like you're seeing here, like the Wolves, who have been a little bit quiet today, but still obviously very much so have the potential to be an explosive team, get a lot of kills and rack up those points. Very aggressive guys are the Wolves. Specifically, Juan Feng is a lot of fun to watch with how much he just likes to run at people. But I'm gonna say, I think OUG as well, another team to keep your eyes on as we get into Holoroth. They're a little bit spooky and have had some kind of overall positive results today. Overall, some positive results, unlike the fellas just seeing, unfortunately. Here right now, Kingzone have been struggling. LXX, Rain, and Gambe not really finding themselves, not really finding their footings today. Hasn't been the best day for these guys. Looking to really change things around here as we get into Game 5, so they can maybe swing off some momentum, get something good here, and then finish strong in their next game, at the last game of the day.
They definitely will need to keep that same momentum, though, especially some of these teams that's already claimed elimination so far. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum pushing in towards game number 5. This is where that fun really starts to come in here, and I think it's going to be more and more interesting as we're going to be able to figure that out. Let's look at EWG as well. EWG trying to find their first dub for tonight here. Really been struggling here within these spaces, though, but still been good with everything happening, though, as we saw a lot of those eliminations come through, though. OUG has really been trying to keep that consistency as much as possible, and so does J-Team. J-Team really committing to it as well here, and really trying to get that consistency as much as possible here towards the very end of these games here. Ladies and gentlemen, you love to see it. And now I think that's where we really start to see what unfolds for Naraka Blade Point with some of these players here. They've been playing so well so far, so let's see how they can put it together for the next steps.
For sure. AOW as well, I think another team always, like, straight out the gates, just blast their way through. Take names, ask questions later type of team. But doesn't necessarily have the stability to make it high into those finishes. Just likes to get a lot of kills. So I love teams like AOW, just always able to bring it, always giving us action. It's a lot of fun to watch. And maybe if they find their way in, they can actually, not just find the aggression, but also be able to temper it a little bit, just enough so they don't get third-partied more in that mid to late game. then this could be a team that finishes higher as well. That's what I really like here about the Nbpl, specifically in Season 2. It feels like a lot of these teams, I'd say a good like 75% of these teams have the potential to finish like top 1, top 2 in essentially any game. Like they're all of them have some upsides and some potential to do that. It's hard to write off any of these teams, specifically the ones that have, you know, like the one you're seeing here, OUG, as I mentioned before, really solid so far. I believe they're like 3rd overall in the standings so far today. I had a decent showing of things last game as well. As, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting into game number 5, swapping over to the new map onto Holoroth. Let's see how our hero selection changes here. If we get any new champions, any new heroes being locked in. We have seen slightly different metas going from the Morrisile onto Holoroth, but we didn't actually see a lot of that in game number 2. In game number 2, we actually saw more of the standard picks, like the Transformer comps, which I wasn't necessarily expecting. But let's see. I want to see the Cicadas. I want to see the Mataris and the like. And we're kind of just chilling with standard meta, to be honest. We're getting a lot of those, a lot of the Yoto, Viper, Wu Chen comps, which are exceptionally popular right now. And then a few things knocking about here as well. A few Mataris and Justinas, which is quite nice. Matari Justina Tumults is relatively popular here, and then some Cicadas knocking about as well. But aside from that, there's like one Transformer comp that I can see here with AOW. Just the one. Excuse me. There's one and a bit, because there's also a Terracotta Warrior on walls as well. But we're getting, you know, just a little bit extra, and I want to see a little bit more fighting here, a bit more as not just playing for that final circle, but also dropping aggressively, playing aggressively, trying to secure your place with that loot so you can get a good start and roll it into the win.
Looks like it's going to be even more of that happening, though, as we're going to be able to figure that out towards the next sections here. Let's see if they can push forth towards it. It's going to be interesting to see how they can put it together, though. So many of these teams are still going to be able to go for the 4th picks, and it looks like they're immediately going into the game here. Love to see it, as it looks like it's going to be a nice little scramble here between YZG, Q9, and NAD. NAD just trying to rotate this around and see if maybe they can find something that's going to be helpful for them. Let's see if they can figure this out. And let's see if they can work towards this one, as it looks like it's still going to be more and more of it patching in. KZ still trying to figure it out. It's going to be nearby, though. YZG looks like they're fighting NAD. 40 gets absolutely blitzed here. Not looking good for him, as he looks like he's able to survive, though, with that blitz. But it looks like it's not going to be enough, as QGG will be able to corner him and keep that going. And it looks like Zhao is so dangerously low as well that Rushin giving him that extra shield is going to be very, very helpful for them, though. See if they can figure out how that works out towards this one, as it looks like it's only going to be more and more of it happening. As it looks like NAD is also going to be in this nice spot as well here. And it looks like we also have a question coming in from Just Igni that says NAD needs to do something if they want to have more points. And you're not about that. The call coming in from chat.
A Naraka coach right there? All right, boys, just do something. Maybe they should get some kills or something like that as well. I hear that might help too. Maybe they should get some kills. That is great coming in from one of our viewers here. Wow. You love to see the hot takes coming in, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely spicy take. But no, in all seriousness, NAD absolutely, I mean, they haven't really done anything today. They've really struggled, and the early start here has not gone their way either. Getting some kills down, or getting killed, I should say, in these early skirmishes. This little corridor right here is exceptionally popular. My goodness, all the teams are starting to fight in this one. We've got Q9, YZG. You've got so many people here. OC as well, I believe, is hanging about in this area too. AOW was here. All that fighting going on. Look at all the bodies and just so much fighting. JDG has also joined the fray in this one too. Popping that Viper ulti, and there's the transformation. Mikasa just holding 2 members of JDG just in place, just chilling, but he's not going to be able to do anything with that. No teammates to help him out. No follow-up at all. ASC now joining the fight as well, as it's JDG. They were the ones getting fought. Just gonna pop that Wu-Chin ulti to dash away, get out of there, get into safety. Q9 popping the transformation. That's a good grab onto Alex. In the palm of death. He is gonna get slammed into the ground. He is down. Cuckoo gets annihilated by the Bane's breath. Oh goodness, just stuck between a rock and a hard place right there as Gua has to transform out. He's actually gonna go down before he reaches the anti-transform as OC with that Bane's breath really making it work right there. Beautiful stuff for them. 7 kills, Dabby. 7 already here for OC. We've seen these guys get off to a good start before, right? We've seen it happen before, and then they fail, and then they throw it, they suck, and you know what happens? They just don't finish high, and they don't make the most out of all their kills. OC, boys, I'm calling you out. I want to see it. I want to see your fortunes turn. You've got so many kills already. 8 kills now you've got. 8! My goodness. We've only been in the game like 1.5 minutes. 8 kills. Come on, we got to get a strong finish here. You cannot continue the curse of a good start, a fast start, and a slow finish. We've got to miss that around, okay? Miss me with that. We don't want none of that right now. You want a strong finish from OC. Keep your eyes on these guys. See if they can really bring it in as this game goes on.
Looks like we'll still be able to work through this, though, as it looks like we're going to be on the ice currently here. Let's see what we can do. And it looks like it's only going to get more and more spicier as Wolves is going to be nearby MPG here. Let's see if they can put that together here. As Mubai, as you, MPG's Gen as well. It's also going to be around as well here. Does a pretty good job of just keeping himself alive. Meanwhile, Alliance Lucky wants to push in on Wolves, though, but it would be a 1v4 if Lucky pushes in and gets Brave. Definitely have to be careful, though. Mumbai nearby, and so is Mentality. Definitely ready to really push in and get an elimination if they need to here, but doesn't necessarily want to fully commit to it, though. Definitely has to play it smart. And they're still doing that. Still trying to play it to the best of their knowledge here and still playing it. And being smart, though, with these fights, though, as Bauda is able to get the elimination. One thing gets the another elimination pick off J-Team's X-Zin. This is not looking good for J-Team. J-Team has 2 players already eliminated. They need to keep some form of momentum happening. And it looks like a massive Viper ult is going to be coming in, though. He's going to be able to follow it as he looks like he will miss his opportunity in catching a double S in a bad situation, though, as, oh no, the bow comes in. Beautiful timing, though. The question is, can he connect to get an elimination, though? It doesn't look like it. He's going to be short, and he's going to hit the ground. Very unfortunate coming in, though, as JDG wants to be able to find something here. ASC's champion wants to be able to get something. It looks like he's just missing, but just so close here. He really could capture and get an elimination here. He just has to just hit it right, and sadly, he's just missing. And unfortunate, though, but it's okay, though, because you never know. There might be another team that could be right around the next side, and it looks like Zinyu is the one that ends up getting caught by one of the bows. Then it looks like he hit another one from the other side here. CXZ could have possibly claimed that elimination.
That was really nice stuff there. He missed it at the beginning, but able to kind of redeem himself a little bit towards the end with some of those ballista hits. As YZG now on OUG. Wade he's donezo. He's absolutely donezo. Oh, he's going to get the F to keep himself alive for a little bit longer, but it's not enough as the rest of his team, SS and Jin Yu, coming through to avenge him. But the parry is beautiful. SS is going to knock him on his bomb, and it is just going to be the Wu Chen recall there to get him into safety. Salvage that play, but my goodness, OUG really coming out on top of that one. They got some sick loot as well, some legendary weapons, some epic weapons as well. SS Lion TT was just feeling a little bit, I don't know about this one, and another parry coming through as well. That feels personal. That felt personal, man. JDG just Lion just threw out a bit of a cannon, and then everyone collapsed on him, and he's dead. He's donezo. I don't know what that was though. Why he even decided to take that. That felt a little bit questionable, but he's dead. He's out of there.
Really could have, though, man. I think even with like everything happening, though, it really could have been so many more things to be had. But I mean, you definitely don't want to get caught sometimes in these bad situations, though, and sometimes it just happens like that, though. So you definitely have to be careful, though. Let's see if they can keep up that momentum. Meanwhile, Bauda's really trying to be able to hold it down on the fort here. 101, sadly. Looks like they might be on their last... Oh no, they still have their resurrections. They still have their resurrections. 101 claiming 2 eliminations currently here, so they do have the resurrections if they do get eliminated. Bauda claiming game number 3. Or no, game number 4. So now let's see if they're going to be able to run it back as well. Look at all of the loot coming into this place. Oh, gold katana, purple bows, blue shields, blue gaskets, everything you get, purple nunchucks. I mean, it's everything that you absolutely need for your next couple of fights here. This is how you're able to run it down and run it all the way towards the end here. Definitely going to be something that's very, very needed. But you love to see it coming in, though. Let's see how they're able to put that one together, though.
Yes, another transform on top of Amora's Blessing. We've seen that a lot today. Just securing the chest so you can get all the loot. No one else will be able to contest you if you're in your big monk form on top of that chest. Big monk excelling in those situations where you can just stand still and grab people and everyone else has to walk into you because, of course, it's the Amora's Blessing. And another utility that you can use to secure it as well is the Wu Chen. The wind wall, able to block all those projectiles. Walls, though, don't want to give this one up for free, but it's a beautiful parry from CXZ onto Xiao. My goodness, that was absolutely sexy. It's Huangfeng now. He's going to fall down. He's out of the roof. He's done, so. Full team with a sick double parry, though. Is it going to be enough? Why is there G? He's going to lose a member, but it isn't coming out on top. Wow, Wolves almost turned it around right there with a sick parry, but it just wasn't quite to be. YZG coming out on top at the end of that one. We can see as well on the left-hand side, NAD, we want to see something from them, but unfortunately they are eliminated. The first team going down, no points. Unfortunately, it has not been their day today. They are certainly struggling. I mean, they're out of this game, and they're also 15 points in total. Like the overall point score, they're very much falling behind. It's just not. It's not their day, man. It's absolutely not their day. They are struggling. Whereas, you know, you can see towards the top here, YZG have now broken it into the top 3 with that win in the last game. OUG as well now. Just with that elimination, have overtaken J-Team into the first spot. J-Team with a very quiet game in game number 4. And so far, only that one elimination to their name as well. All to play for here. The top side of that, not even the top side, honestly, like the top 7, 8, 10. You know, you get one good game and bam, you're propelled into the top. You know, we've seen 40 points come through in Holoroth. It's anything can happen at this point still. It's still exceptionally close.
You're not wrong, though. Really, anything can happen, though, within these surrounding areas here. It can really get bad, though, if you're not paying attention, and it could be even more, though, as long as you just figure out what's next. And now, even with more and more of these rotations coming in, let's see if we can put together how certain things go. OUG with 4 eliminations, 6 coming in from Alliance. Wolves leading the pack with 10 eliminations currently here. Let's see if Wolves can actually keep it up. We haven't really seen that. Meanwhile, Wolves only has 1 player alive here. So let's see, maybe they have the resurrection currently here, but they do have 39 points, but OUG is leading the pack here with 61.5 points. 61.2 points comes in for that team as well. Let's see if they can put it together as well. As LHH looks like he's going to be able to catch one, and that's Mikasa going all the way down here as the Terracotta Warrior comes in. But also that Draco Storm helping them massively, creating more damage and helping out the team with that defense as LHH is going to be able to get the elimination off of Ping Tao. Cuckoo gets one off LXY here. It is now a 2v2 situation here as the Force Monk ults comes out on both sides. The timing couldn't be any better as he's going to be able to go for the grab. Stomps out, good, get him out of the way, and says, move, man, I still got some grabs to go. As it looks like it's going to be just straight melee wars coming in from both sides here. As Gua looks like he's going to be the one that gets nabbed and eliminated coming in from Nai HQ. XCG, our leading team for Holoroth, comes to wreak havoc and take over and says, give me that booty.
The third team, the third party comes out with the spoils in the end of it. Absolutely not 1 team versus 1 team. It's XCG, the poachers, coming through the end. As you mentioned as well, coming into today, XCG is the team that has acquired the most points on Holoroth specifically. They are our Holoroth pros here, able to pick up their 4th kill of the lobby here in this one. As we're now seeing XCG versus YZG, but Kingzone on the horizon here, just waiting for their moment to pounce. It's a big engage though from YZG. It is the Viper. Rain is going to drop that one down, just trickling its way. Zhao Yu's going to get that TP out with the Wu Chen. A lot of resets happening here, but Xiaonan does fall down from XCG. He is going to go down, and no one's there to necessarily bring him up or take him away. NiHQ is also down here as well. This could be it for XCG. They're really struggling in this one. I feel like we jinxed them ever since we said that these guys are the top scorers. They just really not had it today on Holoroth. It's really not been their game, as it's going to be another TP out from Wu Chen. They're out of there. OUG not going to be able to find the fight that they were looking for, as now Q9 have found themselves eliminated as our 3rd team here. NAD, MPG, and Q9, all of them are out so far. Pretty early in the context of today, we've seen a lot of these late game fights where these teams are just still in the game until, like, you know, 5 minutes left, 10 minutes left. Absolutely nutty stuff, but this time around not to be. We've got 3 taken down already. YZG looking for OUG, and Wade gets parried in the circle. He is absolutely obliterated on that one. Beautiful play right there from YZG, who have now taken over the 1st place spot. My goodness, these guys are really turning it up here. As OUG looking for the return kill. Is going to find one onto Zhao Hu, but that is going to be quickly answered. CXZ on Xinyu is going to bring that down, and YZG really picking it up here. 11 kills to their name here. OUG are eliminated from game number 5. At this point, you have to feel YZG here with the highest kills in the lobby as well. Really looking to bring this one home. Do even more fighting over this Morris blessing.
I think even with this one though, EWG is still trying to hold on strong. They're all dangerously low, no shield on anybody on this full team, as Yeron get absolutely blitzed out. That could have been from, what did I say? Oh my goodness, 101 gets probably the farthest elimination we've seen against Yeron. We're gonna need to check. I need to check and see how far that is. Someone calculate. I need to know the stats. How far was that shot in getting that elimination? I need to know. Is that the farthest shot we've seen tonight and throughout Naraka Blade Point? Was that something we just saw in history books? Is that the longest boost the kill that we've seen in Naraka Blade Point history? I don't know. I would love to see, because he definitely was almost out of range. Look at that little butter roach. Look at
He's so cute. Look at his fat belly wiggling around the sand. Oh, that's so adorable.
Wiggling around. Look at the
like
belly.
me on beach day.
Really though, they
Raggly.
be like that sometimes.
They do. They do. Especially if you've had too much pizza the day before.
Meanwhile, we'll be able to go through with the reset here. Let's see if we can figure that out, though, as looks like EWG and them are back for another fight. It looks like they were able to pick up their teammates, so he wasn't completely over. But, oh, man, I mean, you still got eliminated by a super far ballista, though, so, I mean, you know. I can say what you want, but you still got eliminated from that super far one. Meanwhile, Alliance inside of the bushings, XCG's Lexing Hang has a very similar idea here. It's gonna have to be very careful though, because if he pushes forward and he doesn't know that they're in those bushes, that'd be insane. Can you imagine if he knew they were in the bushes though? That'd be interesting. Meanwhile, Alex, different situation though, sees the Viper come out. The Yorihime ult's gonna try to see if maybe he can get elimination here or two. Looks like they're going to be able to go for the fight, though. Nobody's nearby, so the Draco Storm is going to help them out as best as possible. Jin goes down. They're going to clamp and get those damages as best as possible here, and they're going to shut down Champion, as it looks like ASE is going to claim YZG here, but I could be wrong, though. QGG keeping that same momentum and shuts down Alex. Within this game, though, YZG able to take it home and shut it down and says, no, you thought you had it. But no, this is my time to shine here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if they can keep going around the bin. But there's still more to be had, though. Wow. What a game so far.
I don't want to say it. Okay? Because I'm going to jinx it, but I'm going to say it anyway. You called the 20 bomb. I called YZG. They are first in kills right now with 14. It could be the back-to-back. If we call that, honestly, I retire. It's the peak of my career. I'm not. It's not going to get better than that.
It's
Straight
definitely
up.
the peak. It's definitely a peak call if we get it right. That'd be actually insane. And not only correct, but at the same time being accurate too with the game call too. There's no way. I have to cheer them on even with this one though. But let's see what happens though, as we're gonna be able to lock in and keep the same momentum going here.
Indeed, man. There's still a lot of game left to play. Can't get sloppy here. Wolves had 10 kills and they've been eliminated. As I mentioned, we see that teams get off to a good start and not able to really make it happen. And my goodness, what is happening here with the Lions? Holy moly, they just get juggled and just break it down with the ranged weapons. That has to be the most brutal treatment of a team I've seen by cannons ever. That was absolutely rude. That was disgusting. Oh my goodness.
Cannons being dangerous. Cannons, I'm telling you, man, cannons are a very dangerous asset to have, man. It's very, very normal at this point to have cannons with you and to have them being a very vital part of your assets when it comes to your roster of guns. You need something like that, and even when you have that, it's very unfortunate when you don't have one, because I feel like there is such a prime time thing to have within your arsenal of guns, as we're going to be able to go forth with this rotation now. Let's see how they can be able to push this in and do more and more of it. Let's see if they can figure this out though, as Cuckoo's trying to dodge and not get caught by the arrows. Meanwhile, Mumbai has different plans in mind, trying to protect him as best as possible. Alliance could try to get this elimination, but they do have full shield and getting back up there towards the top. Let's see if they can figure this out towards the next spaces though. Now back at it with Bauda up top. That's Yao. Bauda with 6 eliminations here, with 3 actually. Alliance with 6, CWG with 6. 15 eliminations coming in from YZG. Let's see if they can claim the 20 bomb from this game. 5 more eliminations separates our claim to fame and glory. Okay.
It's all about us, Dabby.
It's all about
It's all about us.
It's all about us.
That's where it's at. YZG, man, they're on the path. They're on the path to set us up. But it's a very, very good start for these guys. We've got 8 minutes left here. Still some time, obviously, to make it happen. OC as well, just a team I want to highlight on this one. They started off this game with 8 kills when everyone else had like 2 or 3. I was like, oh my goodness, we're like a minute in, and oh my, they've already got 8 kills. They're still on 8 kills. I did see that. I wanted to, I did want to see a team have a good start and then be able to bring it in and actually not completely throw and get eliminated early. But I wasn't expecting OC to just, disappear, just do absolutely nothing. There might be a bug with the Matari on their team, and it's just like permanent stealth, and they just can't come out of it, and they just that's just that. But either way, I guess careful what you wish for, because these guys are definitely playing it passive to try and get that high finish, trying to get those multipliers there. And not too much action happening outside of that for these guys, but still. Not a lot of space left to work with here. YZG is still on the hunt for some teams. J-Team look like they might be in their crosshairs here. Just a lot of ranged weapons. Just a lot of poking going down here. A lot of love tabs from those cannons.
Love tab cannons can be very, very helpful. Especially, like I said, because really all it takes is for them to be super low here, and you might be able to claim an elimination. All you just have to do is just keep going. You just have to keep trying to get those eliminations, and sometimes those eliminations can come in different ways, and that cannon can be very, very helpful. All you have to do is just focus up and just pay attention. As long as we're going to be able to go through with that rotation, though, let's see if we can figure this out here. More and more of it happening, though, as YZG is going to be able to go through with the rotation. Playing it as best as they can here.
Man, just look at the minimap. Look how many people are in this area. It's good for JGG to have the high ground, but still, mental stuff. Surely things are going to explode right here. Usually we have to wait a little bit longer for the big fights to come off. And oh my goodness, Yo 6 said it's just going to get so much AoE damage there with that cannon. Loads of people just grouped up in that bush area is going to be the teleport out to safety when all's said and done.
EWG being a little bit quiet in this one so far, sitting on 7 kills. Actually, I really shouldn't say that because that's third total in the third highest in the lobby. So I'll take it back. They're not that quiet at all. They're relatively loud, just not shouting quite as loud as some other people. As now there's a contest for the top of the high ground here, the top of the tower with the ballista. Bowder looking to crack it open. OC as well. YZG trying to force a JDG off of the tower. It's looking like it might be happening as well as J-Team going for a little bit of healing here. Still poking around. No one wanting to dedicate quite just yet for that play. This is where we get to see the acrobatics of the teams kind of just latching onto the tower, jumping off, trying to get some poke, then latching back onto it. A lot of mechanical stuff could go here, and it all could go wrong as we're taking a look at Alliance as well. Going for the fight here. Lucky with that legendary armor. I think his teammate's in trouble though. He might want to join this fight. Doesn't have his armor up just quite yet. Kingzone LXX popping the Yoto ulti, trying to focus down there. Oh, what was that? He just got hit with the ballista in the face. My goodness, Bowder claimed the ballista and just absolutely boinked him on that one. Alliance is not going to be happy about that. Dude, he just took like all of his health and his own. Like, my goodness, that was nutty.
You would be surprised how many times a lot of these teams' health can really get snatched in a matter of seconds here. And that's one of the things that we talk about here. You can't necessarily be still in a lot of these situations. You really have to pay attention and be super careful, because if not, you can really have your stuff be taken away from you within literal minutes here. With everything going on here. So sometimes that can be really, really tough. And it's out of control here with the amount of stuff that can happen here. Meanwhile, Mikasa up top, trying to see if maybe they can catch something here. Trying not to get caught up in a bad situation. Meanwhile, Wushin is going to be able to take out one of the teams and get them out of Dodge's way. Meanwhile, Lexington almost getting caught. Mikasa trying to find somebody for this elimination, trying to see if they can get anything worth grabbing, literally, in this game. So many reaches, so many grabs. It's just, sadly, Mikasa just doesn't look like they were able to find any. Meanwhile, YZG sadly is eliminated.
They're out.
They are out. 15 eliminations. Top 10 for YZG. Unfortunate though. Meanwhile, J-Team trying to keep the game alive on paper with 6 eliminations, but they are getting bombarded with everything under the sun. Luckily, the F3 does help from Yorihime, and a double ulti comes in. It looks like Rain was the one that was able to pop it first here, and it looks like, actually, no. It looks like the other one was able to pop it, but Rain was able to recover and get that elimination as quick as possible, though. Gets it off of J-Team ZK, and Lee ends up getting caught with the elimination as well. Mikasa up top, AOW trying to scramble and throw so much down as LXX is going to try to get out of there with that Yorihime ult. It's going to try to force him to move. Gets a nice little bit of damage here as we just watched another team that's Xin on J-Team. J-Team is fully eliminated with 6 eliminations to their name. EWG still alive, 9 eliminations on top of your screen. 8 eliminations claimed from OC, and AOW still claimed with 7 currently. Full team's still up. OC is by himself though, so it's going to be very, very hard. JDG, Lions CT ends up getting slapped up top here and ends up getting another grab. Very, very dangerous position to be in though. Meanwhile, Lions is trying to maneuver as best he can, trying not to get caught in a bad situation, only make it worse. Mikasa trying to move and maneuver with the rest of the AOW squad. Cuckoo, Pingtao, trying to work towards it. Doesn't look like they have anything accessible in terms of their range. Meanwhile, KZ's got all the power they need, as it looks like the first one of AOW is gonna throw down his ult. He finds the first one. Is he gonna be able to get the grab done though? It looks like, yes, he's able to get the double. He throws them down, sends them to the next one. The Wushin is gonna be able to maneuver him in different ways, but Mikasa has other plans. He gets the first grab. Can he get the second? Trying to see if he can conjure him up as best as he can here, as LXX is gonna go through with the Yorihime ult, trying to scramble it out as best he can here. Meanwhile, Axiao trying to work through the rest of the bin here, doing what he can to stay alive. Meanwhile, Sanzi keeping it alive, keeping it straight up towards the rest of it, as he's gonna be able to maneuver towards it. way more to be had here. Let's see if maybe they can close this out with a good game here. EWG would be massive in getting these eliminations, though. Maybe they get the 20 bomb here. It could be as KZ LXX is able to eliminate Cuckoo within this final space here. So much range stuff happening all within these extra spaces. Meanwhile, EWG just trying to keep it together here for these last couple of seconds here. The F3 comes up trying to protect them. EWG Sensi is so close, but the Wushin is going to keep him alive just a little while longer. Xiao Liu trying to hold it down as best as possible. Full squad still up tent, and here comes the double, and here comes the Yorihime ulti, but also here comes the Viper. Lucky might be able to shut down the entirety of it, and yes, he does. Lucky is able to claim the first one. Can he claim the next one? And it doesn't look like he is, as it looks like KZ is going to be able to claim the game. But the question is, do they claim the entirety of the game, though? Do they actually get the dub? Yes, they do. LXX Rain. And Ganbi clutches up game number 5.
Really, really big for these guys. They had a slow day today, wanting to turn things around here in game number 5, doing just that, finishing in first place. And hopefully for them, they can ride out that momentum into our last game of the day and try and squeeze their way into the top half of that leaderboard. Wow, what a final circle though. Like the positioning there was mental. Right next to that ballista tower. That's crazy. What are the chances of that? I mean, the tower got so much value there as well. Like really, really disgusting stuff. Just being able to throw out all those bolts, get a lot of damage down as well. Really made that last circle a lot more explosive, because teams were kind of forced into action because you're up against a ballista tower that's just raining bullets down upon you. And, you know, a lot of fighting over that tower as well. Bowder being able to sit out on top at the end when all is said and done. But very, very good stuff right there. I think a lot of teams are going to be claiming a lot of points. So there's, I believe, like maybe 3 or 4 even different teams who had 10 or more kills on that map. So a lot of spread across all of the points here, which will mean that we're gonna have some very close leaderboards towards the end of the day.
I'm just sad that we didn't claim that 20. I really wanted there to be a 20 bomb. I was feeling it so much. I really did feel like we had the opportunity to really make it happen, but sadly just could not clutch it up the way that I think they really should have, though. But I mean, he still was able to do a lot of stuff there within that last spaces, though. There was still so much to be had, though, and I think he did a fantastic job of really being able to clutch that up as long as they can, though. So clearly with those amount of eliminations, they're still going to be within that top 3 regardless of the placement.
Yeah, for sure.
Regardless, doesn't even matter. They still get top 3. I feel it. YZG might be the overall winner here if they keep the same energy in this last game. If they keep doing the same stuff that they've been doing for this last one, yes, we're definitely going to be seeing them in the next space. Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure. Like these guys are very, very good at Naraka. Very good. They started off quite slow, honestly. And I was a bit surprised at that, but like they seem to have found their groove for sure. Like they've been consistent in the last 3 games. They were the MVP of the previous game. Even in this one, they were the kill leaders. Weren't quite able to proper finish it out, but you know, still, like you say, I still expect them to be top 3. I'm actually quite curious to see where OC finished there as well, because genuinely, you get 8 kills within like a minute at the beginning of the game. I'm not sure if they really, I didn't get to see, but I don't think they finished with much more than that towards the end either. And yeah, I wanted to see a team have a good start and actually be able to bring it towards the end and not just get eliminated really early. I did want to see that, but it just felt like there were just like completely no impact there outside of that earlier. It was kind of surprising. I'm very, very curious to see how these how the points stack out at the end of game 5.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where that placement goes here, as we should be getting not only our MVP of that game, but also the leaderboards. As we look at the leaderboards currently, are KZ up top with a 24.2, but 15 eliminations from YZG is still going to put them in the top spot here. I mean, listen, low ranking point though, but with 15 eliminations and 18 plus kill points, that's an 18.5. That's still a really, really good game, making you a 2nd place finish.
Yeah. Proper solid still from YZG. Like
very
they'll
solid.
be disappointed. They'll be disappointed they didn't get more, but second place with almost 20 points is totally fine.
I don't think they need to, honestly.
Yeah, no, that's true. They built themselves enough of a cushion for sure that it's not really a huge deal. I think you know they're very sitting pretty in the overall leaderboards, not just here but for the entirety of the day. A bit disappointing, I would say, from you can see our 6th and 7th place teams here. Wolves with 10 kills and OC with 8. Again, as I said, OC didn't get a single kill after that early fights, which I just find completely shocking. We've not seen something like that I don't think I've ever seen that. Really kind of crazy stuff. Here's your MVP of the day, though, of game number 5 on Holoroth. There it is, the man himself. 21k damage, 7 kills, and 5 assists. Take a look at his damage dealt as well, mostly coming through from skills and ultimates, but you know that's somewhat expected when you're playing the Yoto. It kind of just happens. But a good team performance there from KZ overall. I think you know, it was a very big turnaround for them. They had really been struggling today. Coming out in first place, they'll be very happy with that.
Even with that one, though, I would be very happy, though. I mean, still, they did a massive amount of damage, though, and they got so many. I mean, listen, they got so many eliminations that even when they got eliminated early, they didn't really have to worry about getting placement because they ended up getting the placement anyway. Sometimes that is the move. If you can get those insane amount of eliminations and get those kills ahead of time, way before even top 10, like literally you're gonna see yourself in that top 4, guaranteed top 4, top 3, and top 2 if you're really high up there. And 15 kills clearly was enough to get them in 2nd place without having to really worry about any end game. So it's impressive. So now the question is, can they do the same thing? If not, even better, because now we have one more game left. We're going back to Morris Isle. I can take off my jacket now.
Yes.
I can take off my jacket.
It's not so cold anymore.
It's not so cold anymore. While I do that and get ready to go back to the summertime, beautiful island of Morris Isle, Jaeger, do your thing. One last interview. Take it away, baby.
Hi everyone, welcome to post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and we are very glad to invite Rain to our interview room and let him say hello to our audience. Hello Rain， 再次恭喜你们，然后先和我们的观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
你好，我是 KZ 的 Rain。
好的，再次欢迎你啊。So first of all, congratulations that you guys get the highest score in the game 5. And today I saw your team hero combo is is the Viper with Wuchen and Yu. So I would like to know, in the final circle you have really high killing score and how your team works together in the final circle. 那首先要恭喜你们，刚才这把比赛拿了最高分。我看到你们的这个阵容，一个非常经典的妖红尘的阵容哈，在决赛圈其实拿了很多的击败积分。想知道你们在决赛圈的时候是怎么去进行一个配合呢？
就是找战场切入，等他们那些控场的大家交完了，我们就进去打一波，然后如果遇到危险，我们再传出来就好了。
好的 So actually we will focus on these heroes who have the ultimate can control the opponent. So like the hero like Viper and the Mark and the Tamuj. So after they use the ultimate, and we will go inside and fight with them. And if we can't win the fight, so we will use the Wuchen's ultimate to escape. Okay, so I also saw that in the final circle, you guys like being double grabbed by another mock from other teams. So I would like to know how's the situation at that time. And after that, I saw that you quickly just keep your status. And how did you did that? 那其实在决赛圈的时候，我也看到你们队伍在决赛圈就是有被其他队的一个大佛，就是当时有被双抓到，很想问一下当时是怎么样一个情况。而且我看到你们被双抓之后啊，其实是很快恢复了一下你们的状态。那当时是怎么样一个情况可以恢复得这么快呢？
就是涉及到一个我们进场，然后进场遇到了危险，就是我说的那种危义无声给我们带走就好了。然后传到了那个位置打，要运气比较好，没有人，就打上了状态。
好的 So actually just like I answered before, because our hero combo together, we have Wu-Chen and we can escape. So at that time, after we being double grabbed by another Mog from other teams, we just use Wu-Chen's ultimate and escape. And I think we are very lucky because we just transport to another place and don't have other opponent, so we can keep our status to the final. 好的，谢谢，再次感谢 Rain 接受我们今天采访，再次恭喜你们。Thank you, Rain, for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Careful off the back of that, as he does not have that F3 for quite a long time here. WBG Spider able to come in and find themselves. And Spider wants to come in on it now. Spider not happy to see Panda Man wearing that purple set of armor he was wearing moments ago and fully reset. Panda Man with an ult and F2 available to him. Spider forced to use his ultimate at only 30% charge here. Panda Man turning to blitz down Spider. Is going to catch a massive parry onto Spider for a second time in this fight. WBG Spider, no place to go as Panda Man comes in. No, Panda Man comes back in. I spoke too soon. He wants that heat. He got the full reset, but Zin making quick work of those shields. Panda Man with no ultimate left now doesn't have a lot of options. He's not running Fireball either. He only gets to use that F1. Is going to lock down a Katana hit onto Zin. Zin goes very low, but Zin does have that Frost Core, but Panda Man a legendary set of armor and a legendary pistol. Zhu Zhang setting himself up for success here. 17JL's ego in a corner by OC Zhang Yu, but going to return the favor with a massive parry and then freeze them out and into the meter dump. OC Zhang Yu.
Doesn't even matter though, it looks like he's waiting for the right click here, but Chu looks like he has another plans here and he wants to get this elimination as best as possible. But here comes the fire coming in, and it's gonna be able to set him ablaze up top, and he's gonna juggle him over and over again. The question is he gonna get the elimination? Oh, Wu just disrespecting this man, his tool. End it.
It's the last night, last game. Beautiful scenes in Shanghai. It's absolutely phenomenal. Every time I see that, I'm like, I'm sitting here in my room and in a little neighborhood in England, and then the scenes come through of the absolute beautiful, stunning Shanghai, and I'm like, yeah, that's a slightly cooler view than what I'm staring at. I'm staring at a house and a power line and a grey sky because it's England. Welcome back to the Nbpl. It's our last game of the day today. Game number 6 will be on the Morris Isle, switching it back to the OG. My name is Foxtrot. I am, of course, joined by Dabby, as have been all day. It's at that point where we can't speak anymore, but that's fine. We don't need to speak. We will let the Naraka action do the talking for us. How have you been feeling about the games today, man?
I feel good, man. I mean, it's been a lot of action, but also a lot of interesting surprises coming from so many of these teams here. I mean, we're seeing YZG ending up getting that that top place finish in game 3. We had Bao to come in and surprise people and take over for game 3's winner. We had Q9 really put up an insane amount of points, but sadly, you know, really wasn't able to clutch up the way that we really want them to. But at the end of the day, so far, our story has really been about YZG putting up these insane amounts of eliminations and basically claiming top 3 as they're getting eliminated like halfway through the game. They don't even need to like come through and like try to fight it out in the final circle. YZG is getting 15 eliminations, 12 eliminations, 13 eliminations, where they end up in top 3. They don't even have to worry about final circle. They ain't got to worry about clutching. They ain't got to worry about nothing. They're just keeping the consistency growing every time, but they're putting up phenomenal eliminations. Phenomenal eliminations where they don't even, like I said, they don't need to contest. They don't need to do the Monk ults for the finals. They don't need to do any of that. They can just have fun and just vibe out and then go, okay, guys, we're eliminated, but we can just sit back because we're already in top 5. Guaranteed top 5, top 3 if you're lucky. So far, they've been top 2 twice.
They've done really, really well today. And with that last game coming up, wanting to end things off on a bang as well. They had one weak game. I think it was the first game, actually, where they got like 0.5 points. It wasn't a lot. It wasn't a lot of points, certainly below their standards. As you mentioned, they've just been very, very consistently finishing high. I think YZG, honestly, the team I think of when I think of consistency. I do believe these are the guys that are going to be able to bring you the best performances over a long course of games. And obviously, here in the Nbpl, playing 6 games a day, that's exactly what you need. Taking a look at your screen here are the #1 team from our last game. KZ coming out on top, finishing first. LXX, Rain, and Gambe. They kind of struggled today. They hadn't had their best showings today. It's been a little bit sucky for these guys. So having a good finish, having a good game number 5, trying to build off of that, trying to get that momentum running for them here in game number 6 would be big, because it would push them most likely into the top half of the leaderboard, which is exactly where you want to be. There's BIWEEKLY finals coming up soon. Obviously, you want to be finishing as best as you can. Speaking of, though, EWG with Sansi, Yeran, Xiaoliu, they've done okay today. They're always a team that we see in those final circles. They're a very smart team. I say one of our better, well-rounded teams that we have here in the Nbpl. I believe they came third. Actually, no, it was third. They came third in the last game, in game number 5. And again, as a team looking to try and solidify themselves in the top half, top 5 potentially is the aim for these guys. They certainly have the capacity to do so, and they're set up to do so as well with their position so far in the standings.
Even with all of that, though, they still have plenty of time to do it and make that magic happen here. Let's see if they can figure that out, though. Meanwhile, they're looking at Team Bauda. Bauda coming in with that surprise elimination from earlier, though, so they still have more to do. Meanwhile, who is going to claim a round 6? Ladies and gentlemen, place your bets. Place your predictions in Twitch chat here. Hashtag Nbpl. Let's see what we can do here as we see J-Team, OUG, Bauda, YZG, and KZ claim our first 5 games. Who is going to be our 6th and last? See what we can do here and see what type of magic we can make happen here. You love to see it as the hero picks start to come in.
Not a lot of Transformers I'm seeing here. We see 2 Transformer comps. 2 monks being hit up here, ASE and JDG. Just going to go ahead and slap those ones down. They have been quite successful so far today, even on the Morris side, excuse me, even on Holoroth, which is where we see typically less of those monk compositions, but still being very, very solid today. And of course, that the combination that is just the best combo right now really has to be Viper, Wu Chen, and Yoto. Those 3, that trio is exceptionally strong. We see it quite a lot. And there is a Valda today as well. Something that I just glossed over there. Beautiful. Our first and only Valda of the day, champion. Gonna be bringing that one in with ASC. You have to keep our eyes on that, see if it's any successful. There's a Takeda as well. But aside from that, somewhat familiar, somewhat standard. A few Justinas knocking about here and there as well. Let's see.
Meanwhile, with this map spread and everything else, J-Team is going to be surrounding this left side here. It looks like Alchemist Cottage is finally going to be able to see a little bit of nothing. Sunwing's Rest is going to be able to see nobody. Tight Still Side is going to see a lot of people, though. On top, it's going to be an absolute massacre on Still Side. 4 teams inside, 4 teams down in Moonlit Courtyard. Might see a team or 2 in Celestra here, but as of right now, Still Side Temple is going to be the main face of where we will be seeing the ends of our circles here. This is where the vibes coming together as well here. We'd love to see how they're going to be able to put all of this information in action together. Let's see where the feed comes in here, as it's only going to get more and more crazier as we lock in for our game number 6. I'm excited for this one. This one's going to be a good one as AOW immediately starts going at it with OUG. The massacre comes through on each side as Wade is dangerously low, and so is Mikasa. No shield on each and nobody as OUG's Wade ends up getting eliminated, and so does Ping Tao, clutching it up and getting the elimination off of Zinyu. Not looking good towards this space here. And now, looks like they will be able to figure this out too on the feed. Let's see if they can put forth towards the next section. As it looks like AOW will claim the first 3 eliminations. OC ends up getting some eliminations as well, starting with 2. Ace gets 1. And now the feed is starting to pop out and get up nice and high as AOW's Mikasa is going to try to see if he can find elimination. Do I see a Valda in the mix, ladies and gentlemen? We haven't even seen a Valda yet so far within our trios in the last couple of games. So to finally see a Valda happen here, I am very stoked because I'm actually a big fan of Valda. I really do think Valda has really good comp and really has an amazing opportunity to be one of the greats out there, honestly. But we just don't see it as often.
Yeah, she's very rare. It's champion on ASC that you want to keep your eyes on there, W mate, for the Valda. That's where it's going to be. Already landing some bubbles here, doing some good stuff. And AOW, we had someone mention in the Twitch chat, one of the banners pop up at the bottom of the screen saying AOW always come out the gate swinging. And this game number 6, is absolutely no exception. If anything, they're swinging harder than they usually do, just completely looking for those fights. Absolutely ridiculous stuff. But of course, a double-edged sword here. If you're the ones looking for the fights and looking for the eliminations, that's great, and you can get those, as AOW have so far, with 3 to their name. But here, finding themselves on the wrong side of dodge here, JDG able to bring them low instead. It's ASC now, looking for the plays with that transform, with the monk here. Do have the Valda as well to make things happen, if they're able to really get that good fight off here. But JG just popping the sandstorm from the tumults to block all of the range stuff coming through, just to make that untargetable zone. ASC is going to fall down here. Alex is on 1 health, a sliver of HP, and how is he still alive? He's not. He's done so. It's now JDD's turn to try and turn it around, but it's just going to be that Wu Chen to cancel out the play. AOW able to pick up their teammates as well. So much fighting happening here already. 5 kills to MPG, OC on 4 alongside JDG. Our kill leaders, a lot of split kills around as well, as Alliance been fighting MPG. Are going to find themselves caught out, and Dunzo, that is 6 kills now to MPG. Really good stuff, these.
Even with all of this stuff coming into it, let's see what is next currently here. Even with all of them, though, Cheon looks like he's going to be able to find the stun that he needs to. With that, as it looks like Li Jing is going to get caught in a bad situation. Not looking good, though. As it looks like they will be able to go forth, though, as Zhao Lu is going to be able to catch one and see if maybe he can get it with the elimination from his Yorihime ulti. The timing coming in, and one is so dangerously low here. Looks like the Wushin was going to be able to clean this up as best as possible. Looked like the Katana was able to do so much magic, though. NAD trying to keep it alive. Meanwhile, OC nearby, and Alliance near also, too, trying to see if they can catch something. It looks like he might have missed what was happening, though. But, yo... what exactly has been happening, though? Even with all of this, still going to be able to rush towards this one. Let's see if they can patch it up towards the next phases, though, and figure out how they're going to be able to put it together. More and more of it. As pinged out, AOW nearby, looks like they're also fighting as Cuckoo. It's going to be the one to get them out of there. Don't know exactly who they might have been fighting. Looks like it was Wolves, as One Fang is going to be able to shut down Ping Tao, who was pushing into this, and AOW just trying to keep this alive. Mikasa is going to be able to shut them down as well and says, no, 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 that's not what we're doing. Not today, buddy. You tried. You tried. Good try, buddy. Very proud of you for at least giving yourself at least an opportunity, but that's just not what we're going to be doing today.
How about this start, though, for game number 6 here, our last game of the day? Alliance, MPG, OC is our top 3 teams in kills.
Crazy.
Not really teams that we would expect to be at the top of this one. Although OC did get a good start last game as well. They had 8 kills. Like 25 minutes left as well. They had 8 kills. It was absolutely ridiculous, but didn't pick up a single one outside of that, which was very shocking here. Now we're seeing 2 of our better performing teams today go head-to-head. YZG versus J Team. Just a little bit of harassing, and then the Wu Chen reset with that teleport to keep J Team safe. Although we're going for the re-engage as well. Okay, J Team decided they want back in, and here they go. It is going to be the Yoto ultimate coming through from QGG. They've already popped that one from J Team, though. That's not going to be up, but it is going to be responded by the Viper ulti from Lee. Going to get that AoE stun, and there's no other teams around either, but that Bane's Breath is huge. Absolutely massive right there for J Team. Able to get out the elimination. It's now 3 versus 2. YZG are now struggling a little bit here. If the J Team can keep pressuring this just a tad, they actually get the reset, though. They get the revive, and CXZ with the aggressive push forward here is going to chunk down Lee. And then back away here as well. Wow, what a skirmish coming through from these 2 teams. It's going to be backing off. Both of these guys not wanting this anymore. That was crazy, though. Very back and forth. Both teams coming out, though, just licking their wounds, and not too much happening when all's said and done. Easy just walking away from that one, but
even with all of that happening, though, still going to be able to take the time, though. Let's see if they can rock through with this one, though, as there's still going to be more and more of everything happening as the Viper ult comes out here. Let's see. It looks like SS is going to be able to chase LWH, though. Takeda's going to be able to help to at least do something here, but oh no, the massive amounts of spam comes through and is going to be able to shut him down. Very unfortunate, though. He tried so hard to keep the game alive here. Meanwhile, SS trying to figure this out as well here as Zinyu is eliminated. They will need to be able to get these eliminations in order to pick up their teammate here. Meanwhile, Naraka giving out active Steam codes. If you guys want in on it, I suggest you go check that out right now. Be very, very helpful if you guys want to be able to play the game. If you haven't played the game yet, I suggest you go pick up a code. Go get it. Those are very, very helpful, and they still have more stuff to be had here, so definitely going to be more and more important to get those codes so that way you can play it, which means you can play Holoroth right now. You can play Holoroth right now. Meanwhile, J Team going to be able to go through with that Wushin. I'm telling you, that Wushin is so helpful.
it's so crazy, isn't it? Especially in trios when he's completely reset an entire team fight. Absolutely nutting. It must be so frustrating playing versus it too. Like anytime you get a good fight, you just know, they're probably going to dip out of this one. Not too sure if anything's going to be happening. And that's saying nothing of his wind wall as well. Completely blocking all your projectiles, making it so you have to go into those close quarters fights. As we all know, Naraka pros don't necessarily engage for free, from being a little bit hesitant in case of that third parties. Bowder is going to bring down OC. O1 is going to fall down. Oh, look at that. That's a good pick up there with the crossbow in the end as well. 28HH falls down, and it is OC eliminated alongside Q9. Our first two teams here that are falling in our last game of the day. There's no more Naraka to be played for those two teams. It's all done, though. Instead, it is the other teams now that's left to fight over what is here now on the Morris Isle. EWG just throwing out some ranged poke here onto ASE. A little bit of chip damage here as Lucky from Alliance as well, going for that Morris Blessing as well. 7 kills for Alliance, MPG and Bowder now at 6 as well. OC were one of our highest scoring teams, but have been eliminated early. That seems to be the trend today. A lot of teams have been doing this, is having been able to find the way to the final circle, but of course it was quite the opposite of what happened last time for OC. Getting those kills, not doing anything with it. And there's the Valda, man. You love Valda, that being there. It is with the ulti on top of her platform, firing down those spears, making the pain happen, and it's working, trying to get the bubble. And there's another one, beautiful. Not going to catch anyone just yet, but that's a great little vertical slash as well, though, from Champion, trying to bring down EWG, but it's 3 versus 1, and that's no good. It is going to be falling down there for ASE. They're eliminated. Oh, no. We swapped over to Valda to see some cool stuff, and they're gone. It's all over now for them. That's no bueno. And the spoils of war go to EWG. So much good loot down here. Not just killing their opponents, but also picking up everything they want. Legendary greatsword right there as well. Disgusting stuff. Very scary things there for EWG. Looking to have a strong finish today for game number 6 in our bi-weekly with our trios. Taking a look as well now at J-Team, who are positioned first after 3 games. 3 games into the day, they were our best performing team. Have since been taken over by YZG for that top spot, but still sitting pretty in second place there. But of course, anything can change. Anything can change, because I mean, there's not a lot of points in it at all. And when you think about, you know, 20 points easily being a first place finish total, and we've seen even more than that as well. You could see a lot of things shift around and change here. Of course, trying to solidify themselves, at least in that top 3. But of course, I'm sure they're setting their sights higher. Trying to finish first. They're trying to take that back from YZG. Let's try and get that first spot back with only 1 kill to YZG's name. Should be doable feat. Not having the most pop off games here so far.
Meanwhile, NiHQ right in the middle of the paint with that ulti from Yorihime. Is going to be able to go through with the rotation. Is going to be able to push on Alliance is Lucky. Not looking good as Alliance is dangerously low here, but Mentality is going to be able to hold the fort down as Lucky. He's going to be able to go through with a shield. Does have that Bane's Breath on him. Could be a massive pickup of an elimination if they can, but the shield comes in. It's very helpful, but Alliance is Lucky. Does get absolutely decimated by the rest of the squad as Mentality is going to try to pick up the rest of the pieces. Still trying to hold off as NiHQ is W keying. Mentality keeping it as much as possible. Alexing Hen is going to be able to get it going. Xiaonan is going to be able to get picked up though. Very helpful for the rest of the team here. Is going to be able to come through and shut that down. Plays a good job with it though, and let's see if they can figure out what's next though. Even with all of it coming down here, as Wolves 14 is going to be able to shut that down, but it looks like the rest of the team will decide to dip out. Says it's not worth it to get eliminated right now. It's a little too early for all that. Meanwhile, Alliance and MPG is leading the pack with 8 eliminations to their belt. Really, all YZG really needs to do is just basically collect these next eliminations and just try to stay ahead of the pack in terms of these limbs. But if J-Team or OUG does very similar things like the YZG has done in the last couple of games here, we could be seeing a different winner.
For sure. It's tight enough that could definitely happen. And it's too early to call because we've just seen today. We've seen these teams that get kills early don't necessarily bring it into a high finish, and the teams that have very slow early mids, a bit like J-Team and YZG now, with 2 and 1 kills respectively, get into that final circle and pick up like 6 or 7 kills. It's crazy. Bowder did something similar as well when they got their MVP. Like, these teams don't necessarily have to have the best start. This comes all down to that final circle, as we are about a good 12 minutes away or so from that happening, from that explosion in action. As right now, teams are doing a little bit of hunting around, but also just playing a little bit passive and just chilling out here. As Wang Feng hanging out at the top of this Three now goes for the pounces. The entirety of the Wolves spring an ambush onto YZG. They did not see that one coming. Wow. That was sneaky as all hell as QGG is forced to pop the Yoto ulti. Wolves just gonna back away from that one since they got the ultimates out of it. That was sneaky, very sneaky, hiding in the bushes, hiding in top of the trees. That was like something out, that was like a scripted event from a video game. That was mental stuff right there by Wolves, just trying to catch YZG out of position. Obviously the Wolves still having 5 kills already to their name here in this game. One of our more aggressive teams here in the Nbpl. No surprise to see them looking for plays like that. And look how crowded this area is here. Holy moly, that is absolutely mental. We're going to be seeing so much fighting in this area. As come to speak of it, JDG now being transforming into his Titan form from the Monk. Lion slapping down his Tumult ultimate as well. Just trying to contest this area and go for that Mora's Blessing, trying to get the grabs here. But it is going to be Zhao Yu going through here with the Viper ultimate. He's going to land it as well, and Jing Shu is in a lot of trouble. He's stunned. He's going to get chunked down. Does get a grab though. Is it enough to keep him alive? Absolutely not. The double legendary weapons from EWG. Way too much to deal with right here. That's them getting that extra elimination. Very happy with things right now. They are armed to the teeth, looking like they're going to be taking their way, steamrolling their way through game number 6. It all goes their way.
Gonna be able to snatch that one away here. Decides not to get caught up in a bad situation. Does a great job of it here. Let's see if they can figure out what's next though. See if they can work towards this, as it looks like they will be able to find it though. With the next stretch, they're just so around the bin though, and doesn't have to worry about too much here. Getting caught up in interesting situations though. Man. Still more to be had though. Let's see if they can figure this out though. It's gonna be nice and fun. Nothing but a good time here to be had. Let's see if we can figure out where is next though, as Zhao going to be able to go through the rotations, rotating around, trying to see what's next.
Sneaky.
It looks like XCG is going to be going a little sneaky, which is understandable. And so is Alliance. Alliance also going to be doing the same thing here. This is such a different game from what we're used to, though. Meanwhile, XCG just keeping a close eye on Alliance here, trying not to get caught up. Meanwhile, EWG and JDG is in a different situation here. Anali trying to keep it alive here for as long as possible. 3 people just absolutely being sharks on Anali. Trying not to get caught in a bad situation. Pops that Terracotta Warrior, just trying to get out of Dodge's way as best as possible. But EWG is hunting this like a bunch of sharks. They want this fight. You know what was crazy? When we first played and this character came out, when it came to this character, he was powerful to the point where everybody ran when it came to a Terracotta Warrior. Nowadays, it's the other way around. And I find that so funny. I find it so funny.
How the tables have turned on the poor Terracotta Warrior. He's the one who has to dip out sometimes. I mean, it depends, man. I feel like whenever you see him, oh, obviously when you see them by themselves, they're not as strong, but in those big clustered fights, I just love that they always go for the same combo. They always go for the jump slash. They always go for the yeet themselves into the air and just slam down with their poleaxe. Like it's always that same combo. Does so much damage as well. It's crazy stuff. I'd still be a little bit afraid of them, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie, but maybe I'm just a bit of a wimp when it comes to Naraka, and I don't really think there's a lot of space for wimpiness when it comes to this game as well. Unless you've got a ranged weapon, of course, in which case you tend to stay back a little bit. Don't want to go for those engages, and you just want to avoid all of those third-party situations and try and get a little bit of poke down where you can. We're funneling in now on our strong team, our best team here today so far on this beautiful Friday afternoon for me now, as I'm sure it's kind of Friday morning for you and Friday evening for the players. It's all over the shop here today. This broadcast is broadcast worldwide. We're the Pitbull of broadcasts. just getting it all over the shop, all over the different time zones. YZG gonna try and finish their night off on a high. So far, so good. Obviously, sitting in that #1 spot, but again, it is exceptionally close between them, and even honestly, all the way down to 6th or 7th place. You can come out on top Alliance with 8 kills so far. And if they come out with a high finish too, potentially some good things happening. As holy moly, Jingshu is just absolutely obliterated by the Wolves there, ganging up on him. That is absolutely not fair. Then again, he was the last member alive of his squad. He is out of it. AOW, JDG, OC, Q9, and ASE are all eliminated with 9 minutes left to go. We have 11 teams left, including 7 of our top 7 rated teams so far overall today. Not just in this game, but in all the games today. Our top 7 teams, they're still alive, they're still in it. Strong competition here though today in this specific game, in game number 6. Our highest kill leader is actually MPG, one of our teams that's been struggling a little bit more in our previous games. Definitely bringing in the pain today. We'll see if they can cap that off in this last game.
See if they can figure that out though towards the next bin though. There's still going to be more and more of this to be had. So let's see if they can figure this out. As now more and more of it is only going to get tighter and tighter though, as YZG is still in the lead with that 73.4 here. So we'll have to pay attention to what's going on here. Meanwhile, Bauda looks like they're going to successfully open up their Morris Blessing. That chest is going to be very helpful towards the end of this game here. Let's see how they can capitalize on it. Going to need to figure out what to do next though once they come forth towards it. Do need to be able to rotate this around though, as Bauda doesn't necessarily know exactly what they have though. Let's see what they might have been able to get lucky enough to conjure up within this space though. As now, still going to be able to go through towards this rotation. As now it's only going to get interesting though, as KZ nearby as well. Still trying to put something together here. KZ with 3 eliminations, so they do have something on the board, but if they're going to get to the final one, if they're going to get all the way to the top, they're going to need to do it a massive game, and they need to start doing it now, because every elimination dwindles their way of trying to get to that top placement. And it's not good though, as they're going to be struggling just to try to push in on it. Bow shots coming in, trying to see if they can connect something. It looks like Zaunen ends up getting connected. Unfortunate though.
Only with that grey bow as well, not too impactful at this point in the game. Look at all these players just high up in those trees, trying to find the high ground, trying to keep that advantage up and fight for it. As this circle is getting smaller and smaller now. Just under 7 minutes left to go. Not too long until we start seeing these fights break out. This is a great area as well for the final circle. It's relatively open with a lot of trees. I expect a lot of fighting to be happening here as Xiaoxin from NAD is getting caught out of position. He is going to be struggling here and he is brought down. He is donezo. Dead. None of his teammates around to save him out there. He's just, that's just free pick. His whole team's alive. He just dies for free. That is, to be honest, a little showing of just how much NAD have struggled today. It's not quite all on the same page. As you can see there, the bottom rated team today overall from our games not able to make the plays happen. Unfortunately for them, we are seeing a fight though on the other side here. OUG is getting involved. YZG now looking to join the fray as a third party. Legendary armor and legendary weapon from QGG. That is horrifying. That is something you absolutely do not want to take on. You're going to want to run away from that one and say, you know what, boys? Let's leave that for another team. We'll let someone else take on that guy. We're just going to dip out and run away as Wolves now trying their luck on YZG instead. Gotta be careful though. As we mentioned, YZG are armed to the teeth. Perfectly set up to make huge amounts of pain in this final circle as it starts closing in, but being very smart about it as well, not dedicating too much. YZG just want to do a little bit of poke damage. They go in there, they get a combo, and then they back away. They know if you dedicate for a play, if you stick it out, if you go for that extended fight, it's really easy for another team to join in and ruin your day. Just flirting around the outside of the circle here, around the edge, as these trees continue to be populated by our resident squirrels. And just looking to keep that high ground.
still, even within this is only going to get a lot more tighter here, as there's still so many things to consider here, knowing that Bauda is up top with 8 eliminations, 11 coming in from NPG. We could see a new winner coming in for this top game here. 12.6 coming in, claiming for MPG as well. XCG still alive in this. KZ, J-Team, YZG with 1 elimination, but they're still holding that lead down. As long as they keep the same momentum, they will be able to claim this dub though. But OUG with 5 eliminations, 6 points. If they keep this up, OUG might be the ones that ends up taking it together. Oh no, it looks like XCG takes out Waiting with the Swarm. Sorrow popping that F3, trying to see if they can go through the movement just to try to pop that heals, and it looks like he's able to. How Zhao looks like he's gonna be able to find somebody. Goes for the grapple cancel. Zinyu is gonna be up top here with that massive Yorihime ulti, trying to see if maybe he can claim something as well. OUG trying to see if they can scramble towards the final game here. This is an absolutely big game, especially with some of the big teams, as YZG is able to claim their 2nd elimination. Very, very big, as Zhao is going to be able to come through with a massive Viper. All comes through and is able to shut down at least some part of this circle. XCG trying to play it off Zhao and trying to do it again. But here comes Lee with another drop, and it looks like he claims another section. His double S ends up getting destroyed, and so does Sorrow from NPG. Sandy ends up getting an elimination with the cannon from Mubai. As Lee comes in, I'm telling you, the Viper ults up top, dropping all the way down and surprising the rest of the team is a very, very dangerous combination here. And it's also very, very helpful. Meanwhile, Wolves are still alive, keeping the game alive for themselves here. 8 eliminations tied up between EWG Alliance and Wolves. 10.1 points, spreading it out. Even with all of this, they're still able to figure out what is next here, and they've done the most that they can to keep this momentum alive here. Let's see if they can put it together. I'm seeing chat cheer on Wolves, a team alliance. Let's see who's going to be able to take it home, though. YZG, keeping the consistency, is able to get the 3 eliminations so far. See if they can figure this out here as the grapple starts to come in, but so many of the Yorihime is going to be able to try to see if maybe he can get some type of elimination. Oh no, but he ends up freezing them, and he ends up getting massive damage though with it. The question is, oh my goodness, J-Team ends up getting finished with that bow. So unfortunate coming in.
These TPs, man, they're crazy.
The spread.
Keeps TPing to the top of the tree. It's insane techers. They're actually genuinely retreating to the top so they can reset with the Viper ulti and drop down. With that instant stun, it's such an insane strategy and it's working out so well here. 6 teams alive. This circle is tiny. The Viper ult's going to be huge from CXZ. He's going to find a massive stun. His teammates as well all around him able to pick that one out. Zhao just going to get covered here from his own stun, as it is going to be Wolves falling down. EWD Zhao Yui as well going down. Zhao from Wolves both falling. It's Alliance looking to pick up as many kills as they can. XCG as well, YZG. All of them on the hunt for these final few kills in the final circle of our final game, as Lucky with a big move. Gonna hit QGG, but he is taken down. It's not enough. Alliance is eliminated. 11 kills, but they're donezo. They're gonna finish 5th placing as far as last man standing goes, as YZG now just looking to make it happen, just looking to put the hurt down. They have such good gear. It's going to be so hard to beat them. Look at them sliding through, trying to make it happen, trying to get those plays. The Wu Chen ulti to the back. The top of the tree that's outside the circle is just not there. And there it is, XCG trying to make the play, trying to get the kill, but it's not enough. YZG coming out on top.
YZG. Hold on, I'm gonna say it for the crowd. YZG comes through with an insane dub and clutches it up. I mean, clearly they have been the team to watch and pay attention to, as we finally get a chance to see the double. I'm telling you, I really did feel like YZG today was their day for their games, and they really locked it in as best they could. They did such an amazing job of it. And obviously, this game was definitely the solidifier for them, and they wanted to make a statement, and they did that. keeping the game alive, staying calm, not ending it all the way, because it really could have been one of those where they just were just like, well, we're done, we lost, that's it, game over. But no, they kept it going, they kept that energy, and they were able to claim Game 6 as their final deciding winner. And they're leading the pack so far with it. Great games coming in from YZG. They played it to the best of their ability, and they ended up plumbing. They did it.
Yeah,
Even with that,
solidifies themselves number one for today. The best team here. Absolutely beautiful stuff from YZG. Really clutch finishing as well. The last game number 4-2, where they finished first. You know, they had a game where they were like 0.5 or something. They had one off game, but just one. You know, that's why you have 6 games, because you are allowed to have some poor games. Like, it just happens, right? It's not always going to be your game. But YZG just managed to kind of. They are just a consistent team. It's very rare for them to have a bad game, and when they're not having a bad game, they're top 3. Like, it's absolutely ridiculous. They are certainly the team to watch and the team to beat for me. The best team that we saw here today. Yeah, crazy stuff from them.
They did what they could, though, and they really did the best that they could just in general here. So obviously, with those eliminations, obviously YZG is going to be your clear winner for these games. But I mean, man, I got GGs to everybody else. GGs to the rest of the squad. They did the best that they could with what they had. And YZG just continuously just kept putting it down every single game, to the point where even with this one, they didn't really necessarily need it to win. They just needed to either keep their eliminations up or just keep their eliminations low and just last toward the very end. And they did it just that. They didn't have to necessarily put an insane amount of pressure onto themselves the way that they need to here. By the way, to everybody that's at home, make sure to check and see if your Naraka is plugged into your Twitch. You can get rewards while watching this stream right now, such as drops, rewards, all types of things that you can possibly get for yourself. So that way you can show off that Nbpl pride while you're grinding rank for both solos and or trios for Naraka Blade Point. Now, obviously, we're giving out codes earlier, so hopefully some of you guys was able to catch some of those codes. And if so, you guys was able to give out the codes to your friends too, because it's not just about us, it's also about you. So thank you guys for showing love. Make sure to follow the Twitch here, twitch.tv/Naraka Blade Point for all action, and also Naraka Esports on Twitter, as you'll be able to get all the stats, all of the information, and everything that you need for all Pro League information. Now, obviously, I said it before, YZG definitely is winning this one, clearly.
Yep.
That was just ridiculous. YZG really putting it down as best as they can here, and they did it to the best of their abilities here. So congratulations to YZG. We don't even have to, I mean, we're still going to be able to see the final standings here, but still, we got to be able to show you at least what happened here, as 13 eliminations are claimed from YZG and 25.8 kills coming through from Game Score Alliance with 11 kills, 17.4 of a game score. And EWG trying to hold on with 9 eliminations and a 16.5 game score, really doing what they can. But I got to give a little bit of some love. J-Team really tried to hold it for as long as they could, though. 4 eliminations, sadly. 8 game score claimed from them. Bauda with 9 eliminations, 12.7. And Wolves coming through a little bit of some surprise with a 13.6 and 7 eliminations. But tying it up with Wolves and Bauda with 9 eliminations apiece. They really tried to do what they can here, and they made it look good all towards the end of it. But man, they did what they could, and they did it to the best of their abilities. So got to give it up to them. They played their game. They played their heart out, but YZG clearly the better winner here.
Yeah, for sure. What stands out to me with this ranking here is the fact that there's 7 teams with 10 or more points. You know, it's not been a necessarily like top-heavy day today, where it's just one team running away from it and one team just like destroying the entire lobbies. It's quite common that we have, you know, the kills are very spread out amongst all the teams, and I think that's been a story for most of the games today. And as such, you see a lot of spread out points. That's why it's been very close in these leaderboards. Your MVP for today, though, obviously from YZG, it's got to be QGG. Beautiful stuff right there. 11k damage from his dagger. Absolutely beautiful stuff right there on that Yoto. Some good plays. QGG has had a lot of good performances today. Honestly, he's a very consistent player. One of the reasons why obviously YZG as a team are very consistent as well. And just beautiful stuff right there. Get that MVP as well at the end of it, just to cap off a great day's performance.
Capitalize a great day's performance, even with all the Soul J's that he had too, that was readily available to him. Was really able to hold it for as best as he could, and honestly just man, was able to hold it for as best as he can here and just held it to the best of their ability. I mean, like I said, YZG 25.8 points ending that game. So obviously, if we look at the final standings, after we talk to Jaeger, that is going to be a pretty high scoring game for YZG. To be honest with you, I think with the games, we might see like close to like a 90. I can see like 90-ish points coming in from YZG. I think YZG definitely played their heart out here, and it's going to be a very impressive score. I can't say that for sure when it comes to their games, and they did a fantastic game. So like I said, shout out to YZG, really holding it down, really throughout all of these games. Their consistency is phenomenal. So I'm really excited to see how many points do they have for each and every game, because I can imagine those at least those 2 dubs that they have. I remember that first game, and then after that I think 2 and I think 4 become a little bit of a blur. So I'm excited to see how the overall standings look like for today's matchups for trios.
Yeah, for sure. It's YZG at the top, 100% guaranteed. But yeah, it was very close in the middle of the pack. Honestly, I think from you know, even from like second, third, whatever, as you said, maybe fourth, like just going down to like 10th or something, I reckon will be very close as well. Exceptionally close games we had today. No one team really ran away with it. When it's not uncommon to see someone like 100 points finishing the day, like the best team having.
No, I don't think it'll be 100 points. And if it's 100 points, then call me crazy and sprinkle me with sprinkles. Like, if I'm crazy and it's not like that, then maybe it is.
It's not going to be 100 points. That's my point. You know, it's the fact that no one team was going crazy today. You know, even the best team wasn't the best that we've ever seen as far as performance goes. Not the most dominant team.
Speaking of dominant, Jaeger, take it away.
Thank you, Dobby. Thank you, Fox. And this is Jaeger, and welcome to post-game interview. Today, we are very glad to invite CXZ from the team YZG and let him say hello to our audience. Hello， 先和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 我是 YZG 的陈元之。
好的，再次欢迎你。And long time no see, and I'm very happy that we can meet again in the post-game interview. And today, first of all, congratulations that you guys get the highest score in the game 6. And I saw you guys, you have like 2 dagger in the final circle, and you have very high killing score. And I would like to know, how's your teammates like cooperate together with this weapon, with the dagger and also your weapon? 那首先要再次恭喜你们在刚才这把比赛获得最高分，我也非常高兴能再次在我们的英文采访可以见到我们的神之啊。那今天我们看到，其实在决赛圈的时候，你们2把匕首的配合是相当好，特别想问一下，拿匕首你们怎么去打的这个配合和这个连招，然后包括怎么和你的武器进行的一个配合呢？
就是主要是有魂玉嘛，一个匕首有那个鬼哭，就是那个金魂玉鬼哭神嚎，还有一个有那个荆轲献璧。鬼哭神嚎就是它不是有控制嘛，对，控制到了，然后荆轲献璧就可以直接扎。然后当时我拿了一个太刀嘛，可以补蓄力。
好的。So, to be honest, I think our Soljet is really good in this game 6. And because we have 2 golden Soljet for the dagger, which is the Aegis Large and Deathful Wall. And if the Deathful Wall can control the opponent, and then our Aegis Large just continue the damage to this opponent. And also, I can use the blue focus attack with the katana at that time, so we can have very high damage in the final circle. And also, we know that your Viper is really strong, and you use the V2 Viper. So please, can you analyze for us that why you use the V2 Viper? 那我们也知道玄之其实它的宁红叶是非常强的，而且今天带的是一个 V2 的宁红叶，对吧？
是的。
那我想问一下，为什么是带 V2 的宁红叶？可以给我们分析一下吗？
因为我们队的妖魂城就是专打就是其他妖魂城，就是 V2 可以有很强的那个。可以很强的限制你妖刀嘛，就是如果你就是把我们妖刀踢了，然后那个
对面的对面的妖刀开大，我就可以开大逼他们传，然后下波他们就没法打了。
好的。So actually, our ambition to use the hero combo, which is the Yodo and Viper and Wuchen, is to like to fight with the same hero combo. So if they knock our Yodo, so after that I can use the V2 Viper and to avoid the damage of the Yodo's from the opponent's Yodo's ultimate. So that's why I use the V2 Yodo. Okay, so also we today, like for the last game, we didn't saw the Kurumi in the game, and we know that Kurumi is very popular in the game, and why we can't see her today? 那我们也知道，在最后一把，其实我们没有看到胡桃，就特别想问一下，就大家其实都很喜欢胡桃啊，本身为什么今天我们最后一把没有看到胡桃这个英雄呢？
因为上传统双面的话，最后一把就是坐牢。
So, in my opinion, I think for the last game in the race, use the classic double transformer. It's like too much weakness in the game. So, I think a lot of teams didn't choose the classic double transformer. OK， 好的，谢谢玄之，再次感谢你接受我们今天的采访。Thank you, 玄之 for today's interview, and we will give back to our casters, who is Fox and Darby.
Jaeger, that's my girl. What's up with it? I love that. I love that you had to look at the cue card too. I love that. That's so adorable. I appreciate you. Thank you, Jaeger, for the love and giving that amazing interview. As we're gonna look at the top of the leaderboard here, YZG handling it down and controlling it with a 97.6. Look at this. The first two games, they put up less than 10 points. And then all of a sudden, they went into an absolute arc of destruction with a 22, 21, 18, and 25 points. J-Team could have actually done what YZG did, but they turned it around and started strong with their first three games of a 27, 17, and 11. But sadly, those last three games, they just struggled to really finish off those points the way that they want to. And clearly it shows though. But obviously, if you look at it here though, 27 points will be the most, actually no, 27 points will be the most points had today for our games here, but also tied up with Bauda in game 3 with 27 points. But our top leading scores are going to come from those as well, as we're going to look at our solos for the upcoming schedule between teams A and B. Like I said, the same roster of maps is going to be the same thing for solos, and it's going to be nothing but a good time.
It'll be a lot of fun. Solos is just like trios in that sense, where it's just a non-stop crazy action, just a lot more third party. Definitely interesting one to watch. That make sure you don't miss that. That will be on tomorrow. I will be there as well, actually. So I will see you for 2 days in a row. Not you, Dabby, though. I think we're being split up, unfortunately. But
hey, I'm gonna catch you soon, though.
Yeah,
we got a lot of action happening very, very soon here. I'm excited. I have after this, I think a lot of my stuff starts Saturday. I have 4 back-to-back casting days, okay? It's gonna be insane. I'm casting Morris, which will be this weekend. I'm casting the rest of Naraka Blade Point, and then next weekend, I'm going to TwitchCon. So if anybody's gonna be at TwitchCon, holla at your boy, because I'll also be there too, and we're gonna have a good time with it, as everybody else is gonna be coming through and having a good week of more and more action and more energy. We're gonna have a good time. So I'm excited for what is next. Obviously, solos will be tomorrow. I hope everybody is there, tuning in, having a good time here. Fox, you're gonna be here tomorrow, so you're gonna keep the same momentum and energy. I'm gonna need that from you tomorrow, buddy. I know it's early, but I'm gonna need you to keep the energy and that saltiness in your voice. I might be gone.
Dude, it's like 2 a.m. If you're not asleep, wait, like, I'm be, you know, I mean, you need to rest up, bro. You got all this casting to do. You're working hard.
Listen, sometimes it's the job. It's the job, but at the same time, it's all about having a good time. And I appreciate everybody here that's been showing love, not only to the Naraka community, but also me and Fox Drop here. We have fun. We're the faces here. We need to be able to show love to the community and say, hey, you guys see us on a regular basis here, so I appreciate y'all continuously showing love here, not only to the chat, but also to the channel and Twitch and Twitter, just in general here. And like I said, solos will be tomorrow. Thank you guys for being here, showing love and support. But YZG, yet again, just taking it over, handling it down and just really keeping that momentum. And I'm telling you, consistency coming in from Rune. Rune talks about it all the time. Consistency, consistency.
Sounds just like him. Is he in the room? Where is he?
Consistency.
I heard him. Oh god.
Consistency. But you know what? He's right. He's right. Consistency wins, and clearly YZG clearly showed that.
Yes, they did indeed. It was a great performance by those guys. And yeah, I expect similar things out of them as well moving forwards, because these guys just don't really have an off day. They may have 1 or 2 off games, but that's it. That's about as off as it's going to get. So, very exciting team here in Nbpl.
Let's hope that they keep that same momentum as we're going to be able to lock in games for our solos for tomorrow. Like I said, thank you guys for being here. We've been continuously showing you guys all of the good stuff here for our trios. The trio games were nuts. I'm going to be honest. My favorite part probably had to be the double Viper in game 5, I think, and just seeing like one drop, stop.
Yeah.
Everybody gets the scramble. Another one drops seconds later, stops. Everyone just starts going at it. Viper is a very dangerous character, and I think now people are really starting to see how powerful Viper can be. But with the eye and how dangerous that can be to put somebody to sleep, I'm also going to go to sleep. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys for tuning in and showing love to Naraka Blade Point Pro League Season 2 for trios. We'll see you guys tomorrow for our solos. More games, more parries. And instead of 3, it's going to be 1. And it's only going to be 1 winner. So we'll see you guys tomorrow.